Hat?
Yeah, we got it, we did it!
I know you'll be there for me.
I'll always be here.
Whoa! How are you? Yes! Thank you, bro.
Welcome to Karkin. Today, let me guide you on an in-depth understanding of this 4-square-kilometer humble island. Before stepping into Karkin, you may have already heard about the intimidating Demolition Zone. In Demolition Zone, buildings will be destroyed into smithereens. But rest assured that today's tour will be a safe one. Karkin might be a small island, but the textile industry of the island works as a crucial financial support for the entire island. Our first attraction is Al Haik. Al Haik is a medium-scale town, and people who lived here refine pigments for a living. Then those pigments will be sent to Hadika Nemo for dyeing. Skyscrapers are scarce in Al Haik. Compared to other urban areas, there are fewer visitors here, which makes looting easier. It's a perfect choice for a team of 4 in search of adequate equipment supplies. We'll be walking by the sea, and our next attraction will be Hadika Nemo, which serves as the port of importing raw materials of Karkin. Imported textiles are dyed in vats filled with multiple colors and distributed to the factories. If you want to choose this place as your landing spot, then it's recommended that 1 to 2 players in your team land in the containers area, as they can easily find combat supplies here, and head to the city to support their teammates. In the middle of our journey to Al Habar, we'll be passing by an enclosed warehouse. You will need to use sticky bomb to blast the walls that look less solid to get in. There's always something nice in here, but be careful, as one might not want to hide behind those walls during combat, because those unmaintained walls can be easily penetrated with just a touch, making you susceptible to attacks from enemies and exposing you to dangers. The next stop is Al Habar, which is the largest urban area in Karkin. There are many residents, hence the numerous high-rising residences. No doubt this place will be a popular spot in the future. Our next attraction is the port city of Bar Shahir, which stores and exports goods of Karkin. This is the perfect spot to search for weapons, making it my personal favorite. Next up is the city of the West, Bashara. It was a city congested with residents, with tall buildings providing convenience in observing the surrounding movements. Just make sure not to lose your directions here. Our final destination is the cargo ship, located at the southwest corner of the map. This ship has been idle here for forever, and has already been abandoned. Yet there are still goods that remained here. However, due to the gigantic size of the cargo ship and the containers, this place no doubt becomes a place to rumble. Don't you feel the excitement already just thinking of it? Besides these urban areas, Karkin also houses many such little buildings. Rumor has it that there's another passage beneath these buildings, as well as a huge space beneath Karkin. Well, it's up to you, believe them or not. Alright, your Karkin tour is now closing its curtains. Looking forward to seeing you next time.
Every day is a fight. Every moment is a race against the best. Beat the clock. Be on top of your abilities before the rest. Every face-off will be bigger than the last one. Every knock will count. Time will stand still in the wake of the storm. And that's why the sun never sets on this battleground. This is where champions will gather to etch their names on the highway to glory. Welcome to the Coliseum. Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League Season 3.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. This is the third Super Weekend is where we're at, and in that doing so we've reached down to the final day of the Super Weekends. With that we will move on along towards, of course, the PMPL South Asia Finals that will start take place next week. But right now, of course, let's get our day started, for which, of course, it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro, hashtag book up your fun. I'm your host, Blotto. Joining us on the honors desk, it is once again none other than iSuper Johnny and Ocean Sharma.
5,000. 5,000 is what is at stake right now. If you just talk about this, plus, your stakes to be at the best, to practice. If you want to just, showcase something out of the box today, it's the day of possibilities.
It's the day of possibilities, and today the final 16 names are going to be in front of us officially. And we're going to, officially we're going to know who are the teams that will be moving forward to the finals that are going to happen next week.
Absolutely, because that is where the journey is leading them down towards, where, of course, what is at stake is, of course, the, wonderful prize pool. You are looking at $300,000 on the line, from which, of course, South Asia Finals, we will have 150 grand set up for these teams.
Exactly, and talk about every chicken dinner gets you $1,000 for its own self, and that's where, it draws the line. Today, 1,000, you get those for every win if you can go for it. I want to see which team comes up as the richest by the end of the day.
Exactly.
Always.
And one more thing is going to be the fact that now we have one team in the top 16 that we're going to be hoping finally gets that chicken dinner. It's going to be 1952. Yesterday, they did really well in the last game, got a lot of kills, but the second place finish is going to be the thing that is going to bother them with that. But they got points. They got a lot of points in the second game.
It would have been A1 Esports or 1952. Both teams wanted their chicken dinner. A1 got it. It's down to 1952 now.
And hopefully the 5 games will work towards their favor. With that, when you talk about those kills, well, that is what this team, of course, showcased. Both the teams, actually, of course, no two ways about it. And doing so have resulted in them walking away with a lot of points.
Exactly. I mean, Johnny, you were just talking about, right? They got a lot of points for themselves. That's where the kill point comes down to. It shows like just one, but if you get lots of kills, that one converts into a bigger number for its own self.
And Future Station was also able to convert a few matches in their favor. But today, I mean, we're going to be focusing on one team in particular. I mean, I will have my eyes on them. A team that sort of did have a downfall yesterday. That was F4. I'm going to hope like the kill points do come there, because that one kill, 1 point is really, really important for these lads.
No two ways about it. Absolutely, that's going to be really crucial for the entirety of the lobby. And in that, of course, we talk about a few teams that have just been racking those kills in their favor. I'm talking about, of course, Z3us Esports, that is on the top of the leaderboard. But you talk about the entirety of the saga. You, of course, are looking at 16 teams that are part of this lobby. And in that, we have few teams that do need to showcase a bit more of a synergistic performance, because this is the final day for them to do so.
Exactly. And talk about, I mean, the synergy finally being brought to the table on the last day. Hopefully that can happen from the side of Z3us Esports. We've seen them sort of pick up the pace a little bit here and there, but today, I mean, they have to showcase what they're going to take to the finals along with StalwartFlex.
But talk about Z3us, right? They have their own element of play. They have their own style that they just, love to showcase against the lobby. Carnage as well, the top 5, they are in the top 5 right now. So obviously they want to just, get back to the whole of the second, third for the way they were playing. But moving on forward, right, we'll be having other names as well out here. That's where the team of Future Station comes down.
Yeah.
That's where F4 comes on, as we were talking about it. That's where Skylight Gaming comes on. They've had good shares of chicken dinners for themselves. And A1 Esports, I mean, finally they got the chicken dinner. Now it's time to just, remain at that pace. Get as many as you want, because they have the capability of kills. They have the capability of placement points.
Exactly.
Just keep it together.
I mean, the team, we have been calling them the most consistent team in the tournament for a long time now. And yesterday, the only thing that they were lacking up until now was the chicken dinner. They finally checked that box off as well. So today, now it's just about improving what they've built up upon so far, and then just figuring out how they're going to take on the finals.
Exactly, and you move the conversation towards these teams. Of course, when you talk about Venom Legend, once again, a team that has showcased really good synergistic performances, a very consistent gameplay coming in from this team that has led them with walking away with a lot of points. But on the other side is going to be high voltage. Now, this team also, I'm hoping today, will be a bit more aggressive.
For Venom Legends, there's just again one thing. Once they get to the double-digit kill points, they gotta play it a bit slow on the pace, because they know after that it's just one thing, and that's a chicken dinner that always remains at stake.
Exactly.
Because they have that capability as well, but again, just don't overexert yourself, because sometimes it happens, and if that happens, your enemies would love to take that advantage in their favor.
Exactly, I talk about stuff happening in-game. Well, in the last game yesterday, 1952 happened to every other team inside the lobby, and that was actually pretty fun to watch.
Most certainly was. Most certainly that is what was expected from the lads of 1952, and they delivered it to perfection. On the other side, of course, it's going to be Deadeyes Guys as well, bringing in that dominating streak for themselves. Now the question is going to be, well, as Ocean mentioned, $5,000. Every chicken dinner team will get that $1,000. Who are those teams going to be? Will we be seeing previously known names that have already gotten not one, not two, more than 2 chicken dinners, or will it be another team altogether, is where the conversation will lead down towards. But to complete the story, let's have a look at the storyboard itself, which is going to be our overall rankings.
I would say somehow today it might be Zeus's day again, just for one thing, for one thing. When you're topping the table, when you know that you are at a really comfortable spot, you go YOLO in a good way. We have seen those things happening, right? If you talk about PMCO, if you remember, a Seal was playing PMCO, a South Asia wildcard, and the last game that they were playing, they got 18 kills. They were playing in their own element, just going out, taking all the fights. Zeus might as well do that. DRS, this might be their day as well, just because, look at this, 351, 339. If DE has a good game, DRS knows that they will be toppled down, so DRS needs to stay there somehow, so DRS will try to play it at their level best. T2K, Carnage, look at the point difference, 328, 314. Then Venom Legends and A1 Esports just touched 300 marker. Now it's time to go even further.
Exactly, but it's not just A1 Esports right there, buddy, because look at high voltage. I mean, 299 for them, StalwartFlex is there, 292, and then there's Skylight Gaming with 287 points. It's so close between, well, all of them. But talk about things being close. I mean, we have the second page of the standing in front of us right now.
This is where we can say, changes might happen, might not happen, because right now you see R3D and F4, 144 points for them. But they can just, move a bit forward against each other and then, just try to take down. But 1952, today, chicken dinner, maybe Z3us Esports might just be taken down, because Z3us Esports, obviously, they haven't been playing since the last two. Imagine, started off the first Super Weekend, first position. Now it's 13th. Where will the day end for them?
Also, okay, this is just going to be a theory, right? This is just going to be a completely hypothetical scenario that's going to be out there in the distance, all right? So let's assume, we're going to make a lot of assumptions. So Ocean's going to be happy because, he likes physics. There are a lot of assumptions in physics as well. We are going to assume that F4, they're going to be at 144, and Future Station, they have 5 games remaining. How many points every single match do they need to make that leap?
But the thing is, F4 is also playing. If they start at 56, if they take their points, F4 sick. Imagine even if Future Station gets a chicken dinner.
That's the thing. We are assuming F4 is going to be at 144. Then is it even possible?
No,
then?
Not at all.
Not at all. Should not be the case.
Only if they get 3 chicken dinners for themselves out of the 5 matches, and the other 2 matches also go good. It gets them to a decent average, a really good average. But hey, even if they get chicken dinners, 1,000 points are there up for grabs. I mean, you win some.
They get a lot of money if they do that.
You win some in that.
Exactly, and that is going to be crucial from all of these teams that have showcased that. But for now, of course, the teams that these lads were talking about is going to be based on the second page of that storyboard. But bring that conversation towards the top, where indeed the fight has been going on, a rivalry has been going on for that second position, where right now we see 2 teams that are trying to battle it out. That is going to be Deadeyes Guys and the real soldiers.
Alright, so I'm not going to call this the fight for the second position. I mean, because it has been between second, third, fourth, and fifth for a while now. And they somehow, by the end of the day, they always get close to Zeus. But then Z3us Esports in the first 3 matches, they get the lead again and they carry forward to the end of the day. And today, that should not be the case. I mean, that's what these teams are going to try the level best to do. But DE have picked up the pace at which they are performing really, really nicely. Because remember, week 1, really slow performance. Week 2 onwards, this team has been amazing.
I mean, that has been the case, but talking about DE, DRS, there's always this one thing. These teams, I mean, they are from the same region, so they know the play styles, they know the goods and the bads of each other's play styles, and they like to use it dynamically. One game, you'll see, DE obviously just, qualifying till the end position, then the other game it's DRS. So they know what the lobby is doing against them, and they like to use it for themselves. We saw DE's clips right now, this is DRS again. The players, they like to play synergistically, and they just love the results when it comes to their favor.
Exactly, and I mean, this is what I really like about DRS is the fact whenever they are in trouble, they're going to make sure that they salvage the situation to the best of their abilities. Even if it's just one guy, that one guy is going to try and survive and get those placement points. We have seen this time and time again. Remember the magic pixel climb from AJ where he actually did try to make it to the other side and he wasn't able to, but he did get those placement points. Otherwise, if there are more players, they're going to try and go for those skills. DE, quite a similar situation. I mean, now the level of aggression has gone up from this team.
True, absolutely. With that, of course, we will be showcasing all that level of aggression that this team has brought in through the start, which, of course, is a bit of an interesting one where there were a few fluctuations when you talk about those early
first week
matches. Yes.
You gotta, you can say this, that those were the speed bumps when you gotta learn the lobby. You just learn the lobby, and after that, you play the lobby. That's the difference. You're learning. There's this learning curve for themselves, and then there's a playing curve that you just see out here in this smoke graph. And this just showcases that they've had good games that are really good, and they have had bad games which they never would want to see again. So
look at the second week's performance though, it only goes up on the first day of the second week. And that is when DE, they were trying new things. We had the interview as well. They were like, alright, this is the time. We see them getting the chicken in, and after that the team's confidence returned. They were like, alright, we can do this. We see them bounce up from the second page of the standing to the top 10, and now we're in the top 3.
Actually, in that is when they had the best day. If you remember, first position, second position, first position, DE, DRS, and that was also DE, DRS first, DRS is a chicken, then DE goes. So that's the kind of the gameplay that they would want to come back with again. But hey, if we are discussing these two teams, it just comes down to one thing again. Once D is at the second, then DRS at the second. D is at the second. It keeps on going up.
It certainly does. I mean, that is what when Johnny was mentioning as well. It is certainly going to be a fight for the second, third, fourth position. But you cannot topple the first position, because again, that is where Z3us Esports certainly does take a humongous lead for themselves.
They're going to try. They're going to try.
The entire lobby is actually trying, and yesterday was the first day we saw Zeus walk away with 0 points for the first time.
That's what I wanted to say. I mean, yesterday we saw Zeus getting taken out and shut down again and again. At one time it was 1952, then it was Skylight Gaming. It was really, really impressive.
Absolutely was, mate. But with that, let's move the conversation towards the regions. And in those regions, we got to talk about Bangladesh region, where indeed two teams. I mean, yesterday we finally saw A1 Esports bring in the chicken dinner for themselves and walked away with $1,000. But Venom Legends are right up there as well.
Exactly, and there's a difference with how these teams actually got to the position where they are right now. On one side, A1 Esports, really, really consistent. I mean, the chicken dinners weren't coming their way, but imagine that. They were sitting in the top 3 at one point without any chicken dinners as well. And that was the time when Seal Esports had 4. And even without chicken dinners, they managed to keep themselves in the top 8. On the other side, Venom Legends, first week, not a really good performance. Week 2 comes around and it's totally different team we see in front of us.
I would always say one thing about Venom is that I've said before as well right now, a few minutes back, and again I'll say that once they start off with the aggression, they gotta put some breaks at one point just to see, that hey, the lobby, because when is the final fight, they are playing 2 fights back. They're also like with the same aggression. The final fight as well, they're with the same aggression, while the other teams are slowing down for their pace, because they know if the circle's in the open, we gotta stay quiet, we gotta stay on to the lower side. They're like, we have players, let's go out there. And we have seen the moments. It's been 2 different games. They have had all the 4 players, but then they are the ones that go down the second position.
Ouch. But today is the day that could very well bring in a different affair coming in from these teams that make that conversation towards 1952. Well, will they be walking away with $1,000 is the question for now, because they have not gotten that chicken dinner thus far, but their play, their gameplay has been on point throughout.
Exactly. When we talk about entry, look at him. 29 kills right now for this lad, and obviously 6,000 plus damage coming out from him. And he's the one who has had a decent survival time as well.
Yep.
C Minor as well has had a good survival time for himself. But if you talk about entry and his synergy with the other players, you get to know like he loves to play the role of a player who just loves to take those fights on himself and obviously help the team side by side whilst the team is having his back with every battle that there is.
Exactly, we have seen him before as well, I mean, a couple of times, and he is really aggressive player. Likes to be aggressive, likes to charge into situations, but that does not always work out. This game, exactly what you were talking about, 1952, Venom Legends was the scenario for 1952 right here. They were doing really well, they were really confident, but what happened was that over-aggression towards the end was the thing that led to the team's demise.
Yeah, and we can see that in the ranking curve as well right now. You can see a few ranks just going down for themselves. Obviously, ladies and gentlemen, this is different from the performance seismograph. This is the ranking curve out here. So right now you're not seeing the points, but the ranks on the y-axis. So you can see a few games that they are just going down, and that's where 14 position, 16 position, we have seen them here as well. But the second position is where they hit yesterday.
Yeah,
I would love to see if the ranking just goes one up, because if that's there, it's a lot of things. $1,000, it's giving them good points as well. The lobby gets to understand that yesterday was the day of starting one thing, that is the lobby was understanding the teams that did not do good previously, they have that capability. Just give them one chance and they'll take it out of you.
Along with that, one thing about that ranking curve is going to be the fact that even in the earlier days when 1952 were actually getting good finishes in the matches, the kills were not coming in, and that is why they were sort of getting left behind in those matches. But now the aggression is there, they are getting those kill points along with the placement point, and that is something, as we say, it is important because that helps you stay in the race. We have seen multiple times teams finishing on the second position with 2 kills, instantly getting dropped down to the 6th position. Why? Because the teams below them have more kills.
Absolutely, mates. But that is where we move the conversation towards the viewers, because the reward that has, of course, been waiting for you lads coming in from 1952 hopefully will be the day that they will give you that. But now we have to talk about the rewards that we have for you lads sitting back at home, and it is, of course, going to bring up the mega event calendar where you've got virtual gifts as well as actual gifts that are being distributed throughout the entire PMPL South Asia action. And in that, you could very well get virtual as well as those permanent things that you will hold in your hand, like the gift cards in your local currency. You've got AirPods Pro that you could very well get. But to be a part of all of this, it is very important for you fans, for you lads sitting back at home, to support your teams. Do not forget to showcase that love towards these teams, because that is the most important thing. But as you do so, there are a couple of ways you can actually do that. You could very well join into the action via Esports Center in-game. As you watch all the action, you will be earning points. Those could then be multiplied by guessing weekly winners or participating in the lucky draw. And a few of you selected ones, the lucky ones, will certainly be walking away with that permanent outfit, the PMPL outfit that Johnny's gorged his eyes out towards. But Johnny, you're gonna have to let it go, mate. It's for our viewers, it's for them fans, and in that doing so, that is one way of course, attaining those virtual gifts. Now move on towards the super giveaway, where I just discussed AirPods Pro are on the line. You've got gift cards in the local currency, and this is where all of you lads sitting back at home, go on down through chat and hashtag PMPL SA, followed by your unique UID code, in-game code, and the region that you're joining in from. And keep in mind, the more love you showcase, the more aggressive your teams are probably going to be bringing in the domination in the lobby. As it clearly states, countries with top kill leaders will win more rewards. So go on into the chat and showcase that love, the most important thing that you guys could do. But boy, oh boy, what a play. What a wonderful day. This is the start for the final Super Weekend. Let's get our day started. Let's move on to the schedule, where once again, we will move and start things off on the map of Erangel.
Exactly. Where, what goes around comes around. That always stays the same with this particular game, and that's where Erangel is going to be out here. Well, I don't know if we'll see the same Peripia Primorsk Gatka circle, or maybe we'll see a northern circle just as we have seen. So things might just be on to the other side, or maybe we'll see a Yasnaya circle. But I know Blay always wanted, yesterday Blay was saying I want that military base circle, so maybe today, because if we talk about those circles, teams like High Voltage like to thrive on the circles. You talk about the northern circles, you can see Zeus is just out here, and Zeus and DRS, those teams like to play good for those circles, so maybe.
just maybe could be that day. But again, we've got $5,000 ready to, of course, be a part of this lobby. Whichever teams is going to be walking away with that, well, again, only time will answer that question. But that does bring us down to you lads. What do you guys think?
I'm thinking of the rivalry of the second, third, fourth, fifth. You know, the one that we were talking about. So
yeah,
I would love to see how that pans out today.
Exactly. I mean, the teams have been performing, but it has sort of been alternate between them every now and then.
Exactly.
On the other side, yesterday we did see, as I was saying, the momentum getting built for the teams at the bottom of the table. So again, F4, the first game was really nice, but then it stopped. So today again, F4, R3D and 1952.
Boy, oh boy. Alright, well with that, it is time to move on to our commentators. It is certainly the Erangel boys that I'm talking about. And today, there is a little bit of change where indeed, when you talk about them casters, well, they are certainly here. But they seem to be so engrossed in the game that the game's taken over Play right now. It is, of course, Play and XP taking us through the first game.
Thank you so much, Blotter. And, well, the gentleman on my right is going to put his case down straight out of the office, eh? He's a CEO by day. By midday, he's an esports caster, and by night, he turns on the heavy metal. But anyway, Play, goddamn.
I decided to put on a tie. I took a cue out of your playbook, and you know what? I'm feeling better. I feel, I don't know, slightly more professional, slightly. Maybe it's a tie. I don't know.
It could be. I feel underdressed right now. I mean, you know, we were talking backstage. I was asking if he's telling me, hey man, you better not steal my thunder today. I was like, steal his thunder, man. I'd be afraid to borrow it. I mean, you're rocking that tie, and
thank you.
Man, I'm just going to keep looking at you. I hope that's not weird, guys. But anyway, it is going to be an action-packed day once again. You look good, Play.
Thank you. I try. Actually, I don't. Anyway, who are going to be trying, however, are going to be the teams who are going to be playing here. It is the final day of the final Super Weekend. We have 16 slots, 16 spots available for the playoffs. That's going to be taking over the course of the next 4 days of next week. And as we enter the first game of the final day of the final Super Weekend, once more we find ourselves on Erangel. It's going to be heading from between Kameshki and Lipovka, which means R3D are going to be pretty happy, and it's going to be ending all the way towards Hospital.
Towards the Hospital, and talking about R3D, chances are they might just drop down. They might be the first team to drop out of the plane, in fact, at Kameshki. And, well, I'm just having a look at the overall rankings right now. Zeus is obviously head and shoulders above everyone else. DRS Deadeyes Guys, T2K are catching up quick, though. Now, the question is, where is everyone going to go? I beg your pardon. Deadeyes Guys with a little bit of an early drop. Of course, they're going to hit the eastern aspects of Rozhok. That is what is going to be expected. And as far as Georgia Paul goes, now this is where things get interesting, Blade, because since the plane path is up north, Z3us Esports are going to be dropping down. Future Station might drop down at Georgia Paul as well. So we might just see some early fights here in Erangel.
We could indeed. For me, obviously, I'm going to be wondering how StalwartFlex are going to be approaching this, right? They are obviously going to try to head to military base.
They're going to take the vehicles.
Are they? Is it worth it? It's so far away.
Like you said, I mean, there are certain things that are for sure in life, and StalwartFlex going there could be one of them. But there you have it. A lot of teams are going to be jumping off, and it does look like Future Station might just head north of that little rivulet coming in just towards the North Giorgio City, while Z3us Esports are going to pretty much plant their flag towards the south. Now the question is, the big question, where is the first circle going to form? And there you have it. A little different this time. It is going to be a little bit further north, and I kind of like it, but I wanted to end up north near Zaki and the shooting range. I want to see something different this time.
I would like to see a Zaki circle, Zaki final circle coming on in. It's something which you rarely get to see. We can already see StalwartFlex on their vehicles, and I believe they're going to be doing what they've been doing throughout this entirety of PMPL Season 3, that is heading straight for Sosnovka military base. They are quite a distance away. Everyone else, though, dropping towards the usual spots. We see Venom Legends actually dropping in, actually a little further north of Quarry, northwest. We might, however, see Leon take a couple of shots here, but he is going to exercise a bit of caution. There's no need to go for an early duel here, considering that they are well entrenched inside of the play zone.
Also the fact that StalwartFlex are just going to be driving by. They do not have any weapons on hand, and they are definitely going to get the big guns at the military base. Now, if you can just quickly have a look at the circle on our screens, I want to point something out. You know, we keep talking about versatility, we keep talking about flexibility. Now, 1952 realized, all right, their favorite drop spot, the 30 pair, is going to be a little bit out of the way. If we could have the map, there you have it. They've gone up north to Zarki again, which is the right call. Now, you did mention Venom Legends just dropping a bit north to their usual position. They'll drive down to Primosk. Again, that is a bit of an insurance thing. They know that that particular road on the West Beach is going to be theirs for the taking.
They did well, as StalwartFlex now crossing the Western Bridge.
As one does.
As they always do. And honestly, looking at the circle, there is still a realistic possibility that it could actually shift towards the south, right? So they just need to cross the bridge here. And since 1952 have found their home in Zarki, they don't have to worry about 1952 trying to play spoiled sport. So, yep, StalwartFlex, they're going to be reaching the military base. It's going to take a bit of time to reach there, but of course they will have free reign of the entirety of that island to loot up whatever they want to loot. Speaking of teams though, right, let's talk a little bit about the teams here. We have Zeus, 382 points. They'll be looking to crack the 400-point barrier. DRS looking very good as well, 351. We did see that 1v3 IC pulled off against DRS and Miramar. I would love to see these top two dogs go up against each other, which could indeed take place in this very map itself.
It could, because any moment now, Z3us Esports are going to be happy with the amount of loot that they have, and they'll be going off in every which direction, trying to get as many kills as they can. Again, when you have good gameplay and you have that confidence, this is what we expect from a team like this. But now, looking at the map, everything is going to be the same. Everyone is doing what they do best. They're going to drop down. So again, no early skirmishes this time around, Blade. We are going to have action probably at the 10, maybe the 15-minute mark today.
We could. And one name jumps out for me looking at the overall rankings. It has to be Seal Esports, who have played only one Super Week in the first one, and where they got 197 points. There is a chance they are going to be qualifying for this for the playoffs without really having played any other Super Weekend, which is mental if you think about it.
It is absolutely maddening, because just 15 games as compared to 45 for most of the other teams, and well, they still have enough points to show for it. But right now, Future Station looks like they might have spotted some movement in the distance, as Evil Eye and Badrev are trying to scope things out. And Tofik from 1952, I wonder if he's aware that someone is watching him.
Sometimes you feel the hair in the back of your neck standing up. And
Shivers down your spine.
Shivers down your spine. Tofik could be... It's okay, there we go. Future Station will yeet out of their Future Station. They are not in the top 16 right now. This is the first Super Weekend they're playing here, so they have a lot on the line. Now, it is looking almost impossible for them to qualify, to be very realistic, but hey, we've seen some miracles take place. They could have a 100-point day here today.
They could. They might just wipe out the entire server. You never know. But again, they have to play aggressive. I think that's what Future Station are trying to do right now. They have an idea that there is a team in Zarki, and have a look at Evil Eye's rotation. He is going to be going up north with his teammates, while Tamim, and if I'm not wrong, no, Badrev is up there with them. So again, it needs to be a well-coordinated attack. That is what they are going to need, and you just might see a few shots popping off over there, while we join 7Cs at Pachinki, as usual, all to themselves. And there you have it, High Voltage could be coming in. We just might see some sparks, but like I said, nothing before the 10-minute mark.
It's been 6 minutes and we haven't seen a single gunshot. Not one single gunshot on the map. That's something you rarely get to witness.
I wonder if we could just add a little sound effect of a ta right now, or something like that, like a ra-ta-ta-ta-ta or anything. But again, looks like 7C Esports are going to be happy with their loot, as they are now going to be traversing further up north into the circle. The first circle is still in play, as the blue zone is going to slowly but steadily creep its way in. And I guess it's a waiting game right now, but Badrev does spot Season from PN Crew, and he gets out of it.
That's a bit of a whiff coming in from Badrev. He should be careful. Aish is there uphill, looking to return.
Oh, Season's going back for more.
And Season's actually going to take a U-turn and is going to try and hunt him down. What is Badrev doing? He is playing a very dangerous game. He's getting shot at. He might get found out there. Season will get the knock and the finish. And well, Badrev, he was the one who fired the first shot, but Season makes sure that's the only shots he will fire. Badrev will be the first casualty in the server.
The first one to be taken down, and looks like we did ask for some action, and action we shall have, as Future Station are going to be reduced by one man. Now the question is, where was Evil Eye? Because the last time we left them up north in Zarki, the two of them were together, but I guess Badra was just a little bit unlucky coming back down south. Now, P and crew are going to be moving in on Georgia Paul's position as well. They might just still stick up to the northwest near Zarki. But now, Leos from Z3us Esports has spotted some movement in the distance. All that information should be going out, and knowing these boys, they just might take a few shots.
The Mini 14, once upon a time, was my favorite weapon. And now, Godless from above, we know how absolutely deadly he can be with the sniper shots, and there you have it, Leo. He's gonna tap away and get a knock. And for Skylight Gaming, now they are very much aware that there is Zeus perched on top Mount Olympus, and that is going to give them a pretty good sightlines on wherever the action might take place. Obviously, the circle is going to dictate if Zeus will climb on down their mount or not, but there is a possibility. I mean, looking at how central they are, actually smack center of the circle, they can stick on around here unless we see a very, very drastic shift in the play zone.
That is something that we do secretly hope for, because it just adds to the drama. But as you can have a look, all the teams are going to make it to the final circle. The first circle, I beg your pardon. StalwartFlex are going to make it in. There's an airdrop dropping from the heavens above. It's going to be a Mark 14. Oh, I was almost going to say a Grotza. That's a lie.
That's a lie. The circle will be almost concentric, a little bit down south, but as we predicted, actually, Zeus are still going to be smack center of the play zone, so they don't have to budge at all. However, we see a multitude of teams slowly pushing in onto their location. And there we go, production with the slow-mo, baby. I love slow-mo. Have you watched a new Justice League?
You kind of made me.
The Snyder Cut?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's basically half of the movies in slow-mo. And if they cut out a slow-mo, the movie would be like shorter by an hour. But you know what? I love me some slow-mo, so it's all okay in my books.
It is A-OK indeed, and looks like all the teams are going to be A-OK as well, as again, they are going to be happy with their little concrete havens of sort. 1952 do need to make their way in, but the fact that, have a look at Entry's position. Now, he can breach the northern city pretty easily, and since they have a lot of buildings, you know, I'm pretty sure Future Station might not even know that someone is to their northwest. Again, that could be dangerous, but it looks like a lot of people are going to congregate just northeast of Mount Olympus, as we like calling it, as Deadeyes Guys are now going to be taking shots on vehicles traveling past. And P and crew, again, these guys have been having a phenomenal weekend, a good number of games, but Deadeyes Guys are on fire as well.
Yeah, Deadeyes Guys have been playing phenomenally well. A lot of these Nepali teams have looked fantastic so far. A1 Esports as well, finally getting the chicken dinner yesterday. I do believe it was in Sanhok, if memory serves me right. But the one team who no one seems to be able to overcome, obviously being the Mongolians in the form of Z3us Esports, who, compared to Seal 9 and Seal Esports, they seem to be struggling, right? But Zeus, it's like two extremes.
Now, yes, they are struggling, but if you talk about Seal Esports, and there you have it, you had to take the name, and Godless with his Mini 14, your favorite gun, once upon a time, takes down Cooney from High Voltage. And coming back to the point, Seal Esports had a massive week one, and it is unfortunate they haven't made it through, as Godless is going to make sure he destroys as much cover as he can.
Don't peek around that window, Cooney. You got to heal yourself up, and he's going to use up his 8 bandages he's got on him, saving his first aid kits for later on in the game. And now they know that that one particular angle is a problem, and now Leo will lay down thunder and lightning from above. Skylight Gaming and High Voltage taking damage from the side of Z3us Esports.
I love this. I mean, again, we did kind of mention that, you know, every single member from this team does his own thing, and that is what's happening right now. Leo's is going to make sure he keeps Skylight Gaming at bay, just kind of harassing them a little, peppering them with bullets, and those knocks are going to hurt if they keep piling up, and especially if the same man gets knocked time in and time out, it could be problematic for the king of Leon, so to speak. But on the other hand, High Voltage are in a precarious position as well, because they do have those houses for cover on the other side of this mountain, but again, it's one of those popular spots for teams to basically, you know, smack their cars right in the wall and mount an assault.
We could be seeing that coming in here. And we could also see a lot of fights breaking out where Zeus are able to steal away a lot of the kill, third party the way into a lot of the fights. Because you can see Carnage, High Voltage, A1, F4, 7C, Skylight Gaming, everyone very close. And again, Zeus, they don't have to move. They're almost smack center of the play zone. In fact, one of the members is immediately smack center. It is Godless himself. So Zeus are in a fantastic position to lay down some pain.
Have a look at how they're spread out all along the mountain over there, making sure that they have pretty much 360 vigil all around, and no one is going to be in a position to sneak up on them. Again, that is where communication is key, and we stress upon this point time in and time out. Clear communication wins games, as Joker is going to lay down some lead on StalwartFlex, and looks like Reviews is going to get taken down by 7C's fair though.
Yeah, a lot of teams now in close proximity of each other, and Reviews being taken down. That's going to take away one member from the side of StalwartFlex, a team who has looked quite darn good so far. Uzum taking a shot as well. Again, just reminding everyone, all these teams are at the foothills of the mountain, and Zeus are atop. So not only do they have to worry about all their neighbors nearby, they have to worry about the gods from above being very, very ruthless and angry indeed.
I mean, when you have an eye in the sky, it can be pretty difficult to hide, because, of course, as soon as a little bit of a fight breaks out, it is going to catch their attention, as Joker gets a knock on Leo's this time. The tables are going to turn a little bit, but the point is Leo's was in a decent amount of cover, so it's not going to hurt as much. But what is going to hurt is that Mosin Nagan, beautiful, beautiful Russian weapon over here, as Memo tried to get a shot off on Crypto. I think he just clipped his arm there. Oh, Chari's coming in for the kill. This is quite optimistic.
This is very, very brave from Chari. Skylight Gaming. Oh, he might actually get the knock. Yes, he does. Leo getting knocked down, and it looks like Prometheus is looking to take the fire to the gods. Skylight Gaming looking to go up against Zeus Esports.
Wonderful move by Chari here. He did realize there was a knock coming in, so basically 2 people are going to be out of commission for Zeus Esports as the revive comes in. This gave him enough time to basically get a little bit of a foothold on this mountain as well, because it is going to be a place you want to be, and that's a good nade. Heaven could be in trouble, but the grenade is just a little too long, as Leon is now coming on the right flank.
I like this. I love this from Skylight Gaming. It is brave. Could be a little foolhardy, but as long as they hit the shots at all, that matters. The nade is massive. Leo will be finished off. Icy barely alive, and it looks like Skylight Gaming are making it look so easy. Godless has a lot of work to do. Icy needs to heal himself up as well, which he will. Ziol will be finished off, and now it is going to be a 2v3 here, a 2v4, pardon me. Godless, though, from above, he's going to reply back. He's going to ensure that Skylight Gaming get punished for the temerity of pushing in into this position. The nade is going to sail on in. Double nade comes in, and Godless has got to finish off a player. Gets a knock onto Heaven X as well. They're trading nades in midair, and now Godless just harassing them with the HE. Icy pushing in from the right-hand side flank. He doesn't get spotted out, though. And indeed, he will. Leon, and he will go for the jumping spray with the AKM. And now the gods are answering back. Chari needs to duel it out, and he can. And the gods, they strike the mortals down.
They are going to be striking with all their fury, and let me just point something out. Icy was in trouble, but that cover fire coming in from Godless just up top was brilliant, and again, it gave Ziol an opportunity to move back, but right now Carnage Esports are going to be facing off against F4 at the ruined church.
Khan will be finished off here. Let's Jiggle misses his shots. He's gonna try and land the HE. The nade cooked and ready. Toss into Voltrox's position. It's gonna bounce and won't find its mark. Khan, the smokes deployed by his teammates, is gonna allow Destroyer a chance to go in for the res. And that could be the opportunity gone away. And you spoke about cars just ramming into houses here. And Deadeyes Guys are having to go up against PN Crew. And Deadeyes, a member down already. Suyok should be finished off here by Season. And PN Crew hungry and looking for more. Deadeyes Guys are nearby, but they have evacuated the buildings, are playing from behind the rocks.
They were, in fact, caught a little off guard while they were transitioning to the new circle. As I do see On Top is already, he's made his foothold inside the zone. As, well, Godless is going to still continue just peppering bullets, as R3D, in fact, have moved up onto Mount Olympus. 1952 are going to come in as well, as we have multiple fights breaking out. But right now, Carnage Jiggle is trying to jiggle his way out of a few bullets coming towards him, trying to find those sweet, sweet spots. And there we have it. R3D are in a world of trouble. 3 of the members are down. This is not looking good for them, Blay.
This is not looking good. Everyone wants to be Kratos, right? Everyone wants to take down Zeus Esports, but they're coming in one by one, and Zeus Esports are just, well, kicking them back, pushing them back. They're like, bring it, baby. R3D in a rough spot, 1952. Just one good nade away from being annihilated as Ziol is moving in for the kill.
He is moving in for the kill, and right now that grenade could spell devastation for 952. It is in fact going to be a good one if it's time perfect. It is time to perfection. However, it's just a bit too much, and only C Minor is going to get taken down. Now that Molotov is going to put them right at the rock overhead. Do they know they're right below them in the smoke, as Tofik is going to take down last man standing entry. Oh my god, he has his work cut out left, or does he shoot to the right? Looks like he's going to go for nada.
Zeus. Oh, IC's down. IC's down. There's a roll for a knock and a finish to take place. However, can they get the res in the nick of time is the question, and it looks like they will. Zeus now at 9 kills, still on top, as Carnage now move up against her opponents. And F4 Wolverine is on fire. He's getting harassed. Snipe is going to find one, and it is going to be Carnage coming out on top and leaving a trail of carnage in their wake.
That was beautiful. That was beautifully done. And let me just point something out of the fight that was taking place on the mountain. Remember, R3D were in a world of trouble with 3 of the members knocked down. Well, looks like 1952's demise might have been unfortunate for them, but it was like a glimmer of hope for them, because Anubis is back on his feet, as is Virus. But the question is, do they take the fight with Zeus once again, or do they run away? Well, I think they can't really do that, because Godless is just bullying them with bullets from up top.
I want to see if Zeus go in for the finish onto R3D, right?
Oh, they're going to go in.
They should be moving in. I can actually see on the minimap Zeol pushing in. And there we go. Zeol with the nade. R3D, Anubis will also. 3 teams have been wiped out by Zeus now. They are sitting on 11 kills and having lost only 1 member. R3D getting eliminated in the 12th place. A1, they're going to deploy smoke to get the rest on the Dante. But this is a picklish fight, because looking at the play zone, the next play zone, it is still kinda with Zeus as Crypto. He just spins around Hungry Box. He whiffed that, and Crypto will punish him for it. Gets the kill, and now Deadeyes Guys surviving only on top.
Well, on top, better be on top his game if he wants to make sure that they get those placement points. Again, solo members can do a lot of damage as well. We've seen that none of them actually hold themselves back, but now IC is going to set his eyes on yet another team. They are not happy with 11. They want to wipe everyone out, as Future Station are going to come into fire. Tamim almost getting knocked out. This is going to be a life or death struggle. Who's going to come out on top? It's going to be IC, making sure he makes quick work of Future Station's, well, Tamim.
A nade? Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
Zeus, stop it. You can't kill everyone, right? Oh, a little short of where he wanted it to land. So Evil Eye, the res has come in, and he's got a little bit of respite to work with.
However, now Zeus's work is going to cut out, as 7Cs could actually put on a lot of pressure. Godless realizes it, and again, quick thinking to get out of harm's way.
That's Zeus knowing when to take a fight and knowing when to peel away from it.
It is pristine. It is just clinical. I love watching this team.
Zeol spotted out. Turulov should be careful. He's exposed out in the open. He's got a couple of smokes to be deployed. Nades as well going to be tossed on in, but they don't really have any 100% idea as to where exactly all the members are. They only spotted out Godless. They're going to be pushing on in, and I love how Zeus rotated in towards the play zone. So now, even though 7C have the high ground advantage, they need to push into Zeus, and Zeol in the meantime getting shot by DRS from the distance.
That's what I was going to talk about. You do not want to be caught off guard on the side, as Memo's grenade is going to put Godless down on his knees as well, and it finally looks like the gods are going to be begging for a little bit of mercy here. Icy, is he going to go for the revive? No, he isn't. He's going to go for the kills.
Of course he is. Oh, he's going to be tossing in the smoke, though.
Godless is lost.
His teammate to sneak on in. In the meantime, A1 going up against T2K. Turulov tossing in smokes of his own. Again, they're battling for the edge of this play zone, and I do believe the res will take place here. 5 seconds remaining as Icy just worrying, praying to God. Yeah, barely any HP to work with, and the res comes in the very nick of time, the last second. Now Icy gatekeeping 7C pushing in like a well-drilled unit, but they're going to be helped out from the distance again by DRS this time, and Godless, it's his turn to try and save his teammate, but that's not going to happen, and Godless is going to be left alone in a 1v3 as 7C continue to push ahead.
A couple of mistakes over there because of Godless's initial position. Look at that Jeep over there right at the top. That is where Icy was. Had they been over there, it would have been a different case altogether, but now Godless needs to be careful, as he is going to lay down some shots, but that is going to be the end of Z3us Esports' amazing run. 13 points is what they take away from game number 1 on this 3rd Super Weekend. In fact, day 3, the last day. I mean, these guys are nigh unstoppable play.
But one more team who is looking to recreate some Zeus magic is Carnage Esports. 8 kills for them already, all 4 players still alive. And with Zeus taken out of the equation now, Carnage have a real opportunity of not just getting the chicken dinner, but getting a massive score as well. Manish taking a fight with StalwartFlex is rattling off a lot of bullets in the direction of Blade, as A1 Esports will fall by the wayside. Blade bleeding on out, he's going to be done for. And Uzum is trapped behind the rocks.
What worries me here is that Carnage Esports are taking too much time at this fight, which is going to allow basically DRS to kind of come in behind them if they don't have enough vehicles. Have a look at Mafia Ninja's position. He is going to be in the smoke, so basically as they come up on the ridge, it could be problematic as Cooney is going to be brought down by Jiggle, which means High Voltage are out in the 6th position with 1 kill. And have a look at that. Carnage on a little bit of a rampage over here. 10 kills to their names already.
Carnage 10 kills. Remember, Zeus got 12 kills, and now Carnage, they're looking to top Zeus' score, and why the hell not? They can really do this. Team 3rd place right now in the overall standings. They're looking good, and their objective right now is to seek and destroy. No remorse whatsoever.
I love how the smokes are actually calculated, because you did realize he put his car right at the edge of the smoke. The next smoke grenade goes off the tree because, like I said, you see some smoke, chances are you are going to have a few bullets shot through it. So again, presence of mind is just brilliant as far as Carnage Esports go. But now Kapshi is going to come under fire. Jiggle almost taking him out, but looks like Kapshi quickly reacted to that and got himself out of harm's way. And have a look at that. High risk, high reward, an airdrop right in front of them.
High risk, high reward. As Kapshi getting harassed by 7C this time, I believe. And StalwartFlex meanwhile going up against DRS. Jiggle gets spotted by Evil Eye though. Now he can crawl behind cover, which he will. Is actually going to be switching to the drop, as Kapshi will be finished off by Prabeen from the distance. Now Jiggle, how is he going to push his way up? That's the problem, right? Carnage still have 3 players up and standing. DRS, they are bleeding out onto the open, and one member remaining is going to be Mafia Ninja. He's creeping on in, but Rig could play Spoil Sport. He could get the knock here, but he spins and turns around, which could be the right call here, but that might give an opportunity for the rest to come on in. But no, Turulov with a nade denies AJ. He will be taken down. Gyalzin and Nemo's position is compromised as well, and now Mafia Ninja has a lot of work to do, but unfortunately, it looks like his teammates are going to be taken down here. The nade sails in. Perfection from Mafia Ninja, taking down Turulov. Another nade primed and ready. He's cooking it. He's biding his time. The second nade is going to be a little too further away from Turulov's position. Now, Mafia Ninja pretty much all by his lonesome. However, that ghillie suit could come in real handy.
It could definitely come in handy, and he is at the edge of the new circle, which is not going to be problematic for him to crawl his way as he is doing right now. And man, this guy is hungry. He wants some revenge, but he heard something on his left. He is going to be throwing a grenade. Of course, that smoke grenade in the distance is going to give his position away. And wait a second, we just might have a revive coming in. Nima needs to get on the other side of the tree. And there you have it. Looks like DRS Gaming are going to be a 2-man squad once again.
That is incredible. I don't know how Nima stayed alive there. In 7C, while they were getting shot at by the other teams, they decide to kind of just let that be. And that might actually allow 7C back into the game. Sorry, DRS back into the game.
Beautiful move by Carnage Esports over there. Have a look at that. They are rushing in. They know that they are low on HP, but Prabeen, does he know that there's a man right behind him, as Memo is going to let loose a few bullets, and he does take him down. Now Jiggle is going to be the next one in his crosshairs. Again, he needs to go a bit higher up and shoot down in about 3 seconds. He just might do that.
Just might do that, but Mima being smart, knowing that if he crosses that ridge, there could be 3 members rattling off bullets in his direction. Prabeen will be finished off. The nade almost finds Nemo, and he's going to go prone in order to make sure that he doesn't get finished off. Snipe now from Carnage. He's got a ghillie suit of his own. That nade could actually find Turulov, but Turulov will immediately run away.
Remember one thing, 7Cs could get taken down by DRS as well, because they've had enough chance to revive themselves.
A Mark 14 also coming into action. You'd love to see that. Rig, like you pointed out, DRS, there's 2 members. Still very much alive and kicking, one of them with a ghillie suit of their own. And actually Snipe, there could be an angle that DRS have on Snipe YT right now.
Also, it gives DRS, there you have it, they do have the angle, and it's given them enough time to kind of just circumnavigate to the left of this circle and be in a much, much, much better position.
Indeed it is. Right now, no one really having the advantage, right? It's a 3v3v2 where a player has been knocked down for the side of Carnage.
And 7Cs.
And 7C as well, so the res will be coming on in. It's still going to be 8 players alive in the zone. A bit of a lull in the action, the silence before the storm. And the vehicle will blow up. That's huge. That is massive. Rig now getting taken down. Nemo needing to heal himself up. And Snipe is rattling off a lot of bullets, pretty much announcing his presence here, which could be DRS striking onto him. Another vehicular explosion as DRS are being very silent, creeping in from the right-hand side.
Have a look at your map. That's exactly what I was going to bring up. They've been given enough leeway to pretty much come in from behind as far as Carnage Esports go, but Carnage Esports are not really going to be bothered because they are on a rampage, on a tear right now. Oh, Memo was just spotted. That could be problematic as Jiggle makes his way down. Is he going to spot Turulov? No, he doesn't. Is it going to be a bit too late? Turulov is not going to shoot. In fact, he's going to let his teammate die. Now he just might bring both of them to their knees.
Turulov, the patience of an absolute god. He sees them both lying pro. He spots out Jiggle. He's going to be lining up his crosshairs. Sees the first. He could finish him off, but he's going to bide his time, waiting for Jiggle to rattle off a few shots. He wants to get all of them. Jiggle is so focused onto Turulov, and he will be finished off. Turulov, maybe he waited a little too long there. I really wanted to commend him for his discipline, but in the end it was not to be. But a nade from Mafia Ninja, and all of a sudden it is a 2v2 for the time being, and this is very winnable for DRS.
It is very winnable indeed. Now what needs to happen here is one of them needs to go on that little bit of a left flank, get that high ground, especially behind that tree, because that is where the boys from Carnage Esports were. And since they basically pushed up on 7C's position, they kind of gave that away. Again, it is going to be a trade-off for kills or position, and now this is it. Nima is going to get that little high ground. Maybe he might even go behind the rock while his teammate Mafia Ninja should stay where we last left him.
Carnage, 16 kills.
Wow.
The res comes in. They have eclipsed Z3us Esports in the server. And this is a battle for the top 2 and the 3rd teams in the overall standings. It's a matter of pride, a matter of honor, a matter to see who's the best out here. And on top, it is going to be Carnage. They get 18 kills in the end there, and they will get a very, very well-deserved chicken dinner in the end.
Very well-deserved indeed. And again, just the way they were playing, the aggression that they had amped up was on full display. And we've been saying this again and again. You know, if you want those high points, you actually got to go for them because no one's going to throw them in your lap. And well, Carnage Esports over here taking a few cues from Zeus, getting the job done in stealth. 18 kills.
I mean, we saw Zeus just mowing everyone down, and we're like, yeah, no one's gonna be able to get on top of that. And then Carnage are like, you know what? Hold my energy drink. I'm going to make it happen.
There you go. And with that, of course, the action has come to an end in the first game of Erangel. However, we still have 4 more action-packed games in store for you. So what we're going to do is take a quick little break. We'll be back after this.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. We are in the 3rd Super Weekend, the final day of the Super Weekend. With that, we've got an aggressive start coming in from the lobby, and it is all thanks to Oppo F19 Pro hashtag book up your fun. I'm your host Blotto. Let's move on to our analysts and ask them, dudes, I mean, Zeus, Carnage, this was just annihilating plays.
Carnage of Zeus or Zeus of Carnage, I don't know what you'll call it, because either way, both the teams had good for themselves. And talk about this, 7 kills by Sniper. We saw some amazing performances, right?
Exactly, definitely amazing performances. Both the teams actually started their aggressive, they took their aggressive positions quite earlier on in the game, which was required. But Carnage, just because they were not sort of the center of attention earlier on, and they were the aggressors and then just moved into the circle, they survived much longer than Z3us Esports did.
Exactly, but talk about the contribution by this lad. You can see 23.8% kill contribution coming out, in damage 23.1. Talk about damage taken 19%. But hey, survival is something that, you know, obviously Carnage had that thing. Some games they would survive till the second, some games they would survive till the first, and now obviously they are doing going for it. But there were some bad games as well. But now is the final day. They know what's at stake. They are using it for their full potential.
Exactly.
The results are here.
And also for Snipe, I mean, yesterday we were talking about the fact how he used to be one of the top fraggers, I mean, within the top 3, and then he fell down to the 8th position. Well, with this game, he might just catch up.
Well, so many players bringing in that top-notch performance. Certainly, well, let's move to the top players and find out, well, who are the ones who will be part of this list. And in that, We've got Godless with 7 kills. We've got Jiggle from Carnage with 7 kills, as well as Carnage Snipe.
I mean, we have a jackpot out here.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just talk about this, because Godless, and he had more survival time. And I mean, you know the way this lad was, and his team as well. Ice 7, then there's 2 kills, 829 damage.
Well, Skylight Gaming, why did you stop them when they were leaving?
Exactly.
They were exiting the Everest. Skylight Gaming comes in. They take down one player. They took down Joel right there.
Yeah,
so
they
it was an advantageous fight because for
They
a long
finished
time,
one and took the other one down.
Exactly. It was a 2 versus 4 situation. Zeus takes down Skylight. They see R3D coming in. They picked on R3D. Now, though 1952 came in after them. 1952, then R3D, then Future Station. They took down, I think, 2 players.
Like the way Zeus played, the way Carnage played, like this shows how they want to play the last day when they know some teams have nothing to lose, some teams have to make their name again back to the second position and everything. It was that. But talk about this one. 1298 damage was the highest by Snipe Fighty. Gyolson with the longest distance kill. Snipe Fighty with the maximum kills. 24 utilities by Mafia Ninja and Snipe Fighty again with maximum assists.
Also, DRS, I mean, that was so impressive the way the players survived.
Yes.
A good decision making when they were taking on the players of 7C. And that resulted in them being second instead of getting taken out on the 3rd position and losing out on those precious points. But DRS, I mean, the decision making from this team is really, really amazing.
Absolutely, it is on point, no two ways about it. But in that doing so have resulted in so many of these players, so many of these teams walking away with some amazing points, and certainly the lobby is not going to be too happy because so many of these kills certainly are working towards few select teams only.
Also, DRS is the reason Z3us Esports got eliminated.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. But talk about this, Carnage and Zeus. Total kills is 30. That's kind of half the lobby, the lobby, right? Because if you just include their players, because Carnage was also obviously surviving, right? So, if we just talk about this one, 7C, yeah, they played good for themselves. DRS, an incredible performance by them. Future Station, they're trying to just, cope up with anything that they can get for themselves right now. Obviously, if they get a chicken again in the upcoming games, it's going to be a really, really good thing. But now comes down to one thing, and that is on 9 to 16, that's one thing that we'll see. That's 1952.
Oh yes, 1952, R3D Esports, Skylight Gaming, the 3 victims of the wrath of the gods right there. And well, the other teams that we see are the victims of Wrath of Carnage.
Yep,
yeah,
exactly. For now, that is what this lobby has dominated. And again, it's 2 teams that certainly did dominate quite a lot.
Yeah.
And again, I mean, what an aggressive start. Where is this going to stop? When is the lobby going to finally move on against these sort of aggressive plays coming in from these teams? With that, let's move on to the rotations that, of course, were showcased from all of these teams through the zone.
I mean, this,
Every circle. I like this game.
We liked it the way Zeus started to dominate on that circle. Look at this. There was a moment they were trying to move away, but Skylight comes in, takes down 1. Takes down second, it's a 2v4, Zeus obliterates them. There's another team coming down, Zeus takes them down. There's another team coming down, Zeus takes them down. There's another team coming down with 3 lads, Zeus takes them down as well. So many fights coming in. We were like, hey, what is it? 48 players remaining and Zeus has 9 kills already?
Yep, exactly.
Oh boy. So after they finished off R3D right here, this is when IC alone was just taking care of the players of Future Station. And for Future Station, I mean, this was a questionable rotation as well, because they are on the northern side of Georgia and then they come to the south of Everest and then try and play make a play from there. Had they stayed on the northern side, things would have been a lot easier, because there were not a lot of teams right there. There was StalwartFlex, there was DE. That was, I mean, a lot of players were taken by the players of Stalwart.
In these kind of fights, there's one thing that always happens, and I guess we'll see them really, really soon, as well as we'll be just explaining them.
Absolutely, because again, now in those moments can certainly be compromised together and move on towards the upper moments that did bring in that perfect domination from Z3us Esports. But
yeah, but so in this one, I specifically want to talk about Zeus as well, because right now you see this was incredible. He just spots one player, just takes him down. But talk about this. Right now, all the 4 players are together of Zeus.
Yeah.
What happens is they take one fight. This is where the players went down, but then the tables turn. So now Zeus was still together. The players were still together. Then they start bifurcating. It's a 2-1 thing. It's a 1-1-1 thing. And then is where they get to understand they are too far apart to even just save their players. That's when Zeus goes down.
Also, as Ocean was pointing it out when we were talking about the match, this was a fight that was taken by desperation from the side of Zeus, because they had to save their teammate, and because of that, they got stuck on top of Everest. I mean, they desperately tried to leave the position even when 7C came in. They were trying to back off, but they weren't allowed to because DRS was right in the back and DRS was picking off their players, knocking them down again and again and again and again. And while they were on top of the mountain, teams kept coming in. They were stuck there and they got taken out. But advantage of this entire fiasco was taken by Carnage Esports that utilized the opportunity and rotated through the side inside the circle.
Yeah, but then there's going to be one moment just right here, I guess, if you remember, the too much discipline.
Yep.
Too much trigger discipline. That just happened.
It's gonna come. It's gonna be there. And
it was from the other direction, well, but you know, had that not been the case, because we saw two players just moving on, had that been the right opportunity, it was there. It just went forward, and had you utilized that, I mean, you could have changed the game forever for.
Exactly, but alongside that, you move on towards this damage histograph, and we are looking at some amazing stats where few teams certainly did bring pretty much the entire lobby's kills towards them.
yeah.
18 and 12.
Wow.
That is just impressive. I mean, and now we can see like the division in the lobby, right?
So these are the kind of damage graphs where you can't discuss anything. You know the way the team is playing. You know that they are firing up on all cylinders. They were ready for the first game for today. So they might as well be ready for the entire day.
But another thing that you could say is if you actually survived either Zeus or Carnage, you did manage to get a few kills.
True.
Because before that, like these are the eliminations that we saw from these lads.
Actually.
As long as you were not in their path, simply put, is how you were able to walk away with a few of those kills. But bringing the conversation towards, again, Carnage, I mean, we know Carnage Esports at one point in time were at that second position, and now with the...
Yeah.
Right? This is going to genuinely boost their play.
Exactly. I would love to see what the overall standing says, right?
True, because I mean, you guys did bring it up actually, because we were talking about 4th, 5th, and 6th situation, but now it is Carnage bringing themselves up back towards that, well, dominating second position, maybe even first.
Exactly. I mean, they are going to try their level best to try and take on the team of DRS on the second position.
Right now, look at Carnage's placement points. That's the highest. That's the highest out there. But the thing is, the kill points, again, we have talked about this as well, right? But now comes down one thing. You remember in the top 4, DRS was also surviving. We were like, hey, it's going to be their 6th if they go for this one. And that would obviously be a big boost for the team right from the start. Had Zeus gone for it for themselves, had they survived even longer, it could have been their 5th. So right now for the top 5 teams, 1 chicken dinner, look at that. 4 chicken dinners gets them a 5th one. Third, another, like, the numbers are going to be increasing if it's top 5 teams. So they are just winning in a lot for themselves.
And here's the thing, I'm actually really happy with this performance because we spoke about this yesterday as well, how the performance of Carnage had actually taken a dip. But with this one, it feels like the team is back in action. They have regrouped, they are calmer now, and they know exactly what they have to do.
Right now, 1952 is at 179 points. Again, there are 4 games remaining. If they just want to, surpass Z3us Esports, they can do it today. Plus, there's one thing again that I would just, love to see, and that is that 1 chicken dinner for themselves, if that happens.
Hopefully it will. Hopefully it will, because they still have 4 more opportunities to be able to do so. And that brings us towards the schedule itself. We're done with first game of the final Super Weekend. Now we move on to, of course, the second game. That will be on Miramar.
I mean, Miramar is where Pakistani teams started off with their aggression. Miramar is where we have seen Bangladeshi teams dominate like one game. You remember Venom Legends' Miramar game? That was against F4 when they were taking up the fight for themselves. So if we talk about those games, and Miramar is when the first Super Weekend when teams like Zeus was dominating, teams like, you can call it right, DRS were dominating. So now it just comes down to the same thing.
And it is also the map that the teams sitting on the first and the second position have an early collision.
Yes,
Zeus and DRS.
Oh yes, oh yes. I mean, again, could we see those sort of fights? Well, that'll be, of course, based on where the circle is going to be forcing these teams down towards. But eventually, when it comes down to prediction, do you think you might be able to predict?
Whatever you say, mate.
Whatever we say.
Whatever you say.
Whatever you say. Because these days you are having good predictions.
Well, we'll skip that for now. We'll move on towards the commentators taking us through the second game. It is going to be the Panda Boys, is it? Yes, it is. It is, of course.
Panda Brothers, yeah. Panda Brothers it is. Thank you so much, Lakshay. And yes, here we are for the final Miramar of our Super Weekends. And well, we've seen all these teams, now top 16 has been confirmed. It's all going to come down to which teams get the majority of the prize pool. And we've seen that competition going on. Carnage being on the tails over there, chasing other teams, DRS. Even we've got Deadeyes in contention over there, as Zeus still solidifying their lead. But in Miramar, anything can possibly happen. And what are you expecting? Who do you think is going to get the chicken in this one, Necro?
Miramar is quite a tough choice, you know, Fixes, because all the teams are doing absolutely fantastic, especially talking about Carnage as well. What an incredible game in the last one.
Wow.
But I want to point out one more moment from the last game. Badriv going down early, first blood coming in from PN Crew. I don't really know what was going through his mind. That was kind of a questionable rotation.
Well, they've not been having a really good tournament so far, so, you know, you've got those pressure coming along because you've got a lot of expectations right behind your backs, and you've got to deliver. But Badrev this time maybe could not do, but in this match, maybe Future Station can get a chicken for themselves because they did one yesterday. So as we head along, the big bird is in the sky. Necro, take it off.
Exactly, playing fly pass starting from Minas del Sur and ending towards Junkyard, quite next to El Azhar. And now I want to see one thing. Now, where are Zeus going to be dropping? Are they going towards Montanioa again or El Azhar? Because if they do, then 7C will be on their tails.
Indeed. Now, looking at this flight path trajectory, we've got a southern flight path, and well, a lot of the northern sides and the northwestern sides are going to be really difficult to traverse to. So it's going to be a tough call for all these teams to actually go in for the vehicles. We've seen all these teams doing that, and yesterday, in fact, we did see so many fights start out right from the beginning.
Yeah.
A1 Esports taking huge you know, beating out there, some heavy shots being fired out at them. So it was completely packed with action. But as we head along, so Future Station, DRS, and Zeus. This time I'm searching for them, but apparently
They still have an exit.
Yes, I think they're going towards El Azhar maybe.
Yep, I already guessed it because the plane fly path, you know, quite favored the side of El Azhar, so I really do expect 7C and Zeus dropping at that spot, and we do see that happening. Of course, Zeus taking an exit in the end with 7C, and the fight might happen again, Fixes.
Indeed. Any moment. But, you know, 7C have been smart, right? They've not been really going towards El Azhar, or rather opting for Torre Hamuda. So we've got to see as to this time what they are up to. So yeah, pretty much the same strat. So completely avoiding that entire city, as the circle has sort of formed around towards the northwestern side. A circle that teams would definitely not like. But look at what we have amidst us right from the very start. 1952 going up against Skylight Gaming.
Encounter quite early this time. Tufik has spotted him out. He does know he's right next to him. Of course, the nades will be lobbed in. It's quite interesting, you know. He still has the nade this early in the game. Quite lucky to find that. And Heaven does know. It's his call to move on, and he will be doing that.
Indeed. Does not really have the best of weapons to start off with. Winchester being just that one rifle. He's got to play it around. He's definitely spotted a few in the warehouse, but we've got to see as to which weapon he exactly opts for. Does have that Uzi to play around with. Oh, that's Namp. Get my pardon over there. And has a 6 times. So an interesting choice from the boys as he spots down Tawfiq and will make no mistakes in taking him down.
And that's quite a questionable move coming in from Tawfiq there. You know, if you do know that there is a team in your clotheslines, you're not really supposed to move out in the open. And this is where Tawfiq paying the price for it, being a little bit too careless. As Zeus IC has his sights locked on the players of R3D, and even Joker is cooking up the nade. And this is where trades might happen. It seems like IC did predict that nade coming in right inside the building. So he denied his plan of throwing the nade in. Now, IC trying to reposition himself. He does know his position has been given away. So repositioning is going to be a massive factor. As Joker doing the same thing, he does quite know that IC has found himself a new position. And this time, he is doing quite a good job predicting him.
Not really going aggressive, IC, and well, completely understandable, but catching Joker off guard, dishing out some damage onto him as he's going to toss that grenade, and if it connects, which it might, he get knocked out, just barely missing out on it. Does not really have an auto weapon, as a result of which has to back off, play it safe, as Joker this time is on the chase, as he's gonna take that stairs up above, but Icy just playing around with him as the cavalry is gonna arrive anytime soon. It's the players of Zeus chiming in already. It's Zol joining the party, and now Joker is in a whole world of trouble.
Joker, this is your wake-up call. This means you should take a leave already. Take a look at what Zol is doing. That information is going to be so crucial for the team of Zeus. Now they do know that the upper floor is almost clear. Zol will probably be making the entry inside the room as well. Take a look at what this man is doing. He's way too brilliant. Joker has no clue that Zol has already made the entrance onto the upper floor. Joker still is holding out the position of the stairs. He has no clue where Joker is. And this is where a real good fight might just immense among us, as Joker is trying his best to stay safe and not really give us a lot of sounds away. But it doesn't matter. It's godless. In the end, he will find you no matter where you hide.
Feels bad, man, to be honest. You know, every single player of Zeus did come in and join the party, where R3D is deciding to, you know, continue with their loot, did not really care about their brother, and, well, has to deal with early casualty, rather, and cannot really afford to do that. But now, you know, as things are, you know, considering how the circle has panned out, Deadeyes definitely having the center of the circle, and we've got F4 right beside them. So F4 is one of those teams that absolutely shines in Miramar. So this particularly might just be their game again.
This definitely can be their game. But now again, R3D kind of betraying their teammate. Joker left out alone. Anubis is still in those clotheslines of R3D, and this is where Anubis might also get capitalized. But I want to also talk about 7C. They dropped with Zeus, and then they all the way rotated from the back lines, all the way from the right side, top right side, and now they are in La Cobrea, finding themselves a good chilling spot. And while they're chilling, they will also make sure they are getting themselves that crucial loot that they want.
Yeah, of course. I mean, they can make that rotation, and they've got no one on their tail, so that's a good thing to start off with. But what I really like about Future Station is the drop location this time, going off towards El Pozo and getting all that sweet loot for themselves. And yeah, the same storyline goes in for them as well. But T2K and A1 Esports right beside each other. But here we have P&Crew's Legend trying to traverse around the map with Icy. He's just minding his own business, you know, carrying on with the loot. And this is what I love about Team Zeus, right? The moment you feel threatened, you call your teammates. Everyone leaves whatever on earth they are doing, just come in and they push in like a four-man squad, and that's how they are getting all these kills. The pure aggression completely justifying why Zeus is the table topper.
Exactly. I mean, this is a sign of a real good team, right? And this is where your team synergy also comes into play. It's like if you give any kind of call, and if your teammates are in those clotheslines, of course they will have to make the move towards your teammate. Each and every single teammate is quite important. So you will have to give them the priority and make sure they are quite safe. That's why you will have to be there in the clotheslines to protect them. And now again, I also want to talk about the rivalry that was happening yesterday, Fixes, between DRS and Zeus. Yeah. And we did see in the last game, you know, DRS kind of third-partying Zeus on that hilltop. Well, I mean, I just want to see some dances going on.
Indeed. I mean, me too. We all love that sweet action, that rivalry, the blood being spat out as Zol will be catching the boys of P&Crew. But it's the boys having the numbers advantage, will manage to get that knock secured and will also confirm the kill for themselves, as Zeus have taken an early casualty. But it's Godless going to retaliate really quick as he gets a knock on towards the players of P&Crew again.
Legend, of course, being in the clotheslines of Godless. Godless is making sure he's in the backlines for his teammates, kind of having that lurker role. That nade is not going to be doing a lot of damage, but of course dishing out a little bit. As Godless trying his best to find Legend, find an opening, making sure if he finds the opening onto Legend, then he does know that he has a lot of breathing space or a lot of space to reposition himself. But the backup from P&Crew will be there, and that nade is going to be so damaging, taking them both down. And now Sandesh again. He wanted to make the rotation next to his teammate, making sure he's giving them that extra bit of comfort level. But it seems like Sandesh now is just going to be taking an exit, and he does know he does not want to step inside the pit of lava.
they stepped into it, man. They literally did. And if you give such kind of a spacing to Godless, and you're giving him that room, you're giving him the chance, he is going to punish you. And that is exactly what he did. And he maintained his calm composure over there, just waiting on around. And right from the very start, he's managed to garner 4 kills for himself.
Wow. That one nade, it just flipped the tables.
I mean, that was sort of coming, right? We did see that. It was the mistake of the players of PN Crew to just walk into that grenade. You have to anticipate some kind of movement coming in. I really expected Sandesh to make that rotation from the eastern side and maybe apply that extra bit of a pressure onto its Godless, but PN Crew just playing on the back foot sort of led to their fall.
Exactly. Also, one thing I've noticed about Team Zeus is that the way these guys challenge fights, they have a little bit of a distance between those teammates. It's not as much as if someone goes down and they're not really able to get the res in, but they have quite a bit of distance. That means one nade can only take out one player. We would not take out 2 players, and this is how Zeus actually do contest those fights. Each and every small things matter inside the fight, and you should focus on those minorities as well. As TDK Jane making a move on to the players of StalwartFlex. Uzum has already went down. The res is there. Jane making sure his teammate is not getting confirmed, as Jane again being the casualty, making a massive mistake, and Jane has to pay the price for it. Blade is quite hungry for those kills as well, but Radister has spotted him in the backlines.
There was no reason on earth that he had to go for that revive. Could have just popped out a smoke and let the fight commence and could have gotten a knock, maybe then gone for it. But Blade, he's going to punish them for the blunder that T2K committed just now. And Jane, well, he's going to live there. He's going to die. Rated, he's not coming to save him. There's no chance on earth, can he? But otherwise, you know, StalwartFlex having that upper ground did have their players, you know, taking a bit of a damage, one of them being knocked out. But, well, T2K could not really capitalize on the situation, having that disadvantage right from the start, being on the lower areas, could not do a lot. But either way, StalwartFlex having a really, really good position inside the circle also. Well, they kind of want to get in. So once they do, you know, it's T2K. They do not really have the number advantage going in for them. So the moment they come in, they might just be edge camping for them and can take them out.
That will be happening. I mean, TDK already losing out on 2 of their best players. Blah, 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 and Jane. And now it's just down to Rated and Utsarga. How long will they be making sure that their team and their name is still inside the game? And this is the nade that was way too damaging. Flipped the table against the players of PN Crew. And then Sandesh just making rotation right next to them. He was like, all right, nope, I'm not going to be part of this fight. I was no one. I did not cause any harm, Zeus. Please let me go.
I mean, there was no reason for Season to go in and commit for the push. And it was absolutely uncalled for. You know, sticking together in TPP mode, you want to avoid doing that because you get really, really a lot of nades coming up at you, and a team like Zeus, you've got to anticipate that. And well, speaking about airdrops, we've got the second airdrop coming in, the MK14. We know how devastating this weapon was in the last game. I mean, used by the right men, I mean, it can give you really, really promising results.
Exactly. Snap YT putting on an absolute show in the previous game with that MK14, and now take a look at the circle shift. It's going to be a drastic shift towards the player of F4, Zeus IC, and Venom Legends. Now Zeus, of course, are inside the circle. That means all they need to do is just hold down the players that are making the rotation from their side, and of course, it's going to be R3D and PN Crew kind of in those clotheslines.
A lot of compounds are over there, you know, Team F4. I really want to see what they do opt for. Are they going to Red Sashi and Del Patron, where they usually, you know, drop at and play it around, or are they going to try in for some different stats? But this is a moment where, you know, the players of StalwartFlex could just make that southern rotation towards the eastern side. But here we have 1952 in a bit of a trouble as Skylight Gaming are pushing on towards them, as Leon has managed to spot down the players, and one of them barely making it out alive. No, as C Minor will take him down.
Well, not anymore. Quite unfortunate, as F4 also has a casualty on their name. The rest of the players are kind of separated out. And now Voltrix is making sure that his another teammate is staying safe for now. But F4 are down to just a 3-man squad. 1952 also taking casualty early in the game. And 1952 and PN Crew are the only team, and even TDK counting them in, they're the only team that have one player alive inside the game.
Indeed. A lot of casualties early on and a lot of mistakes are being made. When you are going after the money, sometimes you just shut down your minds, and well, that is sort of you know, causing a lot of trouble to all these players. And well, we've got to see, you know, our highest contenders, you know, teams like DRS. We've got to see how Zeus is going to perform in this one. Deadeyes also being the one over there. Even Carnage, I mean, the first game, they were completely different from what they usually show or put on the table, because we usually expect this team to be going in for those positions. But today, that 18-kill chicken, I mean, that was ludicrous.
Exactly, that's just PMCO back again, Fixes. And they retaliated back in fashion, and this is what we wanted to see. Carnage putting their name on those top tables. As now, let's focus on the game. Future Station, of course, a team that this day is going to be way much more crucial. But it's going to be quite tough, almost next to impossible for them to qualify.
Quite a change, you know, in the pace of the game, to be honest, because Miramar, we've seen this current meta has been really accelerating, but now we've got Evil Eye again missing out on those shots as Skylight Gaming are in the far of race, finding Chari, but no knocks whatsoever, but have one of their players already down, giving the players of the room and opportunity of the players for Skylight Gaming to commit with the push.
Exactly, the push will be there as Heaven and Joker are in those clotheslines. Take a look at the position coming in from Leon. That's an absolute thunderbolt play coming from that man. Leon, of course, being the bombshell factor inside this fight. He's going to be already opening things up. Badruff is in a heap of trouble. He doesn't have a good position for himself. He needs to make sure he's not getting contested from the back lines and from the front lines, as well as Skylight Gaming pinning the entire squad of Future Station down. 3 members already down now. It's just all down to Capshi. The burden is on his shoulders.
One mistake leading to another, and Future Station already on the brinks of elimination. So yeah, I mean, this day was really important for them. They wanted to, you know, go back home with their heads held high, but with the kind of a display that we are witnessing, completely, you know, speaks a different tale. But Skylight Gaming in control over the situation, as R3D are also getting a few kills, a few knocks here and there for themselves.
DRS are going to be the one that R3D going to be challenging the fight against. And now, Tamim, of course, still alive on his knees, though. I don't really feel like the res will be possible, and of course, it won't. Kapshi needs to make it inside the circle, but how will he? Because Skylight Gaming still in those clotheslines. Now he's making that good decision. He's making a pretty clever decision to loot those loot boxes and then maybe go for a heal battle. That would be quite interesting.
Indeed. I mean, this is really interesting to look at the way the circle has shifted. You do not have a lot of compounds to play with around. Now, Carnage are in the epicenter of things, and well, they might get a few kills here and there, and all they have to do is just play their cards right. But Prabeen getting a knock onto it. Kuni, the revival, is it going to be there? We've got to see that, but no, that's not going to happen, as T2K also have been eliminated, the first team to get completely wiped out.
That's quite a bit of blunder for them. And now again, A1 Esports do have their sights locked on the players of high voltage. The target has been acquired. All they need to do is find that one kill. That would give them a lot of breathing space. Take a look at Leo's taking a little bit of shots here and there. Venom Legend Void barely surviving, but not this time. Leo's going to be connecting that headshot that he needs to. Void barely surviving behind that buggy. Leo's is not going to be letting him go that easily.
Indeed. He's just a dead man kneeling over there, as finally he succumbs to his injuries, and there you go. Leo getting that kill confirmed. I mean, after a long time, we are seeing some SLR in action. I mean, a lot of professional players aren't going for the weapon, and you know, it's a completely different tale in the PMPL. Once you go on towards the even bigger tournaments, you see those DMRs being used, but look at AJ. But it's Nima's grenade that's going to absolutely explode the players of R3D, as another team has fallen down, as A1 Esports also find themselves amid some battle action over here as they get a knock onto its StalwartFlex.
Exactly, StalwartFlex try their best to stay alive inside the game, but they are quite in a bit of trouble, as A1 Esports are just going to be ramming that vehicle. Wow, that nade is incredible. It's going to be finding 2 knockdowns, as the last member is just barely surviving now. Of course, he will be in the backline. Sister is being the last man alive. the entire aggressive push from A1 Esports has been absolutely obliterated with that one nade. And StalwartFlex is like, bye-bye A1.
Has to be one of the best nades ever.
Yep.
I mean, the way he predicted that, the way he just lobbed it around, knew exactly when the players are going to close in. Now, StalwartFlex, they've got an important choice to make over here. Are they going in for the commit or not? Because 6ix9ine is in a very precarious position, has been caught off guard, will also fall down as the last player, Sinister, is still alive. But look at Assassin from the far lines. He is going in for that med-heal battle. But if he goes a bit further, he can catch the players of A1. In fact, the last player of A1, that is Sinister, off guard, and maybe take him down and put him out of his misery.
Exactly, that would be happening. But now it seems like Sinister is not really interested in fighting. He's kind of taking a passive step inside this game. He wants to make sure his team is securing that highest position possible. And that nade right there, it was the invitation for death of A1 Esports, and that's what happened. As another fight is erupting amongst us, Carnage, Sniper YT taking a lot of damage, but at the same time, he is retaliating back in fashion, and Deadeyes seem like they are not really having the time of their life. As it's just down to that one last man surviving, but no, not for long, as Carnage are just going to be wiping them out. What is happening? These men are absolutely possessed.
I mean, Carnage completely living up to their name, as Nightwing will get the final kill onto its true love. And, well, Nightwing, Venom Legends, they've already gathered 44 kills for themselves. Now, F4 having that high ground advantage for them. DRS, the players are going in for the revive onto its their teammate. Mafia Ninja has fallen down, but look at Voltrox. He is already committing in, going in for the push. And now we've seen F4 in situations like this where they absolutely excel. But can they pull it off once again? Few nades is all they need to go in, and can they do that as Mafia Ninja is back on his toes? No, he's been taken down. It's Nima getting few knocks here and there, as Gyalton will be the one this time aggressive on the round, and having spotted out Wolverine will take him down, as F4 this time they are making a run for their lives.
The aggressive nature from F4 has been punished by the players of DRS, and now Khan is just going to be out in the open, getting third party from the players of Skylight Gaming, and that's how F4 falls down as well. The storyline has ended for that team inside the game, as StalwartFlex barely hanging on the ridge. But for how long? One player went down. It's just down to that one last man standing from that team as well. And now it's just going to be Reviews staying alive till the end, as Skylight Gaming are showing the domination in those late game circles, and even Carnage have all their 4 players alive. This is going to be an incredible battle in the end.
Look at the confidence on these lands. I mean, if they get another chicken dinner, they are seizing that second spot for themselves. No questions asked. I mean, considering they've already got 5 kills and have a really, really commanding position inside the circle, I mean, it is possible. But we'll have to see as to where the circle is going to take a shift. If it goes to its northwestern side, that's going to be really tricky. But Carnage, again, having the better of the zone and also having a compound, this is going to be their good day.
This is definitely going to be their good day, and they are even showing some glimpse of that since the previous game. Are they going to be able to get a back-to-back chicken dinner fixes?
I mean, it is possible, you know, considering the form that the players are in. Yes, 100%. And I love this, you know, coming into this tournament. They had that underdog story going in, you know, the first time a team winning the PFCO regional finals, and again coming into PMPL, absolutely clobbering everyone down. They were slow in the start, did get those position points. Now, once they have settled in, they are actually going for their kills, finally opening up. This is what we wanted to see, something which XP Blood Legion could not deliver.
And I also want to point one more thing out. Carnage are the only team that have the best compound, or that have the best cover for themselves. The rest of the team will need to make the rotation inside the circle as well, counting DRS and Skylight Gaming in there. And as soon as they will opt for those rotations, Carnage Gaming are just going to be causing havoc.
They indeed will be, as Snipe is already rattling a few bullets towards the direction of where DRS are. And they've got all their 4 players alive. Now, it's really important to have as many comrades that you can have in those final circles. Every bit of an information is absolutely essential, as Chari will be knobbing that grenade and will be getting a beautiful knock onto its Gyalzen. But can he secure that kill? Now, DRS, the whole squad is present over there. They need to go in for the revive. They need to also make it inside the circle.
They need to make it inside the circle, but the circle is not going to be the easy factor because it's all out in the open. They don't really have a lot of cover to work around with. I'm pretty sure this late in the game, you do not really have a lot of smokes as well in their hands. Now take a look at this crucial rotation, that's eager rotation coming in from the side of Venom Legends. But if they opt out for this kind of rotation, they might just get stuck from the back lines, and of course they will. They are getting flanked as well. They're getting shot from the back lines, and of course Carnage is putting in a relentless amount of pressure from the front lines. And what is going to be happening with the Venom Legends, only time will speak for itself.
But you know, Venom Legends not really choosing the best position inside the circle as being the case over here. They are looking sandwiched. Now, they are in a very bad spot. One good grenade and two of their players might just instantly get knocked out. But DRS having their own troubles as Skylight Gaming, is really troubling them from the backlines as Frypan somehow will manage to secure or knock onto its Praveen.
That was so close. He ran out of bullets in the nick of time. So many mags are being unloaded in this late of game as DRS are going to be taking that exit on the 4th position. Venom Legends, Skylight Gaming, and Carnage are the last 3 teams alive. Which one will come out on top? This is the trifecta of death that we are witnessing right now. And of course, all these teams are one of the best in their regions.
Indeed, they are, as we see the Mexican standoff finally break out. Skylight Gaming, they have been impressive. They've been stellar, 10 kills already, having just 2 of their players alive. They're not really shying away from a battle, but Nightwing, he's done wonders in the past. Can he do that today as well? That's a bigger question, as Snipe, having already spotted out Chari, has got his sights locked. The moment Chari peeks out, he is going to have his head popped.
Maybe he will, maybe he will not, because Chari is, of course, a clever man inside the squad of Skylight Gaming, but the circle has shifted, and Carnage will also need to make the rotation inside, but it's not really tough for them, because they're quite close and they're quite next to the circle, but this circle is going to be such an invitation of problems for the players of Venom Legends. They are making the rotation next to the players of Carnage. They are going to be ramming the Waco straight inside the compound. Steel Shot, the last man alive, but for how long? Of course, he's going to be taking down a Snipe YT from Carnage, but the zone is closing in. Steel Shot is barely surviving on a sliver of HP. Of course, going to be healing himself back up. The first aid will be popped in, and the rest of the Carnage members are right next to him.
Some beautiful plays coming in from the man himself, being the solo survivor from his squad, did not really flinch from going in with the push, did commit over there as his position has been compromised. Everyone knows where he is. A Steel Shot, he is trying to do something, but how long can he survive? He might resort for a healing battle. That's the only choice that he has. But look at Chari, he is still making those movements. We have seen the IGL doing wonders in the past, but Carnage in absolute control over the zone with 3 of their players alive, moving forward to their second back-to-back chicken dinner.
This is going to be tough to steal away this chicken dinner from their hands, and of course that one last man from Skylight Gaming is alive. It's going to be Chari, and it's pretty much Carnage's game, because it's going to be so tough to steal this away from the hands of Carnage, because Chari still has to make it inside the circle. He just has that little airdrop as its cover. For how long? Those nades are lobbed in. It's doing a lot of damage, and Chari is barely alive on his feet. Oh, he's still alive on a sliver of HP. Pops in the first hit right in the nick of time. But I really feel like this is it, Fixes.
You never know. You never know. I have seen Chari pulling off miracles, but the nade literally
so
going right in front of his face.
There we go.
The second one won't miss. As again, the boys from Nepal, this is it. This is what we wanted. A back-to-back chicken dinner. Again, with some good amount of kills. Look at how strategic they were with their rotations. How beautifully they took those fights. Did, however, face some casualties. But no, the chicken dinner still goes into their hands. And wow, what an amazing game. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we will be heading for a shuttle break, because coming right after is the analyst desk going to break the fights down.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League. South Asia is where we are, and season number 3 season number 3, and it is off to an incredible start with 2 games done, 2 chicken dinners going in towards just that one team. Boy, oh boy, what more could we have expected from Carnage? I mean, they are just dominating when it comes to the lobby for now. With that, let's move on to the analysts and ask them, what did they think? Did you expect that sort of a playmates?
Super Weekend 1 started with a hat-trick chance. Super Weekend 3 is about to end with a hat-trick chance. We'll have to see if that chance just, becomes what it is. But right now, Steel Shot from Venom Legends, 6 kills, 697 damage, 1 assist, 363 healing done. And hey, again, Venom Legends hit that double-digit marker for themselves. Obviously, they did not have the players in this time. But had they had the players, this could have been a fight even longer, and maybe Venom Legends might have had that.
And you pointed to this out yesterday as well. Whenever they hit double digits there, I mean, the probability of them getting a chicken dinner goes really, really low. But, I mean, kudos to them. Getting those points one way or the other is what it's about at the end of the day. If you can convert it into an extra $1,000, good for you. Just like Carnage has done right now, $2,000 already in the bag just today.
Yeah, exactly. But talk about this player's contribution, right? 23% kill contribution, 22.3% damage contribution coming out. And hey, so today, if you talk about the previous MVP and this MVP as well, you can see the survival time is something that obviously is 16% or 18%. So that's not hitting that 20% marker, because obviously had everything been onto its perfect scoreboard. So now all of them are focusing on survivals, which will be helping them in the next week for when we'll be just, looking at the bigger picture.
Exactly. Absolutely. We'll be working towards that. But alongside that, let's have a look at the top players coming in from this game, where we saw a lot of dominating, well, aggression from so many of them actually.
Well, exactly, and there were multiple teams right there. So, following Steel Shot is going to be Praveen from Team Carnage Esports with 4 kills, 895 damage, and the survival time being there. Also, I mean, securing the chicken dinner for his team. But hey, following Joker from Skylight Gaming is Godless from Team Zeus. Again, look at that, 817 damage. Just 18 minutes into the game, 4 kills secured by this one player.
Talk about this lad, right? We talked about this, I guess, yesterday's last game, that Godless will surpass the other kill leaders today. And he did already do that.
What do you mean the other kill leaders? His own teammate. We are talking about IC.
Yes, that is true. And now, of course,
he did that.
He did that. It's done.
It has been done. There's no question about it. It has been done. It has been confirmed. It is the situation that Z3us Esports does feel comfortable in every single time. That is what they will do. But with that, let's summarize through the match summary as the stats are being brought on.
Talk about the longest kill. It's from reviews from StalwartFlex. Neema's out here with the most utilities used. And if we talk about Shuri, maximum assist 4 coming out. And obviously, he was last led surviving from his team as well. Obviously, just, getting out there. Obviously, his location was compromised. Only an airdrop for his cover.
We thought it was going to be over with the second nade. Did not happen. Took a couple of seconds more, but almost, I mean, dropping out Chari right there. But I want to say this. I mean, the players from StalwartFlex really know their utility usage. I mean, that fight that they took against the players of A1 Esports, that was so awesome. One grenade goes in. I mean, the slam is coming in. They time it so perfectly that as soon as the car hits the wall, 2 players are instantly down with a nade.
I mean, we were talking about, right, how long are you going to cook the nade? Hey, those players are coming, you gotta have guns as well. But then the grenade does half of the job, and then it's like, yeah, you just go and finish. You do you.
You do you indeed, and they walk away with 7 kills, and those are, of course, going to be converted into points now. So did so many other teams. So let's have a look at the match ranking, where, of course, Carnage did get themselves a second chicken dinner for the day, walking away with 25 points.
3 teams. There's 31 kills just here, right? 3 teams. So now it comes down to the cluster. Look, let's add in StalwartFlex as well, because they have had like 7 kills. That's also a really good number. So these 4 teams, they had a major chunk of impact alongside Zeus, because Zeus starts it off, while as the other teams, they get those points for themselves. Because every game we have seen that.
Yeah, but that's the thing about Zeus as well, right? They pick up the aggression so quickly in the game that sometimes even they themselves are not able to handle it. But as we move forward to the second page of the standings, so we have 8 teams right here and a combined total of 5 kills distributed between them, just because of the vacuum that was created by the teams at the top. Now, this is going to get interesting, because the performance that we were expecting from a few of these teams is not there. T2K has also not had 2 good games. R3D also, I'm going to put them along with T2K. But the day is still not over. These teams can come back, and since they're already inside the top 16, I mean, R3D is there, T2K is sitting like way deep in the top 16 amongst the leaders. They can take things slow.
They most certainly will be able to. Hopefully keeping our fingers crossed for that exact same situation to work. Along with that, let's have a look at the rotations coming in from these teams via, of course, the zone.
Well, talking about the circle, right? Obviously, Miramar circle play against you in one when that is the openness of the circle.
Yeah.
The way you can use those ridges to your advantages. Because we don't see lots of slam-ins. We saw one or two here and there as well, obviously, but we don't see a lot of slam-ins because it's not like Erangel. But talk about Venom Legends right now. I mean, they had a good area for themselves. The only fight was from PNQ's players. I mean, they were pretty close to each other. So once they had to move inside the circle, they had a proper open land.
Exactly, and that open area can give you an advantage in the situation, or it can turn bad really quickly, just because depending on how many teams actually decide to come to your spot. And Venom Legends, they got lucky that there was just one team that was passing them by. They took care of them pretty quickly, and then they moved on. And then towards the end, we see Carnage definitely utilize this shift that was right on them really nicely. But also was the interesting fact that Sinister actually did try and survive for a really long time. Well, he succeeded.
He certainly did, and walked away with a few points for the team, of course, because after all, A1 Esports were brought down with that nade, as you guys did mention. And of course, that was just one moment that we described. There were so many others, so let's go on through that journey via, of course, the open moments.
This is where, obviously we see the fights. We're talking about this as well, right? UMP and 6 times, how good of a utility will it be, the usage of this one? And that's the one that started off the fights. And Godless, again, just going on to the fights for his own self, but then Zeol goes down, but one grenade, I mean, against PN Crew. It's Godless.
It is Godless, and before this one we were like, alright, Z3us Esports, they are in a lot of trouble. PN Crew coming in from the rear, but with that nade, the fight got completely turned on its head. It was an impressive performance right there.
I would love to hear the exact calls that these players give to each other. True. Because sometimes you don't get it. There are some calls. Suppose if you want to give a call to someone. Yeah, this one, exactly. So if you want to give a call to someone, you will be saying like, maybe Northwest players, 3 players, 4 players. But these players, like, they're so precise. They don't talk much, but they show it in the gameplay.
So this is where the aggression actually started for Carnage Esports. The first team they wiped out was Deadeyes Guys, and that was a really awesome fight. I mean, Deadeyes Guys in the comfort of the cover of the houses, and here comes Carnage Esports out of nowhere, finish off the entire team, and then move on to the next one.
Yeah, and by just taking that fight for themselves, it was like that they had the most dominant area inside the circle. They just had to defend that. But whilst the other players were moving in and the other fights were happening, this is where we saw Steelshot just staying there, but then he went down, and now Shari, alright, he tried to stay. One airdrop would not give you the entire cover at that moment, right?
Exactly. I mean, you're talking about that open circle being brought on down towards the side of course, Skylight Gaming, and in favor of course, the chicken dinner winners, Carnage Esports. But now, this is where things get interesting, because there are a lot of teams that did move on along with some good fights, but on the right-hand side is where it is not looking so good for now.
So Zeus again is the line that divides the two halves.
Yep.
If you survive longer than them, you got a lot of points. If you did not, well, there's just 1 kill, 2 kill on Deadeyes Guys, 1 on 1952 and 1 on PN Crew, and the rest of the teams.
That's where we saw, right? 5 kills coming in on the other side, right? So that's one thing that just happened in there. But if we talk about the teams that already did damage, Venom Legends, 10 kills, 1298 damage, right? So
that's a good conversion.
That's efficiency. That's efficiency in the fights. Because your major concern right now is not to give a lot of damage, but is to give the smart damage with which you can take those fights in your favor. Maybe you'll find someone who's low on health already. Just take him down. Take those kills.
Absolutely, and taking those kills, of course, this time around was Carnage Esports in their favor, and that is, of course, going to be giving them a lot of points. But let's see, through, of course, the overall standings, if this team will be able to move on along right now.
Close.
Very close.
They are coming up there. They are coming up there. But Z3us Esports, 402 points coming up for this team.
Also, I would like to point out the lads from Z3us Esports are back at it again, ladies and gentlemen. Because, I mean, up until the day before yesterday, we were seeing them having sort of a good balance between placement points and kill points. Now it's 190 placement points, 212 kills.
I don't know where I am, Shady, with my stats, but if this happens, right, if today's day ends and they have more kill points than their placement points, they'll be the first team to have that by the end of the tournament. Right now, they already have it. If they get a chicken dinner with a lot of kills, they always just keep going for that.
True. I mean, when you talk about, of course, Z3us Esports, what we've seen from them, the day starts off with them racking up those kills in their favor, and as the day comes to an end, it's the placement points that they start working towards.
Yeah, but right now, if you just look at F4 and R3D, you know, that's a fluctuation that will keep on going as the points are really close to each other. Now, this is the thing. One game, F4 goes up, the other game, R3D tries to get up, and they sometimes just, you know, manage to go for that as well. So that's just one thing. Future Station, obviously, they are playing. We'll have to see how many points that they can accumulate. Right now, they are at 69 points at the 28th position. So let's see how much of a number they can just, you know, get from that, because chicken dinners again.
Yep. It's about the money for them.
Yeah. It is certainly rewarding. It is certainly rewarding for the fans as well, because when you talk about Carnage Esports right now, they walked away with 2 chicken dinners, and the fans certainly ought to be super excited. But alongside that, we want you to get that much more excited, because we have these wonderful giveaways set up for you all throughout the entire action of PMPL South Asia, through which, of course, you have a chance to get those virtual gifts as well as actual gifts, which do include AirPods Pro, gift cards in your local currency, and those select outfits that will only be available through this awesomeness that is, of course, PMPL South Asia. Now, there are 2 ways that you could very well chime in. To be a part of those virtual gifts, you need to join into the action through the Esports Center in-game. As you do so, you will be earning points, and then those points can then be multiplied by guessing weekly winners or getting into a lucky draw. Those items will lead you towards that permanent outfit that could be yours to flaunt in the lobby, but that's all virtual. Move on down to the real life scenario. Real life world is where we talk about the super giveaway, and that is where you are talking about AirPods Pro with gift cards in local currency as well. Once again, those in-game items. But to be a part of this, hashtag PMPL SA with your unique ID, your in-game ID, and the region that you're joining in from. And as it clearly states over there, countries with top kill leaders will stand a better chance of winning more rewards. So start showcasing that love, for that is what these teams need right now.
That's true, that's true, that's true. I mean, for these games, the games that are just left, they need all the love and support that obviously you guys can give out to them.
3 games. We've got 3 games. Let's move on to the schedule, of course, and have a look at where are we going to be moving on down next. It is, once again, to the Erangel.
Erangel it is again, and along with that, an opportunity for another team to get a hat-trick. I actually do hope they get it.
True. Same. I hope that they do get this hat-trick, because we haven't seen that
in a long time.
Yep. I mean, what better way to close off the Super Weekend, right? It is how it started, right?
Yeah.
And now this could very well be that game that will bring in a different play altogether from Carnage and give them that chicken dinner, hopefully.
Hopefully, if that just, you know, goes down to that. But then it's like, if they also are feeling the same pressure of hat-trick, then they will try to play the earlier moments in a really, you know, slow pace for themselves. Once they know they are inside the circle, once they know they have a proper central area inside the circle, once they know they can defend it, then they'll just, you know, go.
So Ocean, we were talking about it. When it comes to PMPL itself and the stats that Carnage Esports showcased in the previous Erangel game, they walked away with the highest number of kills.
Yeah.
So it does bring up that, boost up that stat for them, that maybe this could be the game that could go in their favor. But alongside that, there are other teams like Z3us Esports. There are so many teams that will be wanting to put a full stop to those chicken dinners and them $1,000 going one way, of course. With that, let's move on to our commentators, the Erangel boys, once again, who are going to be taking us through this 3rd game. It is Blay and XP.
Thank you again for that, Blotter. Wonderful gentleman on the desk, as usual, breaking down the game. And now, unfortunately, you're back with us. My name is Blay, and of course, joining me as usual, my long-suffering friend in the form of the Experiment. There's a 1 in that name as well. I feel like he's going to be much more happier with what's in that bag.
It's mine now.
All right, well,
it is mine.
Well, thank you for that, Ocean. We do. He's kind of like a kid. You are kind of like a kid. You just, you know, you frown. You seem, you know, just ticked off all the time, and then suddenly you get a backpack and you're happy.
I'm pulling off an Ocean Terminal right now. That's what I'm doing right now. I wish I had those veins popping in my forearms as well.
Yeah, he does that, right? Like flexes.
I mean, he knows how to get the attention. However, it is going to be the next Erangel in store. I love this backpack right now. I want to wear it. Oh, I just looked at myself right now.
It's very heavy as well.
Where's my weapon at? Where is my AWM?
Your well, maybe it's inside your clothes. You never know. But we're going to be jumping into Erangel. That is, of course, going to be the 3rd map here of the final day of the final Super Weekend as well.
Kid. I'm sorry, I'm not paying attention to you at all right now.
I'm used to that, XP. I'm used to that. But hopefully, And thankfully, the audience are indeed paying attention to us, because we are going to be jumping into the game, ladies and gentlemen, once more. It is going to be Erangel where we find ourselves on. It is going to be the 3 more maps remaining for the Super Weekend, and this could be where everything plays on out. The story right now at the moment is the fact that Carnage are on a hat trick. We've seen this happen multiple times in the past. So far in PMPL Season 3, no one's been able to pull it off quite yet.
The way that team is playing is just phenomenal. I mean, it's like they're on a different level altogether. In fact, Z3us Esports this time around might be running away from Carnage. You never know. But right now, teams are going to be jumping off, and it looks like R3D are going to do something exciting. They are, well, actually, you know, they can still drive up north to Kameshki. I thought they were going to go down south on the Sanhok military base. However, it does look like they're going to be gliding towards the northeast. Now, of course, all questions are going to be where the circle is going to form, as Future Station this time are not taking any chances dropping down in Novoroknoy. They want to make sure they have enough loot to take those fights. Now, it might be too late for them. However, they can still put up one heck of a show and, you know, just win some hearts in the process.
Winning hearts and minds is what we would be looking to see some of these teams do. For some other teams, it's also about winning that money. Z3us being the first team to have crossed the 400-point barrier. They have accrued themselves 402 points. DRS still holding on to the second place on 379, but closely following them will be Carnage Esports on 372 on a hat-trick, as well as we might have an early battle breaking out. Entry is being surrounded by 4 members of Venom Legends, and he's got no one nearby, and he's going to try and battle this on his own. He's got a pistol in his hands. He's going to have to try and channel his inner John Wick. He has managed to pick himself up another gun, however, which should come in handy. But Venom Legends, they're wasting no time. They're pushing on in, and Entry with that DP, he could deal a bit of damage. The question is, can he get a couple of kills before he gets taken down here?
Mind you, his teammates are way too far away from him, because it looks like Frypan is going to come in for the kill. He's going to help the corner. Does Entry know exactly where they are? Because he sees the enemy, and in fact, he gets one knock. He better not let go of that trigger. In fact, finishes it. That's a good job done. He picks out the deagle, but is going to be taken down courtesy of that M16. Still, he did get 1 kill point.
He knew he was done for. He knew he was done for. He knew there was no rescue that's going to be taking place, and he gets finished off, but not before he gets at 1 kill. Jane is going to be making... I thought he would probably try and run over Anubis, but he is going to be a little bit more smart about his approach, and should be a confirmed kill for Train to Kill.
It is going to be a confirmed kill. Again, he has to be careful that, you know, one of these buildings could have the remaining members of R3D Esports, you know, just looking at him, and he doesn't want to make any mistakes. But again, for R3D, this is what you get when you drop down in Melta, because Train to Kill, now these guys love this place. Of course, this action is taking just place a little bit to the west of the set town. But looks like Virus is surprised Utsarga. Oh my goodness, even I thought he was his teammate. Where did he come out from? And Utsarga should have gone down, as he does now, courtesy of Joker.
And now they're friends behind that vehicle, and Anubis and Utsarga trying to distance themselves, blah, 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 arriving. That is, now, blah, blah, blah should be careful. He's going to get on the right side. Utsarga, the rest is going to be coming on in now. With Edgar down as well, things are not looking good for the R3D camp. Virus trying to crawl away as quickly as possible, but he should be put 6 feet under in the next couple of seconds. And blah, 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 he might just run over him.
I like the fact that we have action breaking out, like, pretty much right at the get-go. This is not the Erangel that we are used to. Of course, the circle is going to be a little different too. It's almost central. Hopefully this time it travels up north, and we have some action. Looks like Utsarga is going to finish off Virus as he was bleeding down on his knees, and now Joker is the last man standing.
Well then, Mr. Joker, what does he have in store for us? He doesn't have to deal with Batman here. He will have to face off against T2K, and with the nade, blah, 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 he wastes no time. 1 HE, perfectly placed, and what Batman couldn't do, well, these guys do. They take down the Joker, and with that, that is going to be a wipe taking place here very early.
An interesting thing on our screens, of course, everyone is going to be heading to their favorite drop spots. Have a look at DRS Gaming. These boys are not going to Yasnaya Polyana like they normally do. In fact, they are just west of the shelter. They're going to have those compounds, and sooner or later they are going to have Potato Hill all to themselves, which could be problematic if they want to push in on Pachinki. But for now, everyone is looking good. Of course, one team has been wiped out. Pretty early action for Erangel, and 1952 are 1 member short themselves. But the question is, 1952 can be in that position once again to kind of lay down a little bit of a block, but I wonder if they want to do it with just a 3-man squad.
True. Still, however, if you're going to be creating a blockade, you would be the team having the advantage. But one thing we've known is StalwartFlex, they are so used to kind of countering a potential bridge blockade. They've come out on top time and time again, despite losing a couple of members here and there. They seem to somehow be able to cross on over to the bridge if needs be. But taking a look at the circle here, though, XP, it does seem like it's going to be favoring most of these teams. No one really being caught outside.
No one's being caught outside, but have a look at Zeus. They know exactly where Carnage Esports drop, and I think they're going to take the fight right to their doorstep. The question is Carnage Esports going to be ready? Because it looks like one of them is going to get in their vehicle. They are going to anticipate a little bit of commotion nearby, as we are going to switch to the boys from Z3us Esports. Now, on our screen, they are a little further away from all the action, but I like the fact that Carnage are actually regrouping because they're anticipating a little bit of a push play.
Godless is completely unaware that there is a player from Carnage on his left-hand side, now his right-hand side, now his left-hand side. If he can stop zigzagging for a moment, it'd be real easy for me to pinpoint. It is, of course, SnipYT amongst in the ruins. It's kind of classical Greek architecture, isn't it? Like if you look at the way the pillars are and everything.
Although there's a castle right over there, so that's kind of funny. Maybe the castle was built on the ruins from before. Of course, it might be sacred ground.
I mean, Greek architecture dates back to 3,000 to 4,000 years back. Yeah. 3,000 years back. Well, these sort of medieval castles came about 1,000 years ago. So, different ages being presented here in the ruins.
Although the medieval times were probably the worst times to live in, I'm just a big fan of all that. It looks like Icy is going to be driving forward over SnipYT. He does realize that someone's nearby, but he's got to get out because he just might be shot at from Water City.
Now, Icy will do the smart thing, and he will indeed fade away from that fight. There was an opportunity there for him to land a shot onto Snipe, but Snipe, he has managed to find himself semblance of cover. But Carnage Esports now, their position is known by Zeus, and they're going to be moving in for the kill.
They are going to move in for the kill, but something interesting was happening. I saw high voltage again. We see them take those rotations north of Pachinki. They might just come a little bit too dangerously close to Z3us Esports, so they got to make sure that their backsides are covered. And Zeol, oh my goodness, they don't even wait for knocks. They go straight in. Zeol goes in. SnipYT is taken out by Godless from behind. Again, wonderful, wonderful cover coming in. As now they're trying to hunt them down. Probeen goes down. Carnage Esports are going to feel the brunt of the power of Zeus.
Well, I see. Finishing off Probeen, and Carnage Esports Snipe will also fall as well, and that hat-trick is not looking very likely at the moment. Jiggle spotted out, and one by one, they are getting put into the ground by the side of Z3us Esports.
They've been listening to us. They're like, hold on a second. You think Carnage Esports took cues from us? We want our position as the top fraggers back, and they went for the big dogs themselves.
And Carnage Esports, so I mean,
the hat-trick is looking a bit shaky right now.
A bit shaky is a bit of an understatement, XP. And Manish, he's going to try and keep the dream alive, and he is going to put the pedal to the metal, and he will rush the hell out of Watertown. He's going to be heading up north towards maybe North Georgie, but if he's not careful, he's going to be walking into the roaming pack that is PN Crew, who usually head on down south from Severny. Meanwhile, 7C are going to be exchanging a few blows with some teams in the distance, High Voltage being one of them, StalwartFlex as well. And StalwartFlex, the bullets are being rattled off by Mimo, but not quite able to find its mark.
I wouldn't be surprised if Z3us Esports, in fact, get in their vehicles and try and chase down that last member of Carnage Esports. They're like, which way did he go? He went that way. All right, let's move on. But right now, as you did mention, that member was rattling off a few shots, and looks like an answer came back from StalwartFlex. They're like, wait a second, we can shoot as well, which is going to put him on the defensive just a little bit. But now it does give his teammates enough opportunity to move around. And have a look at the circle. Venom Legends still outside in the blue, which is not really going to hurt a lot. And this is quite a similar circle to what we saw in the last game.
Yeah, indeed it is. The only difference being the mountains are maybe a little bit more centrally located in the previous game of Erangel here. However, the circle will further collapse on itself. We have T2K and Future Station having to make a move in from the south East, and 7C still exchanging blows with StalwartFlex here. And it's kind of a war of attrition. No one taking knocks as I say that. Rig will be dropped to his knees on the roof of the church.
There you go. He is going to be dropped down as Fair is going to try and deploy some smoke grenades, trying to block or obscure the vision of the enemy. But I wonder if the enemy over here are going to be pushing in on their position. Now, StalwartFlex do not need to do anything right now because they have that haunted house compound, as I like calling it, all to themselves. And doesn't really look like anyone's going to come in for some action. But I was kind of seeing 7C Fairs and Turulov's position. My idea was that they're going to come in, but I just said no one's going to be coming in that direction. And I just saw Z3us Esports in the background there. So StalwartFlex, you might want to get ready because expect a few cars to come in and crash in on your walls.
Well, for the time being though, no one really looking to make a play here. As we saw earlier, most of these teams, you know, they're pretty well entrenched. Not really having to take a fight, but F4 and High Voltage have other thoughts in mind. High Voltage, a player getting knocked down, that is Assassin. Hopefully, he's got his teammates right next to him, so the rest should come on in. On the other side of the play zone, we have Skylight Gaming and 1952 in a bit of a scuffle here. 1952, man, I gotta say, considering how they were looking so lackluster in the beginning of PMPL, they have really come into their own in the latter half of the Super Weekends.
They have, in fact, it does kind of look like you did mention, they are in their element right now. And, you know, one thing that also pops out is the fact that they love changing their drop spots. Now, of course, we saw some action breaking out at the ferry pair early on, where Venom Legends and 1952 basically exchanged a couple of knocks and a couple of kills. But as of right now, they are in a good position. Coming back to this fight, just northeast, I believe, of Pachinki as Team F4. They are in a good position. They have the flat ground, they have a ridge on one side and another downslope on the other. So, you know, unless you are really far away, you can't really be spotted. And High Voltage, well, their position could be bothersome because they are down below. But have a look at Deadeyes, guys. If they get a few knocks and if F4 is keeping an eye on the kill feed, it could be problematic.
You know what's being problematic right now for PN Crew? It's Z3us. They've got a couple of knocks. They've got a confirmed kill as well. And Z3us, they're not letting up. At this point, I might want to, like, if they wind up getting another 10-kill game here, we might have to call The Hague, maybe bring up the Geneva Convention, because this is starting to seem like a war crime, as DRS are coming under fire as well, and it is going to be Future Station is going to unleash on them. A knock is taking place for Future Station as well, as Tamim is crawling around. 2 players knocked down, so the rest need to come in fast, and Capshi has a lot of work to do. He needs to keep the other members of DRS at bay.
He is going to do that. Now, Mafia Ninja was going to head straight for Capshi's position. What he should or what he could do right now is go a bit further up and really put on the pressure as the remaining members of DRS are going to move in. Mafia Ninja, in fact, does get Capshi, and that grenade is going to get Tamim down on his knees once again. Now, Evil Eye with some fire from behind cover, but he is going to be flanked and almost getting knocked out. His teammate is going to be biting the dust, so to speak, but Evil Eye from his position as a snake in the grass gets a knock on Galson.
Oh, and Future Station are doing a fantastic job taking down the members of DRS here. They are getting massacred. And with that, even though Future Station are down to just the one man, that is Bad Ref, it's a 1v1. This could be everything. Mafia Ninja desperately battling here, and Future Station just might come on top. Mafia Ninja have to switch weapons, and he will not be able to come out on top. Future Station, Bad Rev coming up huge, as DRS will be eliminated from the server. They do lose a couple of players, but Future Station, if I'm them, I have a smile on my face.
And it looks like High Voltage will pushing up on F4's position, as Cooney is going to be knocked in the distance. Khan on a sliver of HP. He might just get Havoc. If that is going to be a grenade, Assassin is going to be safe. That grenade, of course, is going to be up top, but Havoc, like I did mention, is going to get taken down. Now, this is when Destroy and Wolverine need to move in. I get it, they want to do the revive, but Khan could just wipe them out solo. There we go.
High Voltage, they will be wiped out. They ride the lightning out of the server, as F4 will delete them. They do, you know, they have enough time to get the res as well onto Wolverine. So some big names getting dropped pretty early. R3D, High Voltage, DRS as well. DRS, of course, getting a couple of kills there onto I do believe it was Future Station. So, yeah. I mean, for a team like DRS, it doesn't really matter. They are still, you know, the second place team, third place team right now. As F4, despite winning the duel, they are coming under fire from 7C, but the res will come on in any moment right now.
Now, mind you, I did kind of say that it's a good ridge, but since 7C have actually pushed on a bit further, remember, all that commotion is going to draw their attention. They've got to be careful because on the other side, we still have StalwartFlex pretty much fortified in that one compound where we left them last. There you have it on your screen. So if they're a bit too careful or if they overextend a bit too much, they could be shot at, as Leo's is going to be laying down the hurt long range on Deadeyes Guys.
Deadeyes Guys have been... they have been getting harassed by Zeus. I'm actually surprised they've only lost to one member, right? I saw at least 3 knocks take place, but Zeus not able to confirm the kill. This is a fantastic compound to work from the side for Team Zeus.
In fact, Deadeyes Guys, I do believe, have all 4 members standing. In fact, I think it was the same guy who did get knocked again and again. That is what confused us a couple of minutes. Am I?
I think it was P and Crew. I think it was Ayush.
Wait, did you just say that I'm right?
Yeah, you are. It was P and Crew actually. I take that back. P and Crew were getting harassed by Zeus earlier, and then they started swap around to harass Deadeyes Guys.
Are you feeling all right?
Hey man, even a broken clock is right twice in a day. As I see, he's gonna get his grubby paws on that M249, and that gun could come in big later in the game.
You don't want to give him that gun because, well, the only way. There you go. The only way to stop Icy is, basically when he's switching his weapons or he's reloading a magazine in. With 100 bullets, it's going to be quite problematic. But right now, they are going to be on the northern aspect of the circle if you have a look. T2K are going to be dead smack in the center as everyone else is going to be piling in sooner or later. Now, Deadeyes Guys, we did see them take a fight with Z3us Esports. Everyone except Godless have moved on to greener pastures. And, this is a bit tricky. Now, T2K, they have that single lone compound, dead smack center, but a barrage of grenades could be devastating. If we create a little bit of a mini red zone over there, it could be quite problematic for them.
Zeus now just prowling around. They do have the zone to work with. And of course, these semi-automatic sniper rifles as well.
I just saw one thing on the map. Manish from Carnage is still alive, and he is driving dangerously close to enemy teams. In fact, he just passed 1952's position, and now he could be spotted out by Skylight Gaming. Meanwhile, as he goes into hiding, it looks like Venom Legends are going to be moving into the circle as well. Their first obstacle should be the boys from 1952 and Icy. Making sure he has that energy up is still going to be relentless on Deadeyes Guys. Man, these guys are hunting them down, man.
A laser beam from Icy. He needs to heal himself as well. And like you said, Deadeyes Guys might just be walking unsuspectingly into the lion's den.
Remember, Godless is still behind them.
Godless is still behind them, and there we go. You take his name, and he's going to unleash a flurry of bullets from the distance. And Godless, he's not getting the knock, but he is making them very, very paranoid indeed.
Now, as soon as he administers his first aid, I mean, he was in a good position, but the grenade came in and he just was a bit too late. Good reaction time as well. Now, the rest of Zeus needs to push in. Godless needs to get in his vehicle and just ram them from behind, while the other remaining members, Leos and, of course, Zeol, need to push up from the front.
Deadeyes Guys also taking a fight on multiple fronts, right? They are also taking trading blows with 7C here on the other side of this ridge. Icy crawling away, and Deadeyes Guys are getting pincered. We talk about how, you can be sandwiched between 2 teams, and there are 2 teams you don't want to get sandwiched between, R7Cs and Z3us Esports.
Oh, that was a massive grenade. 1, 2, possibly 3 people went down. No, we're just going to stop at 2. That was big grenade, and now Zeus Godless, he gets a knock, he gets another knock, and is he going to get Valusa as well, as he just gets behind cover in the nick of time.
Smokes have been deployed, but things are looking so very grim for the side of Deadeyes Guys. One good nade from Zeol, the Leos, or Icy, and they are done for. The 2 players bleeding out in the smoke. Valusa, he's going to try and use whatever first aid kits, med kits he has, and there we go. It is going to be the nuclear bombardment coming in as Leo will finish off Shifu, and they are just getting demolished right now. Zeus now zigging and zagging through the smoke, looking to finish off Deadeyes Guys. Valusa on his knees will fall as well, and 1 man remains. It's Suyog, but he's hiding in the smoke as Zeus will now start to focus on his 7C, but they're still aware that Suyog is somewhere in the vicinity, but they are so ballsy with their approach.
I think they have an idea where where he is right now, but that's what I was going to say, that, you know, as soon as they're done with Deadeyes Guys, they are going to basically focus their attention on 7Cs, as Godless pretty much puts in an entire magazine, and Sanhok is still alive and kicking. He is going to go behind cover. Maybe he should just get the buggy and get out of there, but that's not going to be the case, as Godless does spot him and puts him out of his misery.
Well, he tried his best with Deadeyes Guys. They will fall again to the unstoppable juggernaut that is Z3us Esports, who are now on 8 kills as well. This is gruesome. This is gruesome to watch. The Grim Reapers of Erangel, and there's no stopping them.
I don't know why I have a feeling right about now Z3us Esports are going to be pushing in on StalwartFlex's compound, because it is still in the circle as far as, well, the northeastern aspect of the circle is concerned. T2K are going to be happy in the center for themselves, and this could get quite tricky. Now, 7C is the only team that can kind of stop them from moving in, as it looks like StalwartFlex are going to be opening up on F4.
F4, I didn't even see them all this while, and now they've deployed a wall of smokes, but the smokes, well, while it can obscure the vision, it cannot obscure the bullets, and they will be knocked down, and that's the opportunity that 7C were looking for to push straight into the zone, and they're going for a very, very brave rotation, but it looks like it actually is going to work out for 7Cs.
However, A1 Esports are going to be waiting for them. Have a look at that. Rig is going to be taken down, and they have dismounted from the vehicles, but they're taking the fight straight to the top of this hill.
Of course,
that's a good one.
A1, they have the high ground advantage. Nade sailing on in. It's not going to quite find its mark, but Nineboy, Dante, Jax, these nades could be brutal, could be devastating. Somehow, 7C are doing a great job dodging them, but finally a nade from Jax will find its mark. That double mark comes in, and now A1 have 7C pinned down, and they're going in for the kill here. They are looking to finish off the job, finish off 7C, who went for the very, very brave call to go for the rotate in the vehicle, but it looks like they might have finally met their maker in the form of A1 Esports.
They could have indeed, and now Memo is not going to be able to get the revives in, and if he does try, the thing is, the enemy might just spot them, and that was a bad call. That was a bad call over there. He should have probably stuck behind the tree and tried to take them down, put them on the defensive, then go in for the revives. But it is what it is, and we have another team that bit the dust in front of us. 7C Esports out in the 10th position with just that one kill.
Can A1 get a chicken dinner again? A second one? I don't know. Could happen.
Looking good.
Right now, what's not looking good is P and crew, who are getting whittled away to just the one member, Sandesh. With the blue moving on in, it looks like Sandesh might be the last man left alive. Your magnet will fall as well. I see, making sure 1952 won't survive. Sandesh out in the open in the blue, and the crosshairs from IC are trained onto his position.
Oh, they're going to make sure that they wipe them out completely, and there you have it. In fact, it's going to be Leo's Mini 14 that comes in and does the job, and have a look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Z3us Esports, back where we left them in the first game, 12 kills to their names already, and boy oh boy, did they make a statement, almost wiping out Carnage Esports. And Carnage Esports, Manish was the last man standing, but of course you can only take so much damage. He's been taken out, as T2K again still have the circle, but just barely. So the thing is, if they do stay in this position, it's going to be really difficult for them to move out of it later on, unless of course the zone is in their favor.
Which could very well be the case here. Z3us Esports on 12 kills as well. They're looking to break Carnage's record, which was 18 kills earlier today. It could very well happen.
It could happen indeed, and well, StalwartFlex, they know that they need to move out as well. This is where Z3us could actually lay down some lead in their direction, but a good, quick thinking of getting the car out of harm's way, and Reviews and Crypto can obviously get their own vehicles, as you see that UAZ behind on your screens. Now, for Stalwart, they still have a little bit of an advantage, because now they can potentially gatekeep the boys from Z3us, while A1 Esports are engaged with Skylight Gaming.
Venom Legends will also fall in the meantime, and yeah, Z3us are right now the only team who are outside of the play zone. As I say that, they're going to push on in the vehicle. Godless is still behind, 3 members in the vehicle. They will disembark as well, but because of that, they are taking a lot of fire from multiple teams as T2K spots out StalwartFlex, and one by one they're getting whittled away, and Z3us are going to join in the fray as well.
I love this play. I mean, they send 3 members forward, Godless stays behind yet again, and StalwartFlex thought that the entire team was moving by. Ozim is the last man standing. He is going to be snaking behind a rather thin. That is a beautiful grenade, just a little bit too long.
Too deep, and he could have got a double there, but the second one could do the trick. It just falls short of where he wanted. I believe that was a smoke there, and Uzum is trying his very best to stay alive, but for how long is the question. The Zeus, members of Zeus finally finds him godless.
Wow.
He is the Reaper, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. They come riding on, and anyone in the way, they're getting swept aside from the server, swept aside from the map, swept aside from the lobby. They are nigh unstoppable at the moment.
I mean, once they lock on to an enemy, man, either they go down or the enemy goes down. But right now, Avon Esports could be in a world of trouble because Skylight Gaming do have a few good angles on them. And the fact that they are clumped together could be problematic. Remember, Chari has already been lost. And this one grenade could be it.
Jane has a great angle there just above that smoke. It's T2K. There we go, Leon with the nade. You said it, that nade could be good, and it was perfect indeed. He's going to get the knock, not quite able to get finished though, and now out in the open, and Surga could make life miserable. And here we go, the M249 comes into play, and Icy, he is just trying to take everyone. And he's also getting shot from the distance by T2K, and he's going to zig and zag his way to T2K, now being forced out of the position. They need to move in from these compound, but the circle is still favoring them. But Zeus now pushing in from above.
In a matter of about a minute, so many teams have toppled over like dominoes as we are down to the final 3 teams. 11 members alive. T2K still a 4-man squad. Z3us Esports still a 4-man squad. And, well, Skylight Gaming have 3, but they are in a good position. But Z3us, I do believe that they might just take this one away, because have a look at Godless's position. Now, what Godless is going to do is lay down lead on T2K while the remaining members wipe out Skylight Gaming.
They're taking fights on multiple fronts. Are Z3us, who are right now, I've lost count of how many kills they have. T2K on 8 as well. They've been having a great game, and they've been using the fact that they have that comfort for so long to their advantage. But Joker spots out blah blah blah, trying to go for a hero jump out from the window, and he will get the knock. So for the time being, T2K might want to kind of regroup, try to reconsolidate their position there.
There he goes. Icy is going to be the first one to basically try and get as close as he can to T2K, and they're going to be mounting an attack on that compound from the east, while this kind of gives Skylight Gaming a little bit of a chance to maybe get in their vehicles and come and join the party as well.
T2K are desperately trying to keep the Mongolians at bay. They're tossing in nades, lobbing it in. Joker's been spotted out, but Heaven X, with that car of his, he's pushed on in, he's sparked inside of that smoke. Leon out in the open. Oh, he needs to be very careful, and he is not. Utsurga will get the knock onto him. Hopefully the rest should come on in, because Joker is right next to him, his buddy.
Leo's is going to go back outside the circle right now to basically put some fire on, and his teammate Ziol has other ideas. Have a look at your map. He is still outside the circle, making sure that he keeps Skylight Gaming at bay. There you go.
And he's doing this all by his lonesome, right? The remaining members of his team, they are focused on T2K as a play zone will take out 2 members. Joker is bleeding out in the open. He's done for, and Heaven X is going to be the lone surviving member for Skylight Gaming, hiding behind that buggy. And well, never mind. He will be taken down as well. No, he's still alive. The bullet not quite finding its mark, but he is pinned down, and there are 2 teams looking at him. God is looking to finish off the job as well. They want to eliminate Heaven X so they can focus 100% on T2K.
Now the problem is, have a look at that little corner of the house that is going to be in the play zone, and if Z3us are reading this right, they just might start with a barrage of grenades that we were talking about earlier, and it could be problematic. And if the zone does shift south, oh boy, I wish Train to Kill or Train to Survive as well.
Well, here we go, the 4v4v1. They also want to save the utility for T2K.
They have to come out, Blay. They have to come out from their fortified haven, and they do with style, as Godless is going to be taken down by blah, blah, blah.
They were a little preemptive there, and I love it from T2K. Well, the knock does take place for the time being. Oh, never mind. Leo replies back in kind with the Mini 14. Skylight Gaming getting eliminated. Heaven X tried his best to stay alive for as long as possible, but now it is going to be the 4v4, and the Groza, the M249, the Mini bullets are going to fly thick and fast. The knocks are going to go the way of Z3us Esports, and T2K one by one. They seem to be falling by the wayside. Utsurga is going to be the last man alive, and Z3us have done it. They get a chicken dinner. They cross the 20-point barrier. They are unstoppable.
Wow, I mean, they are letting everybody know that we are the kings over here in this PMPL Season 3. Oh my goodness, they've shattered Carnage Esports' record of 18 kills. They're like, wait a second, you did what? 18? Hold on, we'll do one squad better. I think 20, maybe 21 kills is what they are going to be walking off with. But I mean, I can't even say what a well-deserved chicken dinner. I know that you have no expression, but you don't even know what to say.
They killed more than 35% of the entire lobby.
More than 35%. 20 kills is what the producers just told me in the air right now. And oh my goodness, first of all, they went for Carnage right at the beginning. That is Z3us Esports for you, ladies and gentlemen. And if you want to see some more action just like this, stay tuned, because we're taking a little break, but we'll be back right after this.
and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. We are in the final Super Weekend, the third Super Weekend. Off to an aggressive start is what we've got right now when it comes to this lobby, and Z3us Esports, there's no stopping them. But alongside all of this, it is of course a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro, hashtag Wook Up Your Fun. I'm your host, Blotto. Let's move on to our analyst and ask them, did you guys expect this? Did you guys, I mean, of course, expectations when it comes to Z3us, certainly going to be high, but could we have predicted 21 kills from this team?
Well, yes. Because it was just bound to happen. At some point, they were going to get it.
Let's talk about the MVP. It's from Z3us. It's Godless. Obviously, had to be 7 kills, 939 damage, 1 assist. Godless has been in 3 games. He has been in the top players back to back to back. And obviously, being the MVP, that means he is the top player.
No two ways about it.
Plus, it's quite kind of interesting. Once they realize there is someone present close to them, they're not going to rest until that person is out into the lobby.
I want to know what their calls are. Just let me know what their calls are. They just started like this. Player, kill.
Yeah.
We got it. Player, kill. We got it. We got chicken. Like, it ends.
Plus,
They've
getting
got
those airdrops.
You know, they've got rivalry set up right now, basically. Z3us Esports against the entirety of the lobby, I would say. Because Z3us Esports, last time we saw Carnage Esports, of course, bring in the top number of kills, 18 kills for themselves. Throughout PMPL. That is, of course, the highest. But now, Z3us Esports comes in and is like, wait.
The thing about them is, they love challenges. They love challenges at every moment. Remember this. So, they know there's an airdrop. An airdrop is an invitation for the other teams to just, put their scopes to see if someone comes to... They take an M249, take a Groza. They love those challenges.
Exactly.
Wow, what a play this was. Let's move on to the top players coming in from this game, and this has to be a dominating affair with Z3us Esports certainly taking a lead, but T2K Sarge is certainly there with 5 kills.
Exactly. I mean, Utsarga has been, he has really amazing performance in this match, especially the way T2K actually managed to hold that house. That was actually really good. Unfortunately for them, I mean, the circle did take a shift towards Z3us, where T2K, the players, were forced to come out of their cover and try and take those fights. If that had not been the case, if the circle was on T2K, I'm pretty sure they were also having a really good moment. So they could have converted this game into a chicken dinner. But hey, I mean, if the circle moves, it moves, right?
Exactly. I mean, nothing taken away from their gameplay as well. They had 10 kills to themselves. That is, of course, good starts and good points coming in for T2K. But move that towards the match summary.
Or we should say like Z3us's match card.
Yeah, Z3us's
annihilation.
This is a summary. 7 kills by Godless. IC is there with 306 longest distance kill. Most utilities use, highest damage.
I have to say this about IC. Loved the shot that came in on the player from Team T2K. It was almost like his teammate went down behind that. I think, I don't remember, it was a tree or an airdrop. I think it was the airdrop. Yeah, they went down behind the airdrop and the revive is coming in. IC is also there, and he was anticipating exactly who is going to peak.
Wow. I mean, this was just a dominating affair from Z3us Esports. With that, of course, they do walk away with a chicken dinner, alongside which they've got 35 points racked up for themselves. No stopping them.
Again, top 2 teams, 30 kills.
30 kills.
Third time in a row it has been like a thing.
Let's take A1 Esports as well, 35.
35 kills. 35 kills, that's the number of points that Z3us has. So, Skylight Gaming with 11 points for themselves, Stalwart with 10, Future Station. I mean, Future Station has been playing just, their own game, just again, they know, obviously, it's a YOLO strat. They're just trying things for themselves. 1952, again, a team that we want to have a chicken dinner for themselves. Games are remaining. Let's see if they get it.
But what I like from Future Station is they are putting up a fight. No matter how far behind they already are, they are not giving up. They are putting up a fight against whoever comes in front of them. And that is really nice to watch.
Exactly.
Yes, they are. But right now, it was high voltage in R3D. I mean, the high voltage, they were trying to take up the fights. I mean, we saw that happening, but it did not go in their favor. They obviously were dishing out a lot of damage when they were in that fighting stance. But Carnage, this game was obviously an upside down as compared to the previous games that they had. We were obviously hoping for Carnage to just, have a 3 chicken dinner in a row thing. But now as Z3us has started, maybe 2 games remain. 20 kill gameplay, man.
Exactly.
You can't argue with that.
You cannot argue with that. You cannot stop this team. The domination is just too on point. And again, I mean, when we talk about those calls, they just read the minds. The team players, the synergy is so very tight. It is going to be difficult to stop this team in the lobby. With that, let's have a look at the zone analysis, which is going to bring in the rotations from so many of these teams. And what was Zeus doing at this point in time?
All I have to say about the zones is today we are having good circles.
Yeah, we are having out of nowhere circles, right? Because previously, if this was a circle in the previous week, it should have gone to gut covered right now. So this is the thing. Zeus, they see the future, like 30 years ahead in the future, and they're like, yeah, we gotta rotate here, we gotta stay in the circle, we gotta move here. So they try to go for that. They know how to take up a fight at this moment. Obviously, they know what the lobby is doing and what they are doing against the lobby. Plus, this is where they got the first airdrop. Now they go for the second airdrops too, sooner or later, and then they took every fight that there was. Being outside the circle, then getting a hold of the circle for themselves, knowing that no team's behind them, knowing that the circle's going to go towards them, then they just have everything.
Exactly, and it was like they were quite exposed on that mountain slope, but this is the point where things got out of hand for the team T2K. So they are just a little bit outside the circle. And with that slight edge was the cover that they had, the house that they were in. Yeah. And as soon as it was out, the blue zone came in, they were forced to jump out through the windows, and well, Z3us Esports were like, this is the moment we were waiting for.
Exactly, and they were just perfectly set up for that moment and did convert that into, well, crazy amount of kills, perfect chicken dinner. With that, let's move on and have a look at all these moments combined through, of course, the open moments.
This is where it started, right? Entry and Venom Legends, they dropped down at the similar point for themselves. He gets a DP and obviously takes down one player, but then obviously was spotted down, taken down, and this is where R3D, they were trying to take up the fight, but that did not happen, did not work out in their own favor. And then there's Zeus.
Against Carnage. I mean, so Carnage Esports, they were stuck in an interesting situation where their individual players were picked off. One lad did try and survive for a long time, but wasn't able to succeed. DRS versus Future Station. This was also another interesting fight, caught in the middle of the rotations, the fight picking up its pace, and, well, Future Station do dish out the damage and take out DRS.
They do, but, you know, again, after that, it's just this thing that's just going on, howsoever, as we just, you know, look forward to. Zeus still, like, they know their covers. Even if it's an open area, they try to stand there.
So at this point, we were like, D is there. Finish them
first, then take fight with 7C, but then they're like, nope.
they are there.
And this, I mean, they spot someone at the longer range.
Yes.
And then the fight against StalwartFlex was also quite nice, yeah.
And then growths are being used at a medium pace for the sprays. That's really good.
Not just medium pace, there was a long distance spray. This was I was talking about. The knock also comes in, just shooting blindly inside the smoke. And well, the smoke was the only thing that was keeping T2K alive. But then we did see Utsarga getting taken out by the zone in the end. Deny them 1 point, it's still a point.
What?
Yep.
3,500 plus.
Wow. This is domination taken to another level from Z3us Esports in the entirety of the lobby.
Yeah. And hey, again, I mean, as we do always see from the previous 3 games, everyone towards the right side of the Zeus.
Don't say that. Because right now, because last time there used to be teams on the left side as well. There's nothing on the left side. It's a final team.
I mean, I can just go right there. I'm going to be on the left side there.
I mean, let's talk about a YOLO approach. This is just domination, nothing stopping them, but we still have 2 more games remaining. There is still, of course, that hope that will remain and hopefully will maintain for the teams on the right-hand side. But for now, the day has just been, well, an aggressive.
So here's this thing. Yesterday was not a good day for Zeus. You remember that. Now what they picked up the pace in these 3 games, they have been focusing more on the guys. They're like, no, we don't care about the placement runs. If we're getting that, that's a good thing.
True.
And they are compensating on yesterday as well.
Exactly, and one of the reasons to do that right now is going to be to set yourselves up for the finals. You want to go to the finals looking as deadly as you can possibly so that no one messes with you over there, and also just establish yourself as the favorites.
How much more deadly can you get? How much more deadly are you going to get, Z3us Esports? With that, let's of course move on to our storyboard. That's of course the overall ranking that I'm talking about. 437 points to this team.
So we were just talking about how we were just comparing the league that is going on right now to the league that happened last time, season 2, right? And we were talking about the points that were there for the leaders that time versus the leaders of this time. So it is going to be quite interesting because Z3us Esports are about to match the same target.
So at that moment, if you remember, that was DE, and that was 48 matches. 48 matches, DE had 498 points.
Exactly.
It's 45 matches, I get it, but right, I want to see if it's DRS or Z3us, which team gets the 6th first, if that happens. But right now, there's a team that has shown the signs of getting +2 for themselves. That's T2K entering the top 5 once again, and this is like DRS, Carnage, T2K that shows here. 352 points. If in 2 games they play their cards right, I mean they are right now, they might have surpassed Carnage.
True. Yeah,
Exactly.
that is certainly a possibility.
Already have 4 chicken dinners to them, the $4,000 already being there. I mean, the team has showcased an impressive performance after a slow start to the day, and that has been the case with the team. Once they pick up the momentum, they know it's theirs.
Yeah. Out of 43 games that obviously those top 5 teams have played, they have accumulated a total of 22 chicken dinners. 5, 5, 4, 4, 4. Like, think about the numbers that they have just, put up there for themselves.
Skylight Esports, they have played just 1 super weekend and they are still sitting on the 30th position, and they are going to make it to the finals.
You know how they played it. You know how they played it. The domination that they just have above everyone.
197 in a single week.
Yep. Wow. Wow, what a play. What a wonderful play this has been. What a wonderful day it is turning out to be. The final day, of course, of the Super Weekend. But alongside this, it is time to move into an interview with T2K's Utsarga, who was the man who did hold his fort for the longest time for his team when it came down to this final fight. So let's move on into the interview. Any minute now, we shall have him join us on our screens, and we shall have so many questions to ask. Again, I mean, this team is certainly looking really comfortable and confident, and we had him there. Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Hi, Utsarga, what's up?
Hello.
So,
can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. My question to you is going to be something that is related to the last game as well as the remaining games. So, as of now, because obviously after this, there's going to be the next week. That's going to be the finals for its own self. And obviously, that's going to hold a lot for its own. So, what's the code to crack for Z3us, if you talk about it? Because last fight you gave them a really good fight. True. But if you talk about the upcoming matches as well, obviously you might just contest them at a location, at the rotation, something like that. So what's the core against Z3us? Because once they start, there's no stopping them.
Sorry, can you say that again?
All right. Well, I'll give it. So against Z3us, like, what's the way? What's the plan against Z3us? If we just talk about this.
Absolutely, but
Catch them off guard.
just to summarize that question, Utsarga, what we're trying to ask is, till now T2K has been working towards, well, yes, the kills are certainly yours. You're at the 4th position as of now, and the placement points are that much more better. So talking about your gameplay when it comes to this final week, are you guys working towards those placement points that much more, or is it going to be the kill department when it comes to the next 2 games?
Kind of both.
Kind of both. Yes, that is of course evident with the 10 kills that you guys did walk away with. With that, we've got Johnny wanting to ask another question.
My question is just going to be, how are you planning to tackle the finals? Because we know there are teams, teams from your region, you are really comfortable taking them on as you have played them for a really long time. But there are these X elements that are stepping in from the outside that can cause a lot of trouble. How do you plan to tackle that?
It's alright. In the league stage, we're just trying out our different lineups. So we're still testing right now. So in the finals, we come prepared.
Well, what can we say? That is just the perfect approach, because you need to have that sort of a dynamic versatility when it comes to the teams, and that is what Utsarga is right now trying to bring up.
And I'm with what you said, I'm actually going to really look forward to the finals, because these guys, like T2K, they have been deadly. I mean, remember week 1, like leading the charge right there, and if that was just trying things out, I can only imagine what the finals are going to be like.
Absolutely. With that, again, congratulations and best of luck, mate, because your team is doing phenomenal for yourselves for now. You guys are certainly going to be moving on along when it comes to that leaderboard as well, is what my hope is going to be, as well as the entire analyst desk. With that, once again, thank you for the wonderful plays that you bring into the table, the action-packed games, and best of luck for the upcoming games.
All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, of course, that was Utsarga joining us. And again, I mean, T2K, the way they are trained to kill.
Exactly.
That is what the name states. And they are showcasing that.
They definitely are.
Yeah, definitely. And as Utsarga mentioned, they're trying out like different setups of the lineup that they have. They're trying things out. That seems every team is doing that right now. So that leaves us with just speculations of what the finals are going to look like, because apparently now not everyone is playing at 100%. They are trying to get to 100%.
But before we jump into that, of course, we do have 2 more games remaining when it comes to this final weekend. So let's move on into the schedule, which will take us towards that rainy, sweaty map of Sanhok.
If we talk about this, right, today, Carnage Esports, they had their day. Z3us, they are having their day. So maybe again...
I love the fact how hard Blotter tried not to say moist right there. It is going to be quite interesting now. Because, I mean, Sanhok always is. It is interesting in the fact that who is going to go close to bootcamp this time, and who are going to be the teams that are going to be taking the fight of Paradise Resort.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I mean, you talk about that bootcamp, right? We know that Z3us Esports were there, and they are almost always there, but
Exactly.
Future Station held that fort for 12 strong minutes against them.
Not just them. Skylight Gaming, when they feel like it, come in and cause a lot of trouble as well.
Oh,
Exactly.
yes. Oh, yes. They were certainly booted out of that bootcamp from Z3us Esports, and that is something that Skylight will certainly not be looking towards in this game. But talking about predictions, what region do you think will be able to get this game working in their favor?
I have no idea.
Whichever gets it, I want a number 6.
You want a number 6?
Oh, yeah.
All right, all right. That certainly does bring those predictions down.
Or maybe
towards
a number 5. That's where top 5 teams are just out there, and they have been dominating for themselves.
Exactly.
DRS, they had 5th chicken dinner. After that,
Right.
there has been a series of ups and downs, but no chicken dinner. So Carnage is there in top 3. That's dominating. Z3us is there. That's dominating. So now maybe DRS is the one.
Perhaps could be the case, but when you talk about stats, it is showcasing a different story.
Exactly. R3D and Stalwart actually pop up in the map rounds on Sanhok, which is quite interesting. And it's going to be super fun to see if these teams can actually once again perform on this map.
Oh, yes.
If it comes down to that, then it surely goes down to how DE and high voltage as well. Because previous game, you remember, high voltage, not that good of a game. Carnage, they had a good momentum for themselves.
Yep.
It just got a speed bump in the last game. So we still have to see, how that thing comes down. But alongside,
along with that, I do want to ask another question regarding a team that we have been waiting to see a chicken dinner from.
Exactly, that's what I was going to say. But
Yes.
alongside that, there has been one team that, obviously we want to see a chicken dinner from. Because, again, $1,000 still up from grabs.
Yes, and this could be very well that game. Maybe again, because as of now, we can only predict what the result is going to be, but eventually that is the hope that we will certainly want to bring up forth. With that, you guys sitting back at home, do not forget to showcase that love towards your teams, because they certainly do need it. With this sort of play coming in from the side of Mongolian team that is Z3us Esports, the lobby deserves your love. And do not forget to hashtag PMPL SA throughout the entirety of the chat, as well as all the social networks, and let us know what teams are you rooting for, what teams do you want to be able to see take this chicken dinner. With that, move the conversation towards the analyst and I want to ask you guys that, yes, till now, it has been a tipsy-topsy curve when it comes to the approach of Sanhok. The circles themselves have been really throwing a curveball to so many teams. What is that circle that you would want to see when it comes to this map?
Anywhere towards the western side, southwest maybe. I mean, that's going to be incredible. We haven't seen ruins in a long time again. I mean, it's always either the east or the northern part.
We have seen query circles, we have seen Camp Alpha, Island, those areas. We have seen a few Bhan circles here and there, Bhan to query those areas. But we still have to see a ruins pine on the downside circle. Maybe at bootcamp there, but then a shift, and then the players will have to see if they go from the bridge or water lines, or maybe just go for a total rotation. Just
exactly, because the last time it happened, it was towards the southern side of bootcamp, but then again it went east towards the eastern side of Painan. So that was the thing. This time, just completely western side.
Well, again, this is going to be the final Sanhok game on these Super weekends. So let's keep our fingers crossed that what analysts have predicted should hopefully be the circle. With that, let's move on to our Panda Boys. Am I correct? Panda Boys?
No, I must change that. That is Panda Brothers. And
Panda Brothers.
The Panda Brothers over here bringing in all the action coming on from Sanhok. Now this is the final Sanhok of the Super Weekends that we have, considering how all these teams have been playing. Z3us Esports, well, they are certainly unleashing the gods within. I mean, Godless does not really have a god name with them, but some days he definitely shows that. But, Necro, Carnage has been playing really well. But this game, I really want the boys from Deadeyes to step up. What about you?
Of course I do. I mean, it's been a long time. You know, they have been silent, and it's time when you wake up, Deadeyes, and show your presence inside the game and let the teams know that you're still inside this and you are going to be topping the competition.
Exactly. Even if we talk about the storyline going on right now, we are 400% sure that Zeus are going to be the table toppers. But the battle for the second spot is still on, as the big bird is going to be in the skies anytime soon. And my dear friend Necro, take it away.
Exactly, playing Flypad, starting from Lakavi to Hothin fixes. Now, one thing we definitely know, Avon Esports is going to be dropping inside the Paradox Resort area. The one team that I really want to watch out for is going to be Zeus. Where are they going to be dropping? Because their drop spot, it's kind of switching up since a long time inside Sanhok. And I really want to see this time, are they going to be dropping inside Bootcamp or Paradox Resort? Because in the past, we have seen Avon Esports going up against Zeus. And Zeus actually punished Avon Esports.
You know, I see a pattern over here. I mean, the 3 games that we did see, we have had Carnage taking 2 chickens, Zeus, of course, taking 1 chicken, which was absolutely out of the world. And there has to be a reason behind something. They are playing completely under, without any pressure. So I think this is the day where all the teams, that are actually leading the tables are getting enough points, to try and get that extra money. I mean, Zeus is playing for those extra $1,000, and well, they've already gotten one, and Carnage are having already secured 2,000 over here. But well, DRS Carnage, look at the difference, not too much. They certainly can pick up the pace, but I was talking about Deadeyes, and now Hungry Box already hungry right from the very start, getting that first knock onto Zetka.
Look at Manish's head, it's so massive. And now again, Deadeyes, we were talking about this team before. We want them to step up, and seems like Edgar is going to be a casualty inside the game. But Joker retaliating back in fashion. Shifu wants to turn things around in his favor. And Joker is not going to let that happen anytime soon. Take a look at the movement from this man. He doesn't want to get capitalized or doesn't want to get compromised instantly, and he did finish the kill as well, griefing the game of Deadeyes. And Shifu, I'm pretty sure he's going to be quite disappointed after that one.
He's definitely going to be angry, but this is the moment where I really expected, they could have used Hungry Box as a punching bag. The moment, Joker would have been going out for him, that was where I expected Shifu to come out. And, well, just a bit of a delay over there, and the Hungry Box already being taken out from the lobby. But look at the meme, completely finding Snipe with his pants down, and will make no mistakes howsoever in taking him down.
Exactly. Beautiful, precise spray. The Snipe goes down. Snipe, a big man from Carnage. You do not want to lose a man like him in those early game phases. It seems like he's going to be backing off, making sure he's getting as much as distance possible from the side of Future Station. But Evil Eye is there in the sidelines to confirm the kill. And that's going to be Snipe YT going down. Big players falling apart in those early game phases. What are your views on this?
That we will definitely come down to, but look at the map feed over here. So there has been a bit of a switcheroo. Now Team Zeus has dropped off at Bootcamp, whereas Future Station letting them have it drop at Zeus's drop location. That's going to be at Quarry. Now, as a result of that, they have managed to gather a 1 kill for themselves. So now Skylight Gaming, my eyes are searching out for them. Where are they exactly placed at? And well, of course, just above Future Station. Now this is something that we're not really accustomed to see, because we are usually have been seeing Skylight Gaming always on towards those warehouses, compounds, just not to Bootcamp. But look at Magnet. Well, he's just a snake in the grass, one with the nature. Right in front of him is Badrev, who's been having quite a time.
Magnus's presence is going to be quite a surprise for Badrev. Oh, almost gets caught off guard, but that is also going to be giving his position away. Unfortunate from Magnet, and now seems like Badrev is just on a run. He does not want to challenge the fight against the player of 1952, and Magnet doesn't seem like he is going to let him go away that easily. Badrev again getting caught off guard in open, and yes, that spray will be enough to take him down, but also makes it back in cover in the nick of time. But he's knocked out. The pressure is on his teammates. Future Station, they need this game in their hands, of course, at least to get that bragging rights.
I don't know what's wrong with Badrev, to be honest. Him just backing off. Was it the lack of information? He felt that there must be multiple players. could have easily taken that 1v1. He had the advantage over there, and now just giving away his kill. Now, this is not the first time he's messed up. This is, I've lost the count, to be honest. And, coming down from a player like him, he's got potential. He's proven that in the past. Back in the days when he used to play for INES, he was so amazing to just watch. And, every single time you come in, you cast the boys from Future Station, you expect bigger things from them. And performances like this sort of tends to break my heart as to what exactly went wrong with this team.
I don't really know what exactly went off with this team. And now you did point out how he just rotated out in the open. He got caught off guard, went knocked down. He should have just stayed behind that tree, making sure his teammate would come back and res him back up.
Exactly. I mean, that's as simple as that. There's someone chasing you. Just wait, hold on, get enough information, and then maybe decide to back. Backing off right from the very start, it's not quite an approach that you should be having. I mean, players are going to punish you for that. And, 1952, just getting a free, easy kill over there. Will be getting that extra 1 kill point out of that. But, again, Future Station, well, they've not really been in the natural element right from the very start. But now we've got 1952. Well, the desk was definitely talking about them. And this also can be one of their days when they get that chicken finally.
And even that $1,000 in their hand fixes, that's the important thing. And StalwartFlex, again, do you know the position of the players of 1952? And it seems like Blade going to be backing off to his initial spot. Take a look at Tofik. Now, the thing about 1952 over here is that they have improved way much more.
Yes.
Since from the past, as soon as they entered inside the PMPL the first week, they weren't really able to show up. They were just crumbling down like dominoes. But then later on, we are seeing a drastic improvement from the players. The way these guys position themselves, the way these guys check the angles as well, all over the side. And this is what I like to see 1952. Good job.
Exactly. I mean, Entry has been one of those players, getting all those kills done and all his teammates supporting him in the process. But look at this. F4 again going really aggressive on towards Carnage this time. I mean, Destroyer realizing there's someone in the nearby phrase and will have to back off as Destroyer's buggy. One of those tires has been flattened out. But right now, Carnage successfully thwarting them off. Will again defend the compounds.
He's quite lucky the buggy didn't flip out. And now, of course, making it back to safety. And Ford realized that Carnage is having the time of their life, and you don't really want to challenge a team that is feeling good and looking good. So F4 seems like they will be backing off for now. But F4, of course, one of the teams that is doing pretty good inside the competition. We have seen them in the past doing absolutely fantastic. And now it seems like they have their sights locked on the players of 7C. Skylight Gaming, again, quite in a bad spot. Out of nowhere, Heaven is kind of separated out from the rest of the pack. And Skylight Gaming don't really seem like they have any clue where A1 Esports are.
Again, I mean, Skylight Gaming utilizing the terrain, knowing the long grasses are definitely going to help them. Look at their split, it's a 2-1-1 split over there. And they've got a right position going on. And the backlines are secured by the hills. But take a look at the circle. I mean, this time towards the southeastern side. And we might potentially witness another quarry circle. And that is where it has always been going on. Either quarry or man. I mean, I've always been a dreamer. I've always, asked about a cave circle. Out of my 2 years of casting, I've never really seen that one happening. But maybe today is the day where things start changing.
Today is the day where things start changing. I mean, yesterday as well, we were witnessing quite shock from the teams that were getting the chicken dinner. Future Station got their first one. Pretty happy for that as well. And now, their airdrop will be on the table, as it's going to be the Mark 14 fixes, the demon of a weapon, as you like to call it.
Forged by the devil / demon. Either ways, this weapon is cursed.
It's evil.
It's evil. It reeks evil.
It's cursed by the devils in a good way.
The very presence of it, the moment you fire the first bullet, you do not really hear the entire magazine go off. And before you even realize what's coming, you're already knocked down. That's how deadly this weapon is. And, in the rainforest, it does make quite some noise, but it's worth it.
You know, I just love all the time whenever you describe that gun. That's why I just give the throw to you all the time. Whenever I see MK14, I'm like, okay, Fixes, it's your time to describe the weapon.
You know, that is the beauty of it, right? The best airdrop, in my opinion. 100%. A lot of people might, you know, have different opinions. A lot of people might go in for Groza, might go in for the M249 or the AWM. I mean, XP definitely does favor that weapon because he's a sniper himself and a pretty brilliant one at that. But anyways, you know, if you talk about the meta, if you talk about how that weapon really contributes to your team, how you can really use it, you know, you can use that even in those long ranges, even in those short ranges. Mid-range, it completely excels. You need to have those right attachments. Just get an extended quick draw or a compensator. That's all you need. I mean, if you have a cheek pad, then it's done. It's like an icing on the cake. But, you know, let's get back into the game. Take a look at the circle, how teams are traversing. This time, High Voltage taking the southern route, and they might take an entry from Camp Charlie, which will be really apt. But are they going to do that? Because we have seen where the teams are, but they are unaware of it.
Talking about teams being quiet, High Voltage, it's been a long time as well for them.
Yes.
They need to step up. Or, I mean, at least, yeah, for that money, you need to get that in your pockets. As Future Station seems like they are finally on a move. Bad Drift, of course, the casualty on their name. But are they going to be able to carry the rest of the team in their hands?
Well, they still do have players, you know, Evil Eye, Tamim, Kapshi, all brilliant players of Bangladesh. I mean, this is where, you know, all these other teams, they look up to them. You know, they have been inspired by what they've done for the region. And we have to say the hard words. You know, all these teams have somewhere outgrown them. They are playing way more better PUBG Mobile than what Future Station is doing. And that's coming right from us because of the statistics. I mean, look at where Future Station are. Not qualifying for 2 Super Weekends, barely making it into the third, and not really living up to the expectations. And, you know, a lot of fans have been waiting for the day where Future Station really steps up, you know, goes kill hungry, gets those 20 kills. Because, you know, that's a normal day at office. You know, just go 3 months back, 4 months back, Future Station Gremlin Storm in a local tournament, they were absolutely demolishing every squad, but somewhere down the line in this PMPL, they have fizzled away.
They have fizzled away. They're not really able to show their presence inside the game. As Venom Legends seem like they are on a move inside the circle. They are going to be making it inside, quite next to Pond. But they also need to watch out from a lot of teams that are going to be in their front lines. A1 being the one and Skylight being the one. If they keep on moving at the same pace they are, I'm pretty sure they are going to be meeting with them. As High Voltage, we were talking about this team, seems like they are going to be taking the entry from Camp Charlie. Now, this is where the problem really rises. If they are going to be taking the bridgeways from the side of Camp Charlie, then Carnage are the one who are guarding the bridge.
Well, you know, if you talk about a team like Carnage, you know, we are witnessing that same approach from them, the way they like it, you know, take things slow in the start, and once things start rolling, once everything is in your court, go bombarding everybody. And they've done that, and it has worked out twice. And maybe a third chicken dinner might be coming because they've got a good position inside the circle. But considering how High Voltage have been rotating, this is exactly what I wanted from them. Now, nobody is going to be on the back line, so they have that tunnel vision going on towards the northern side or towards the eastern side at the very least. So, you know, they can do that. You know, now High Voltage can actually have a really decent position in this particular game.
They definitely can. I mean, it's only a matter of seconds if they get spotted, though, Fixes. If they get spotted by the squad of Carnage, then they're, of course, going to be causing a lot of carnage on them. And that would be unfortunate situations for High Voltage, and they do not really want to get put into those. SPN crew moving quite close to the squads of 7C and Deadeyes as well, but take a look at the center of the circle. Almost the center, but the top side, as there are a lot of teams racking up. And, of course, Future Station, DRS, R3D Esports, Z3us, and Skylight Gaming right next to each other, and Venom Legends making their way inside.
You know, this is where I want to bring the conversation down towards Team DRS. Look how surrounded they are. The moment they step out from the cover, they are going to be shot from some direction, maybe one, maybe two, or maybe absolutely from everywhere. But look at how the circle has taken a shift now. Z3us, after getting that very, very beautiful chicken dinner, maybe can go in for the second. But now we know Team Z3us. Now they've completely opened up, unleashing the beast within them, and they've been racking up so many kills. So I really want them to kind of slow down a bit. let the circle simmer, and once you have control over the zone, then go for the kills. And if they do that, this chicken dinner is definitely going to be theirs. Back to back is what we are looking at.
This will definitely be theirs. And now Zeus, what they can do is just hold down their grounds that they got at first, and then probably take down or pepper down a lot of bullets onto the squads that are trying to make the rotation inside the circle, or at least in the center of the circle, making sure they are shooking them away from their spot. Now Venom Esports getting quite close to the players of DRS, and Mr. Boro getting punished this time. RX Jax is not going to let him go away that easily. Just a glimpse is going to be enough to take him down. A 6-9 is there from the back lines, and even Sinister is kind of progressing in forward. As Mafia Ninja making sure, trying his best to keep Venom Esports on their feet, keep Venom Esports on their knees. He doesn't want them to push any further.
Yes, successfully thwarting off for that push coming in by the lads from A1 Esports, as DRS are taking the brunt and still holding it off so very well. Now they also have to make a move some moment or the other, because the next circle shift might just go away from them. And this is where A1 Esports do realize that they are on the back lines. They can wait for DRS to make that move, and once they're out in the open, that's when they can strike. And if it's not A1 Esports, it's Venom Legends right beside them as well. But look at 1952, Magnet in a very, very critical situation, as StalwartFlex right in front of them. But still, the players over here, this time, the cavalry is there. Tawfiq providing that cover fire. He's there for his team, having that high ground advantage, are definitely going to be keeping the boys from StalwartFlex at bay, not letting them push.
Exactly, Magnet putting on a lot of pressure onto Crypto. Crypto's taking relentless amount of damage. High voltage this time. Cooney is going to be the casualty, but the res will be there without any issue. And of course, Havoc is going to be the man to stick the res, as Carnage are in the close lines of Havoc. But for now, it seems like they are quite clear, because F4 is in those left lines, and they're quite far away from them, and Carnage is quite far away, because right now the fight is panning down between the players of StalwartFlex and 1952, and I really want to see which one would come out on top.
Me too. But, you know, taking a look at how these lads have been playing high voltage, finally entering inside the circle, having all four of their players alive, and not getting any kill right now, up until now. But eventually they will find something. But look at how the circle has panned out. I mean, if it goes towards northeastern side, you've got those hills to play around with, and that's where teams like Skylight Gaming might just have an upper edge against Zeus. But Venom Legends, if they play the cards right, they might walk off with victory in that particular fight. But here we have the boys from StalwartFlex making the move, as Entry has found out Crypto, does get that very, very crucial knock as the fight begins.
Exactly, 1952 seems like they are having a good time inside this fight. StalwartFlex not really having the time of their life, and here comes this nade. This nade might be so damaging. There are two people right behind that one rock. Blade and Johnny have found themselves that cover, and of course that's the opening that they were looking for, but the second nade is going to be dealing the damage, and that's going to be deal being sealed from the side of 1952, and that's how they came out on top, and those utility usages is going to be on point.
I like it. They played it really smart. They knew that they needed those loots, because I just saw the players. They did not really have any first aid. So, of course, we'll secure that one out. But look at Wadu making the movement, but has been spotted out and is being taken shots at. And, well, it's going to be Season who gets the kill on towards him. Deadeyes making those small little mistakes and being punished for it, pushing right out in the open. What do you expect? Someone has to be there in those compounds.
Exactly. You need to watch out from each and every single compound. Sandesh towing quite a bombshell of a play. Did not expose himself in those until those late game situations, and of course he did expose himself in those late fights, as Future Station Evil Eye already knocked out. ICU trying to confirm the kill. He has been spotted as well by Kopshi there. Kopshi trying his best to take down IC as well, but IC this time seems like he is going to be on his feet, and he's pretty quick. He's getting back inside the cover, jiggle firing, and it doesn't seem like he is going to get caught off guard anytime soon.
Team Zeus, they're not engaging against one team but two, and they are absolutely dominating both of them. But right now, Godless, he is making a move at the players of high voltage, as Cooney is already bleeding. It's all down towards extreme. He needs to do something to get his teammate back alive, but can he do that, as Zol gets another beautiful knock, this time on towards the players of DRS?
Exactly, and now DRS are also opening things up. They are getting involved inside the fight. The casualties already there. 7C trying their best to retaliate back in fashion, and of course Zeus are in those close lines. And now, Future Station are in a massive world of trouble as Venom Legends. Jane has been spotted out. He just has that little tree for his cover as Frypan did not expect Frypan Utsarga to move up that close onto him. And of course, Utsarga did find himself that opening, but did get traded out quite instantly. Nightwing is going to be the one to retaliate back in fashion, but Steel Shot is quite close to the players of A1 Esports. And take a look at what 1952 are doing. The drive-by was there, but they got blown up by Sinister, and Magnet not going to be happy after that one.
Definitely not. And tip 101, never use your vehicles in those final circles when so many teams are rotating around. Well, Zeus having a really promising position, commanding that entire area and not letting the players of DRS get in. And this comes down to how well they predict the circle, and Zyol has to patch himself up, as now DRS still making a move as AJ has been spotted out by Zyol, and any moment the nade is going to be lobbed at him. Can he get the knock though? Does a hefty amount of damage as Galzin getting spotted out at Icy will be rattling him down with bullets.
Making it back to safety right in the nick of time as Galzin is barely surviving on his feet, but the nades are lobbed in from both the sides. And we do know when it comes to those utility battles, DRS is on point and they do find their mark all the time. So Zeus this time need to watch out a little bit. But the nades are lobbed in from the both sides, and it seems like they are doing quite equal amount of damage. But there are so many fights happening at the same time. TDK going up against A1 Esports, that's Skylight Gaming as well, joining the fray, taking down players of TDK. But now Zeus seems like they are going to be unleashing the hell onto the players of Future Station, as it's just down to that one last man standing.
How many squads are they going to go against? And they are winning every single fight. Now again, DRS not really giving up. Mafia Ninja going with a flank of his own has been spotted out by IC, howsoever. But right now, we'll have to see as to how this fight exactly pans out, because IC is right out in the open, not really revealing himself, as Leos this time goes after the meme.
Mafia Ninja might just play a massive role inside the fight because he does have the flank angle secure for himself. Zeus need to make sure they are going to be spotting him out in time, as Galzin going up against Icy head-to-head, and we do know Galzin does have that little bit of cover, but it doesn't matter. Icy's way too precise with his shots, and finally Mafia Ninja revealing himself. His anonymous position has been compromised, as Mafia Ninja going to be taking down Icy, and the kill will be confirmed as well. DRS already have 3 of their players knocked out. Zeus do want to make sure they are confirming those kills, but it doesn't seem like Mafia Ninja is in a mood to get those revives in, because he needs to make it back inside the circle.
Can't really afford to do that, but Leos, he is in mood for some redemption. He knows that his teammates have fallen, but he has not given up yet. Considering how well Skylight Gaming are defending their compound, it's going to be so difficult for all these teams to try and get inside, as the circle takes a shift and absolutely no one, not even a single team, is inside.
Exactly, the circle shifts in a no man's land, and now R3D of course do have the best of the zone for themselves. Now all they need to do is just move a little bit further, get inside the zone, secure a good position for themselves. Same goes with PN Crew and TDK as well, but they are getting contested down by the squad of Skylight Gaming. TDK aren't really having the time of their life. They're getting contested down from all over the angles, as R3D revealing their position away, and blah 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 getting spotted out in the grasses. Joker is going to be the one to spot out, and of course he has an evil eye, as Skylight Gaming continuing the domination inside those late game circles. They do have a real good position, but they will need to make the rotation inside, and as they are, I'm pretty sure 7C Future Station, Zeus and DRS Mafia Ninja will spot them out.
Well, we have to see as to how PN Crew really play this one out, because they have definitely spotted the players of R3D lobbing a few grenades, but Fear right out in the open, and Sandesh will be sending him back home with that ludicrous headshot. And now Anubis, oh my goodness, he's been spotted out, and PN Crew, wow, what a play.
What a shot from that AWM, opening, cracking his skull open, as DRS Mafia Ninja going up head-to-head against Shari. And seems like he will be taken out, as DRS taking an exit onto 6th position. And now PN Crew moving in quite closer to the players of TDK as well. So many fights happening. PN Crew seems like they are going straight up head-to-head against the player of 7C. They do know where Turulov is. They do know where Fear is as well. And 7C trying to retaliate back in fashion, but doesn't seem like that's gonna be that easy, as Skylight Gaming from the backlines doing a lot of work onto the players of TDK, as they are just pinned down behind that little smoke. The smoke is not going to be providing them that much of a cover. As it fades away, I'm pretty sure TDK would be quite exposed and out in the open.
Indeed they are, but look at PN Crew. They are stopping absolutely at nothing as they've already racked up 6 kills. Now Skylight Gaming making those smart moves, waiting for the teams, trying to go in, picking them up one after the other. Now Chari does have that MK14, but take a look at A1 Esports' Sinister, who's still outside the zone, but yet resorting for a heal battle.
Of course, the heal battle has been the meta since a long time. It seems like a lot of players are going to be opting out for those things as nades are lobbed in from all over the sides. For now, it's quite a silent situation in these late game circles. Sinister wants to make it inside the circle, and yep, he does know he's done for. So he's just going to be doing that little emote in the end. And that's where he takes an exit.
Yes, indeed he does, but now we have 3 teams still striving to get that chicken dinner. No one really wanting to give up, and look at 7C. They still have quite a few players alive, but it's the boys from Skylight Gaming that have the highest odds in getting the victory this time, as Leon will get a massive knock onto it. The players of 7C, as Legend again gets the trade-off over here onto its Joker, making things so very interesting in this Mexican duel.
The circle shifts again in the no man's land as PN Crew are the closest one to the circle, and now 7C do also want to make it inside the circle. But Skylight Gaming are dominating the entire late game situation as they are trying their best to take down any squad who are stepping right in front of them. True Love's position is still anonymous, but it doesn't matter. The nades are lobbed in from the side of PN Crew. Sandesh finally putting an end to the story of 7C.
But look at this. Well, we've got a 3v2 situation, PN Crew versus Scarlet Gaming, and 2 of the players have already been knocked out. It all comes down to its Leon to try and clutch this out, and it's going to be such a daunting task because Sandesh, he is still instilling that hurt towards the players over there as he needs to move out. Does manage to secure those 2 kills though. Now it's just Leon against Sandesh and Legend. Can he clutch it out?
He still needs to make it inside the circle, and this is where he might just get compromised unless PN Crew just give him that easy opening that they are looking for, that Leon is looking for. And here comes a little bit of shots being rattled, whizzing past his ears as that nade is going to be dealing so much damage to Leon, and this is where things might just go in the hands of PN Crew. And Sunday is kind of trying to throw those quick scope, but it doesn't seem like he will be connecting, finally switching it back to his M4 and getting him down.
Well, they did wanted to go overboard, but either ways, they still managed to secure that beautiful chicken, because that's how deadly PN Crew were. They were patient, they let the circle close in, they let all the bystanders try to get in, and that's where lightning strike. And well, Sandesh, we can allot this lad, the way he's been playing. Wow, I mean, has been establishing himself as one of the best snipers at the game. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we will be heading for a short little break, because coming right after is the test to break things down.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. We are in the final Super Weekend, and it is off to an incredible start from these teams. And along with that, it is a big thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for sponsoring the PMPL event. I'm your host, Brother. Let's move on down to, of course, Odin Sharma and Super Johnny. What do you guys think about this game?
This was a good game for a Sanhok to be like a Sanhok's game, right? So this was a really good Sanhok's game, and that was showing the stats as well right now. PN Crew obviously enjoying themselves out on this area. 5 kills by Legend, 778 damage, 4 assists as well. So, you know, a high fragging game from this team as well.
I mean, it has been the case with PN Crew. Every single day, 1 or 2 games they are going to pop off, and today it was this one.
Absolutely, and with that, again, when you talk about this team, they did walk away with 11 kills. That is going to be working in their favor when it comes to those points. But eventually, again, when you talk about the entirety of the saga that took place on this map of Sanhok, all the teams were able to chime in, and that was a good thing.
Yes, they were. Yes, they were totally with everything for themselves. You know, the way these players play, when they know what's coming out there. Because if you remember, Zeus was looking really good in this match as well, but the circle was not in their favor. So at these moments, the player, the team, the person who first of all just has that reach for the circle, that person has the reach for the game as well. Like there are chances, because at that moment you just have to defend.
Exactly, and if you can manage to get your hands on that arm, well, things are definitely going to turn out in your favor.
That is true. Again, I mean, you guys are talking about Z3us Esports walking away with 7 points, along with which it was 1952 as well. Right around the corner, walking away with, of course, 7 points for themselves. So that's going to be working towards this team's, of course, overall. But right now, let's talk about the top players coming in from this game, and that is going to showcase quite an interesting turn of events, because it was not dominated by just one team, right? So that's a good thing.
Exactly. I mean, it just comes down to T2K Chain. You can see out here. Obviously, PN was there. DRS as well. 4 kills for 3 individuals, starting from Sandesh till Sandesh to Jane to Marvin Ninja, and then Legend was obviously out there with 5 kills for himself. Survival times 20 plus for everyone, because last time, you know, we have seen in a few games there are 18 minutes of survival time of one player, while the other are at 20 plus marker for themselves. That means it was like evenly distributed between these players as well as their teams, because whatever kills they get, the team enjoys that.
Exactly, and also, I mean, DRS Gaming, let's talk about their situation, because they were trying to come into the circle from the outside, encountered Zeus in the middle, and then still managed to move on past them. So that was really, really important for the team. Plus, they have this ability to distract whoever comes in front of them and then take them out. Their flanks are really, really good.
Absolutely are, and that certainly does bring us towards the match summary, where you do glance on down towards the damage as well as those assists coming in from PN Legend. I mean, PN Legend, he's all over the place.
Well, utilities, just 8 is the maximum utility usage. Wow. Just using smokes.
I get it, it's Sanhok, but still, 8 is too low.
It is too low.
Oh, well, I mean,
it is what it is.
People just preferred, I guess, in this matchup, everyone just preferred shooting at each other rather than taking them down with utility.
They spotted them down and just, you know, went with everything.
Exactly.
Because we did see some, we did see some grenade usage, some smokes being used out there. It was not a lot though, but then 8 is too less of a number.
You seem to have taken it to your heart, mate. But with that, let's move on towards the match ranking, where we do see PN Crew walking away with 26 points, and the second place holder, Skylight Gaming, 10-point difference right there.
Exactly, like 10 points coming down at that one. Then it's 7C for themselves, obviously 1 point shy from Skylight Gaming. That's where they are. But talk about 1952, as we just, you know, we're talking about it now. It's the, what do you call it? You know, the reflection of everything that you have done. Because now it's one game, one chicken dinner is what they need.
Oh yes, the last.
Maybe yesterday's last game was a good one for them, so I'm going to be hopeful for that. But as we move forward to the second page of the standing, once again we see F4 and R3D present in the same situation. But this time it was StalwartFlex and Venom Legends and Carnage Esports that were forced to take the early exit.
Yeah, exactly. So talking about Carnage, right? I don't know how it became an ups and downs thing. 2 games, chicken dinners. Next game, not so good. This game again, not so good. So it was like an up, like they are playing in an upside down.
Absolutely.
2 games, not just chicken dinners, but dominating chicken dinners.
It's like it's like, you know, the gameplay is right now up starts with the Demogorgon or something. Because previously it was a really good game, right? 2 good games, and then it went down. I would love to see them make a comeback in last game. Just 1 game remaining. Every teams will like to go YOLO in that one.
Exactly, that's what the approach will need to be when it comes to these teams. But along with all of this, the way this was showcased from the entirety of the lobby was looking really good. But the zone is where the curveball was thrown, and you guys had already spoken about it and predicted it.
I mean, we are going to try and see how things are going to go in the game. But, I mean, this was an interesting one. And as Ocean mentioned, in Sanhok, it is always the case. You try and take control of the center earlier on. And if you have cover while you have the control as well, that does give you an advantage. But this time, things were a little bit different. Because this shift towards the northern side is what gave PN Crew the advantage that they needed.
I mean, they did not have to move in the previous shift. They were just at the edge of the circle. Then they were like, let's play it from here. Let's see if we cover out the teams from the back sides and then move in. Once they move in, they have no one to see, right?
Exactly.
You know, on their right around all those areas, and then they just, you know, obliterate the competition, because the next shift, it's them or R3D. R3D was obviously taken out, then it was just them in that circle.
Exactly. DE was the only team that they had to contend with, and once they were taken care of, PN Crew, well, they were quite comfortable with the situation that was laid out in front of them.
Absolutely, and once again, right here, we just saw that A1 Esports Sinister was the final man standing up, taken down, of course, through the zone itself, but that was just a few of those moments that we just discussed. Let's combine them together through the Oppo moments right now.
I mean, when you talk about the fights, right, as it just started, I mean, every team is like, either they drop, they find some other, like we saw in the previous Erangel, if you remember, right, as compared to the Sanhok.
Yeah.
Two teams drop at the same drop location just to test the waters or something, and then obviously there are gonna be fights. You can never leave those areas 4-man.
True.
If you are there, one player at least will go down, or maybe it's a squad. And then talking about the fights that are happening in the 4th circle or something, it's happening at the edge of the circle or outside the circle. You know the zone's gonna damage you as well once it gets close.
Exactly, and this is the position where we actually see Zeus sort of get into a lot of trouble, because they were out of the circle. They tried to force fights when they were supposed to move inside the circle, get into a safer position, and then maybe turn around and take care of things. But that did not happen, and by this time, I mean, there was the arm in the hands of the players of PN.
Yeah, Sandesh using that AWM, the quick scopes just coming out as well in the final moments. I mean, that's a good usage, but then, you know, M4 finishes the job at the end, and everyone's happy from PM.
Goes for it, doesn't work out. He's like, all right, I'm gonna just end it normally.
Absolutely. Yeah. For Arm, it's that thing, right? One bullet does the damage, a lot do the job. That's the thing with M4, and then you just go for that one.
But looking at this graph right here, this is looking a pretty interesting graph, because you're looking at PN Crew walking away with 11 kills and 2009 damage dished out, but the entirety of the lobby were able to slowly and steadily bring themselves apart from, of course, StalwartFlex.
So this is a good game, because mostly what happens is we see just one team, and then you just like you were talking, right? There's that team, and then moving forward there are other teams. But now you start from Skylight Gaming till 1952, you see lots of kills being given. If not kills, the damage being given. That's a good thing.
And it all comes down to the fact that there were a lot of early fights as well. I mean, individual players, as Ocean mentioned, that is the story of Sanhok. As soon as you land, it's on. The war is already started. You don't even know it yet, and that does allow the opportunity to for the teams to actually pick up a few points quite earlier on in the game. So if they can actually transition that to the late game stages, this is what we see. 4 kills coming in, 6 kills coming in for a lot of teams, 3 kills, 2 kills, you do get points somehow.
Absolutely, and that is what is going to be making that storyboard look that much more interesting, because these teams certainly do need these points as they get themselves working towards the PMPL finals. And with that, let's have a look at the overall ranking coming in from them teams, and Z3us Esports is on to another level with 444 total points for themselves.
I want to see, you know, obviously 44 matches, 444 points. So 450 plus, where they can hit the end marker by the final game. And also, we know this story. Top 10, we know it. It's 11 to 20, where there's one team that's playing, one chicken dinner needed, $1,000, one game, and a dream.
And a dream that 1952 has held on to for the longest time for now. But will they be able to capitalize? This game also, they were looking pretty comfortable. They were bringing in those kills for themselves. They were in control as well.
This is the thing. Carnage 375, T2K 364. Will a topple happen? I mean, because T2K's previous Erangel was really good. Will a topple happen? I mean, that's also a question to be asked out. Skylight Gaming right now, they are at 7. Venom Legends is at 6. Venom Legends, we talked about this, right? 5th and 6th position. Will Venom Legends enter the top 5? Will Skylight Gaming go after Venom Legends? Because 343-38. But moving on, or A1 Esports 334. Moving on. 1952 again, that 0 chicken dinner marker.
Oh boy, I mean, they have qualified for the finals, that's the thing, right? And once in the finals, they can try and compete for the money right there. But yeah, I understand what you're trying to say. It is going to be better for them if they get $1,000 already. But there is a change in the second half of the standings as well, ladies and gentlemen. Future Station have taken over INES.
This is what they have done for themselves, and obviously it's a good thing, right? Because they were playing this game for themselves right now. Obviously, it was their first Super Weekend that they were playing it. Right now, could not do much for one thing, and that is, you know, get to the best. But again, get a win. Maybe you get this $1,000.
Once again, nothing stopping them from doing so. They are certainly working towards those placement points in these games, as we've noticed. Even if it's just a one-man army coming in from Future Station, they always try and work towards those placement points, and that is certainly working good in their favor. But that brings us down to the final game that is due. So let's move on to the schedule. That will, of course, take us back to the map of Erangel.
I mean, this is what I love about this what you can say, the format, as per se, obviously. This is what I love about this one, and that is it gives everyone an opportunity. Either you are qualified or you're not qualified. It gets you that opportunity. It's a final game. Whilst the other teams maybe are going YOLO, you played cautiously, and Slow and Steady wins the race for one final time.
And walk away with those $1,000.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, there is money being handed out just if you make it to the Super Weekend. So that is going to be a wonderful, wonderful opportunity for these teams to have those $1,000 for this last game in the bag before a few move to the finals and a few get left behind.
Johnny, plus I would love to see how Zeus plays this game. Just because, you know, the 20-kill game,
not just
going
them,
high for the kills.
Not just them. For me, this is going to be for the teams. Like, I would like to say, showcase what is going to happen in the finals. Like, strats need to be revealed and everything needs to be laid out right now. Give a reflection of it. Maybe it's just like, what, 60% of your strat.
Show us the teaser. Show us the teaser. You know, get us in that zone.
That's going to be awesome.
Yeah, show us the teaser of the fights that you know you're going to just, you know, go on with for the finals. Because once this ends, it's ending like for us, because we'll be obviously, you know, doing our homework for the next stage. It's ending for the people because they're like, you know, they'll be looking forward to the next match. But for the players, once it ends, they go back to the drawing board. They're like, yeah, this is checked out. Now moving on there.
Now moving on there brings us towards moving on to the final game. It is time to go on to our Erangel boys for one more time, for the last time when it comes to the weekends, the Super Weekends, that is, of course, because after this it will be the finals that these teams are going to be working towards, the top 16 teams. With that, enough banter, let's move on, of course, to XP and Play.
Thank you again once more, Blotter, Johnny, and of course Ocean. A lot of love being shared here on the desk, but ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be jumping into the final game of the final Super Weekend. It is going to wind up the way it started off on Erangel.
Game 5 on day 3 of the third Super Weekend in the PMPL Season 3. A lot of frees over there. I like that. But again, it is going to be the last game. Now, we already know who all is going to be going forward to the grand finale, so to speak. However, $1,000 is still on the line, Blade. That's a lot of money.
Money is money. We all like that, Bula. And I do like to point out what Ocean... what's up? You want the money? I want the money as well. Unfortunately, you know, we're not in the server. We're not the ones who will have an opportunity to play for that cash. I want to allude to what Ocean mentioned earlier, where he was like, slow and steady wins the race. Now, do you think Zeus are going to take this easy?
I mean, like I said, I don't think they really want that $1,000. They're just going to go out and kill everybody else, because for one last time, the heavens shall be shining down from this portal up top, and that big, beautiful C-130 is going to take to the sky. And Blay, would you please do us the honors of taking us through the fight?
Well, I shall, kind sir. It's going to be heading from the Povka. It's going to be winding up towards Georgie, smack in the middle of Georgia Pole.
The funny thing is, everyone can pretty much see where the plane path is, so I don't know, but I love the fact that you still went into it. Now, we do know where everyone is going to drop. That is a given. Every team is going to go to their favorite drop spots. The only wild card, in my opinion, are going to be the boys from Z3us Esports, because if they're not going to drop off at the shelter, they might just drop off at Georgia Pole, or you know what, they might even contest someone at their own spots, but it looks like they are going to be heading towards the compounds around the shelter, which means basically they're going to loot up quick, and well, you know what's going to happen next.
Well, let's find out if that is indeed going to be the case. We've already seen some pretty aggressive starts to Erangel so far. And we've seen, of course, a couple of teams come out on top. Carnage Esports, they were looking great.
I like that number 444.
444.
Four's my lucky number.
I'd like Zeus to just get 0 points, just so that they remain on 444. That would be great. But you know what? I don't think they're going to be listening to me. They're still going to be gunning for the chicken dinner and all the kills as well. Carnage Esports, something, again, which our desk alluded to, where they had a fantastic start the first couple of games, back-to-back chicken dinners. And game number 3 and 4, they kind of went out without even a whimper.
Well, I mean, you know what happened in game 3. It's the first opposition that they did meet were the boys from Z3us Esports, and yay, play finally in the final game. Yeah! We have a different kind of a circle. It is going to be towards the east. We are all happy. There's a little bit of water, and to be honest with you, I would not mind the circle going anywhere because it's not going to be Gatka, and it's not going to be Primorsk.
It took 3 weeks. It took 3 weeks, but it looks like it will indeed be a bit of a difference when it comes to the play zone.
Let me say something. Zeus are dead smack in the center right now. I mean, they're going to be like, wait a second, which direction do we go and kill? I want to see all 4 of them. Pretty much one heads north, one heads south, one heads west, and one heads east. It could happen.
It could happen indeed. The 4 horsemen riding in all 4 directions, looking to get those kills. They might actually go up against T2K very early on. T2K right south of them, F4 towards their east, towards the Lipovka area. Up north towards Yasnaya is DRS as usual.
Venom Legends are going to be happy that they actually dropped off a bit early.
I see something. I see something. I see something.
I see that too. Have a look at that. Let me see if all of you at home can spot it.
You get 5 seconds. You get 5 seconds.
All right.
Okay, what's weird on this map? What is something that is really, really strange?
Do you want a hint? Look into the future.
Alrighty.
There we go. Have a look at it. 2 members from Z3us Esports are dead smack center, but avert your eyes towards Georgia Paul because Leo and Zeol are going to be taking the fight to Future Station.
Well, meantime, we have StalwartFlex. I thought they wouldn't head to the military island. I thought for a change they would go there.
It's a definite thing in life, bro. It just is.
They're actually still going to go to the military island so late, these guys.
Let me remind you, death, taxes, and StalwartFlex heading to the military base are the 3 inevitable things in life.
Okay, Blade. Okay, all right. All right, let's stop wasting those bullets. It's the double shotty.
One for the camera, one for the camera.
Come on. Yeah, there we go.
He's practicing. They're going to do some drive-bys this game, I'm pretty sure.
Listen, it's a final game. These guys have nothing to lose. They're pretty much qualified for the playoffs, for the finals taking place next week. So, yeah, might as well have a little bit of fun here.
I so want him to shoot his own teammates' tire off. I don't know why. I've got a mean streak in me.
Yeah, you do. Zeus, though, you know, the 2 members towards the mountain, 2 members all the way towards shelter. They have absolutely no craps left to give. They're just going to be going in. And you know what? Even as a 2-man squad, they are still going to be a deadly force of nature.
That is something that I'm not going to contradict. Of course, you couldn't have said it better. Deadly force of nature. But right now, StalwartFlex are going to be outside at the military base. They're going to make sure that they loot up to their heart's content, as Zol and Leos are going to be doing a similar thing at the Georgia Ball containers. But now I was having a look at the map. Again, it is going to be Erangel. All the teams are pretty comfortable where they drop down. Now, unless Zeus go out on the hunt early on, we're not really going to see a lot of action. But what we are seeing right now is a massive transition from Z3us Esports, who haven't really decided. They've actually decided to leave Pachinki a bit early, as Rig is probably one of the last few members left towards the northeast of the city, which is a good idea because, you know, you want to make sure that you have a good central point, and you want to be the first one up on that mountain.
Yeah, the race for the mountain. Although we will be seeing a multitude of other teams coming on in. We take a look at the overall standings here.
Looks like Icy's kind of just adjusting his camera because they might be getting ready for another chicken dinner here.
Listen, if they can pull off a chicken dinner with the way they're playing right now, with 2 players all the way towards South Georgia and the other 2 with shelter, I'm just going to be shell-shocked. I will shut my mouth. StalwartFlex, in the meantime, going to be looting up towards Military Island as usual, and Jiggle could be driving into some danger. Turu Love nearby.
I was just going to bring this up. I like the fact that Carnage Esports are not taking any chances. They are going to try and get to the center of the circle as well. Mind you, one of the members, Prabeen, is still a little ways back. It shouldn't be too much of an issue. And as I was saying, there you go. 7Cs, they actually did do what I was thinking they might. They are going to go and perch themselves atop this little mountain. A flat top mountain, to be exact.
Yeah, almost center of the play zone as well. And they do have quite a few teams in the vicinity, and that is something they have to be pretty wary of. However, for the time being, it looks like it is going to be kind of quiet. Carnage going on a long drive here. You can see Godless in the distance, but a little too far away for Mr. Godless himself to land a few shots.
Judging by what I see right now, I think they might just want to go towards the mansion, especially not just the mansion per se, but that one compound just west of the mansion where you have a little bit of a couple of compounds, in fact, on high ground. So you can have a good 360 all around, or even the mansion would not be a bad idea. But in fact, they are going to go south of it. They might, in fact, be looking for a fight. They could be on a head-on collision with Team F4, but I wonder if they know Zeus is going to be nearby. Now, they are probably anticipating that, Zeus could have either gone to Georgia Paul, or they might find all 4 members running around in those trenches down below in this shelter. But, well, only time will tell as all the teams are now converging in. 1952, the only one still out in the blue.
Yes, they are still indeed out in the blue, and of course Circle not going to be doing too much damage, so they're going to be pretty happy with the way things are playing out right now. Zeus, the other 2 members, they are going to be moving on in, just north of Pochinki, between Pochinki and School, trying to regroup with their other 2 teammates who are towards Shelter. However, there is a real possibility that High Voltage could kind of prevent them from doing so. However, that also means High Voltage could be sandwiched by 2 members of Zeus.
That is a possibility. However, High Voltage are going to be in that little compound just east of Potato Hill, so I don't think it's going to be really problematic for them unless, of course, Leos and Zeol actually just push up on their position, which is not surprising anymore, because even if it's a one-man army as far as Zeus Esports are concerned, they don't back away. I don't think forfeit is a word that they have in their dictionary, Blaine.
Absolutely not. They're going to go down in a blaze of glory if they have to. Right now, the F4, a team who has, at least in the past week and a half, shown their mettle. They have looked pretty solid so far. Some great games coming out from these gentlemen. And they might have to go up against Carnage Esports here. Carnage snipe, just beyond the ridge of that hill. Won't be spotted out, but F4 are very well aware of the possibility of Carnage laying some shots in their general direction.
Carnage are a bit far up, and of course they don't have to really worry about F4 right now. What they are going to have to worry about is teams like 7Cs and teams like Z3us Esports, who might just be coming in from their western front. Now, as the circle is going to be imploding in on itself sooner than later, it looks like 1952 are going to be out of the blue as well. In fact, driving dangerously close to Future Station as Manish was just spotted out. In fact, his arm was just visible, and a bullet did seem to find its way. But what's happening right now is Jane is trying to get a few shots on StalwartFlex.
StalwartFlex having to cross on the eastern bridge, and fortunately for them, they have managed to do so. Where they have this little bit of a cliff side, gentle slope as well to work with. It's not that sheer, but T2K having them kind of pinned down. Now, for the time being, both these 2 teams are in the play zone. Almost every team are inside of the play zone, apart from 1952 and Skylight Gaming.
Have a look at that. StalwartFlex's Johnny is going to go in, but Utsarga was a little far behind, and I'm going to wait for that because Blade is going to get taken down. Johnny is inside the building. Now, blah, blah, blah from T2K is going to come around somewhere from the bottom right of our screens and hit them in their back as well. Elsewhere, Destroyer takes down Manish.
Oh, Blade's done for here. The nade could find its mark. There we go. Blade will be given a swift burial with the HE. I like what StalwartFlex did there, though. I know it didn't quite pan out, but the way they've just pushed on in instead of being pinned down, I feel was the right idea.
It was the right idea, in fact. However, they could have been just a bit more patient. All that cover fire should have come in from the gentleman who was still behind at that ridge as Johnny was moving in. Now, again, keep in mind, blah, blah, blah's position is going to be awesome. He's not on our screens, but if we just pan a bit to the right, you are going to see him coming in as Johnny is going to be brought down to his knees with a massive, massive grenade.
Yeah, after pushing on in, I feel like StalwartFlex just kind of stopped, after the initial aggression.
I want Jane to look. Oh, there you have it. You see blah, blah, blah in Milta. Now, from there, he can actually get a few shots on Crypto and Reviews if they're not going to be careful enough.
Oh, head spotted out, almost gets the knock. In the meantime, F4, they are taking the fight to Carnage Esports, and it looks like Carnage Esports have been whittled down to just a couple of members here. And as you pointed out earlier, a player is driving off in the distance. Reviews, he will be spotted out, but like you said, blah, blah, blah is lying in wait. He's going to be rattling off a few shots of his own, but Reviews, it looks like he has managed to extricate himself from that position. But they saw that buggy. They know it was only one player, and now it's Crypto's turn to go for what will be a very scary rotation. And Rated Sir preempting it, preventing him from going for the play, and trapping Crypto alone in a 1v3, basically.
This is where blah 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 can actually shine over here, because Raider is trying to bait him just a little bit over. That grenade is not going to be good. However, Crypto is going to have to go behind cover, and I wonder, I wish I had blah blah blah's POV right now, because if he sees even a glimpse of this gentleman, Crypto could be taken down.
That was almost a nice nade. That's a Z3us coming in to the assistance of his teams, just tossing in all the nades he's got, and Crypto's going to be going for a bit of a rotation, crawling around. He's got a little bush for cover as well. So T2K, they're basically wasting all the nades at this point. They have no idea Crypto has repositioned himself, as a circle will be moving in as well. The blue slowly creeping on in. Jane, he's had enough. They're all going to be going in for the kill now, and Crypto basically in a 1v3. The AKM in his hands. It can be deadly. They're all looking the wrong way. He's going to find one.
Oh, okay.
He knows where Raider is. Z3us on his knees. Sees him. Nade will be... Oh, this is huge. This nade is perfect. Perfectly read, red, and almost finds Z3us. He will indeed, dealing a little bit more damage onto Jane, but the reply comes in, and Jane's nade will find Crypto. That looked very scary for T2K for a moment there.
Talk about a perfect nade. In fact, that grenade just bounced off Crypto's body before it detonated and took him along with him, which means StalwartFlex are going to be reduced to a one-man squad, and Reviews has a lot of weight on his shoulders. Now, is he going to survive? Again, we did kind of mention that, they've already made it. They are in, I believe, the 9th position. Yes, they are, with 327 points. So they are comfortably going to make it to the finals. However, it's all about those bragging rights as well, because, a lot of these players that are playing, yes, we are on opposing teams, but they're friends in real life. So, once we all... almost a lot of them have common WhatsApp groups or whatnot. So it's all about the bragging rights that, you took me on, but I'm the one who got you. And now the circle is going to be shifting towards the farm. I like that. It's going to be something new. A1 Esports finding themselves again in the thick and thin of it, Blade. This is why, see, they will get those kill points, they get those position points, but the chicken dinners have been eluding them for so far. However, that one chicken dinner was a cherry on the cake, to be honest with you.
Of course, they'll be looking for more, right? You don't want to be just happy and content getting just the one chicken dinner, considering how consistent they've been so far in PMPL Season 3. They'll be looking for more. As F4, looks like they have found Carnage, and they're looking to finish off the job in the distance. Venom Legends will go driving past in their vehicles, and that's a nice spray coming in. Never mind from Zeol. Where even is Zeol? Well, he's going to finish off Frypan. There he is. There he is, right on top of the bunker. And Carnage now, they're like, oh, Zeus are nearby. This is problematic. F4's pushing in. The nade could pin them inside. Meanwhile, Leo getting knocked down by a member of Deadeyes Guys, and Leo's will be finished off. Zuyog dealing the final blow onto one member of Zeus. Now Carnage pinned down Destroyer, tossing in the nade. It's going to blow up the vehicles they have, which should be a problem for Carnage for the time being.
Good call by Zeol to go and regroup with his teammates, because DRS are going to be pushing on their position. In fact, the moment he gets there, he is brought down to his knees. This fight taking place just a bit north in that compound, in that flat ground down below. There you have it. Now DRS AJ is going to be on his knees as well, as Godless has to deploy some smoke to try and attempt to revive, but he does have an idea where Mr. Boro is. This could be a little problematic, but Mr. Boro does not want to pick a fight because IC is putting the pressure from the other side.
Look at the pressure though, but Zeol getting finished off, however, by Mafia Ninja. The res doesn't come on in, and Godless is going to be knocked down by Mr. Boro. They're doing a fantastic job keeping Zeus at bay. I see now, nade. Oh, the perfection. He cooks that so well. Gordon Ramsay would be so proud. And now it's a 1v1. Mafia Ninja coming in for the rescue. And the nade almost finds the player. A second follow-up nade could do what he needs to be done. But yes, he will. Mafia Ninja not able to get the res. Gyalton will fall. Smoke will be deployed. The res will come on in. And Mafia Ninja now, he has to watch his teammates fall by the wayside. A Molotov is perfection. He can't go in for the res. Godless needs to crawl away. He is on fire. He is bleeding out. And Mafia Ninja, he could read his perfection. Nade, cooked, ready, tossed in, and lands perfectly where he wanted it to land. Mafia Ninja, sure, he wasn't able to save his teammates, but vengeance, oh, it's sweet.
I'm not even going to say anything. Let me just appreciate that little tit for tat, so to speak.
The Molotov was forcing them to move out, lobbing the nade, the perfect nade. So well done by Mafia Ninja.
And especially, it's going to just add a little bit of salt in the wound, because that is what Icy did just moments before, and he's like, wait a second, hold my energy drink, here you go. I'm going to, again, like you said, Gordon Ramsay is definitely proud of both these teams' play.
Some well-cooked nades and DRS.
Well, Zeus is out. You realize that?
Zeus is out of the bottommost place. They still get 3 points though, but I'm just saying, you know, Mafia Ninja, tit for tat. We saw Icy do it, like you pointed out, in Miramar just the other day. And now Mafia Ninja returning, replying in kind, and Datu playing that 1v1 to absolute perfection.
447 does not have the same ring as 444 though, so that's the only thing that I'm kind of disappointed about. But again, they are still going to be at the tippity top of the overall leaderboard as T2K are going to be moving in the neighborhood where 7Cs already are. Meanwhile, Virus with a grenade has an idea or thinks that somebody could be in the building, but looks like Review's with the one who was spotted out, and he's going to be a bit far off as Legend gets taken down by Joker. Some precision shots coming in as P and crew are going to be one man down. Now Review's realized the people are all around him. He needs to go outside the building. Edgar is going to be the first. Edgar gets taken down. Oh my goodness, that could have been devastating. He almost got ran over. Wow.
In the end, unfortunately, Review's not able to keep the members there at bay. He will eventually fall. It could have been a vehicle, but in the end, it's a more honorable death, I might say. To the guns, and the nade is perfection from A1. They obliterate the two members. They still continue to rein in the nades.
Mind you, that is Deadeyes Guys, in fact, coming in as well. So they just got sandwiched big time, but now it's going to be a little problematic because F4 are going to be moving in on Deadeyes Guys' position. They have a good little fort over here. He needs to shoot bolt trucks, which he does, and F4 are looking in a world of trouble.
F4 just coming on in with willy-nilly, not really being too aware of their surroundings. Wow. And Suyo with clinical precision gets another knock as well. And now F4, a four-man squad down to the one man, trying to keep their hopes alive. The players are being finished off as well. Suyok not even allowing them an opportunity to crawl their way to safety. Oh, F4, that's just it went from great to terrible in a matter of seconds.
And let me tell you one thing right now, Khan and his teammates cannot come back for the revive on Voltrox. They need to, in fact, head up north and avoid this fight altogether because Deadeyes Guys, well, they're going to be applying the pressure. However, R3D are going to be near the position. But I'm going to focus over here right now as DRS Gaming are going to be eliminated in 30th position. Khan does fall out Virus. There you have it. Virus goes down, and now they know someone is nearby.
F4, the res coming in, Voltrux still bleeding out. And R3D, they thought they were in a good spot, but with the blue moving in, things are not looking that great. Joker doing his best to try and keep F4 at bay, and is going to drive on past. I don't think they can go in for the res right now. No, they will have to abandon a teammate, and which I believe is the right call, as R3D being forced to move on in. Anubis spots the player out, takes a second shot, misses it, and it's going to be the Scar L coming to play, but not quite able to get the knock onto Dante.
Had that first shot been a little bit to the left, it could have been a headshot as Wolverine and Khan are fighting the blue zone, trying to get in the circle, and there you have it. They did have that little northern rotation, but little do they know, they're heading directly in the direction of Future Station. They have spotted the enemies out, expect a few smokes to be deployed, as Siyok from Deadeyes Guys kind of had 1952 in his crosshairs, but there you go, Evil Eye from Future Station is going to put Khan down on his knees. The question is it going to be enough? It's not for F4 as they get eliminated in the 11th position.
Evil Eye finishing them off, and with that, all F4. I almost called them Alt F4, but yeah, they did get Alt F4 out of the server. 10 teams remaining, 33 players still alive in the server. Deadeyes Guys on a 6-kill streak, although they have lost one member.
Technically speaking, if you have Evil Eye on your team, you should be like really lucky, right?
You can ward off the Evil Eye, you can just raise the Devil's Horns. I don't know how many people got that reference, but 9boy is jogging around. They're playing in a squad of, splitting up in pairs. That's 1952 being spotted out in the open by Suyog. Rattles off a few bullets and immediately peels away from that fight, opting instead to push in deeper into the play zone.
That is the right call indeed. However, his teammate Shifu is going to get knocked out, which means the revive is not going to come in as A1 Esports 6-9boy is going to be raining death and havoc on them. However, those shots are not going to find their mark. Now, Deadeyes Guys, again, it could be problematic because their car is on fire and R3D could blow them up, which they do. And boom! They have been wiped out from this server. I mean,
a little too optimistic
that was inevitable.
Yeah, and a little too optimistic from Deadeyes Guys. Well, you know what? It's fine. They're still going to be in, I think, 4th position right now, 4th or 5th, so I think it's still going to be pretty happy with the way things have played out here in the Super Weekend. Prabeen in the meantime, a sliver of HP. The bullets don't quite find its mark as Edgar will be shot back in turn. I'm not sure from whom though, but it's going to force himself to use up his first aid kits and his bandages. They're very low here, and they're getting still rattled off. I don't know why they have to get in the vehicle. They're scared of the blue, and they are just going up against a wall of bullets, and they will be eliminated. R3D go out, and they also go out in the vehicles.
The same way. I think the way they took out Deadeyes Guys is how they went out. I love it. A lot of tit for tats going on today as Future Station's Bad Rev is going to knock out Cooney, and Assassin is going to go down as well. Another grenade comes in and pretty much seals 2 kills for them. Now, Extreme is the last man standing, but I think Capshi is not going to be patient as he's going from the left. Evil Eye is going to join him. Extreme has his work cut out for them, and I think it is going to be it for the gentleman. He is trying his best to put the enemy at bay, but with the sliver of HP, it's not going to be enough as Jax. Wait a second. A1 Esports on the other side of the circle came in and stole that kill play.
What? Okay, alright, that happened. Well, as we're down to the 7 players, 7 teams to make that 6 teams, probably the final member of Carnage will fall as well.
Around 220 meters away, this guy steals the kill. How?
I mean, bullets do travel.
It was basically that one stray bullet literally found his mark because, mind you, the gentleman was inside that wooden shack, but look at that. Magnet is going to be in a bit of a troubling spot over here. He did get spotted out. Now, what he needs to do is not crawl his way towards Toffik's position just yet. Otherwise, he gives his teammates' position away as well. Now, of course, that is only from A1's point of view.
T2K once again find themselves in the play zone, right? They're a good spot here. Chari, those bullets are not far off. He needs to go for a run. Immediately hides behind the rock. T2K pinning them down. Again, T2K have this little bit of a house to work with, and they're in the periphery of the circle. And this time around, there's no Z3us Esports to ruin their day. They still have 3 players alive as well, and it looks like they're going to be a little bit more preemptive this time around, pushing it a little bit further into the play zone as A1 is starting to bully Future Station from afar, dealing a lot of damage. 2 knocks already. Jax, great control with the DP, and is still looking for more. Tapping away in the smoke is Dante with the Mini 14. An Evil Eye barely alive with a sliver of HP. I don't even know how Future Station is still in the contention. They might just be wiped out here.
Mind you, A1 Esports are on a rampage right now as they're taking fights on multiple fronts, and they are still a 4-man squad. Future Station, valiant effort by the gentleman, but this is where we bid them adieu, and that grenade was perfect. The bounce was phenomenal, and now the second one is going to go in, but blah 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 is already on his way down the stairs. Oh my goodness! Wait a second, ladies and gentlemen, G.I. Jane coming in with a reply of his own.
Sit down, son! T2K, alright, that's a stylish way to shut A1 Esports down.
I'm just going to say one thing. I love the back and forth that is taking place in this game right now, Blake.
It's dodgeball with live high explosives.
And just like that, have a look. We're down to the last 4 teams. 11 players. Just moments ago, we had about 30 people in the server, and now more than half have been wiped out.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the final 11 players left alive.
Let me point something out. Have a look at T2K's position again at the edge of the circle. Mind you, remember what happened to them in the last game because Zeus just pretty much kept them. So now they are laying down some shots, but they should have a plan B. They should have a few cars just a bit further up ahead, you know, just in case they need to get behind cover quickly. Ooh.
It's pretty much open terrain. Magnet spotted out. And how is he still standing? Rated Sir, though, is going to calmly tap away Magnet. And that is going to be it for Magnet. 1952 still alive, but just a 1-man remaining.
Maybe he was bending the bullets around him.
Perhaps. Might have a Neo in our hands here. Well, ladies and gentlemen, final 10 players left, final 4 teams left in what could potentially be the final circles of the Super Weekend stage here. After this, of course, we will be having the playoffs, the finals taking place next week. And who's going to come out on top? It's anyone's game. T2K, Skylight Gaming, 7C, all have a chance. Even 1952, Toffik, last man left alive, not for long. Rated Sir will finish him off. We're down to the final 3 teams. It is, I do believe, a 4v2 v3.
And I love the fact that there's an airdrop in no man's land. Dead smack center. Now, I think T2K did kind of anticipate that something like that would happen because blah, blah, blah has in fact moved on a bit up ahead. A good call for him. Again, that's what I was talking about. You don't want to be caught in that same position again. Have a look at how little of that house is going to be inside the circle. But now, blah, blah, blah is in a good position. Rated, so I like the fact he's moving along. And Jane over here is going to spot Leon. Leon going straight for the drop.
Well, Leon not taking too much damage either. That should have been almost a confirmed knock for G.I. Jane. But now, Jane taking it slow. Skylight Gaming using that opportunity to push in further into the play zone. T2K still have the zone with them. And now 7C, Rig and Mimo, what are they going to do with this? They're down to just a two-man squad. They do have the disadvantage. And they're kind of out in the open. Some smokes will be deployed, but they might get taken down by both teams.
I think the only team that I would actually worry about right now is Skylight Gaming if I'm 7Cs, because have a look at the gradual sloping down as far as T2K is concerned. If you see that big tree right next to Rated Sir, the ground is gradually going to be sloping down to 7C's position. That means they do have the cover from T2K. However, Skylight Gaming is where they need to focus their attention.
Well, as you say that, T2K are actually going to be going for a little bit of a sudden rotation. The nade from Rig, it's going to find heaven. They're going to take the fight to Skylight Gaming, opting not to wait for them to rattle off the shots. And with the player down, and Rig sneaking in from the left-hand path. Joker is exchanging blows in the meantime with someone else in the distance. I do believe it's T2K. Jane spotting out Joker. Joker getting knocked down. Two players knocked down. It's actually Rig. He gets a knock onto Joker. The finish comes in as well, but this is from Rated Sir. And now, suddenly Skylight Gaming, they had four members alive. Now they're down to 3, and things are very even Stevens.
They are literally between a rock and a hard place right now, as grenades are going to be lobbed on their direction. Rated Sir with one grenade. Rated Sir with a follow-up grenade. This could be good. Heaven, you better be looking up top because something is going to go boom right near you. Leon gets taken down, and oh my god, look at the relentless use of utilities. A Molotov quickly following up.
Oh, they're done for. They're done for. They're pushing in for the kill here. Mimo's gonna get the knock onto Heaven X, and with that, Skylight Gaming have been wiped from the server. We're down to the final. 2 teams left alive. It's a 3v2. It is gonna be 7C facing off against T2K, and the knock comes in. That's a huge knock from Rig, who is in a bit of a streak at the moment. A 2v2 for the time being, as Rig needs to heal himself with a Molotov is perfection. And now Mimo, basically in a 1v2, and I believe he doesn't even have any first aid kits to work with. He's gonna be deploying a few bandages here. There we go, applying a few bandages. He does have one final first aid kit to apply, but now it's a 1v2. He needs to find blah 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 if he wants to win this one.
That is absolutely correct right now, and he doesn't really have a lot of options because if he does go to his left, well, they can spot him out easily. What he needs to do is move a little bit towards his right, deploy the smoke grenades. In fact, use train to kill smoke cover to his advantage. Now he cannot get up, but his sound sense needs to be on point, as I'm pretty sure. There you have it. They are going to get in the vehicles just to get a little bit of an elevated, point of vision, basically. Wow, my brain just stopped working over there.
It's fine. It's pretty late in the day, XP. Here we go. Rated Sir running. He's going to run him over. He's not. He's going to get knocked down. But that's all he needed to do. T2K, they get the chicken dinner. Actually, it is 7C. What is it? No, it was T2K.
It is
T2K get the chicken dinner in the end, pardon me. And they do it very convincingly. 13 kills for them. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of the group stage.
That is the end, and what a way to end it. I love the fact that Rated Sir was actually showing a lot of love to all of you watching at home, but Train to Kill getting the final chicken dinner in the final super weekend of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Season 3.
Yeah, and they do it so convincingly as well. And ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to really break everything down because we have the analyst desk ahead of us, but looking at the way these teams are playing right now, XP, I am waiting for the finals.
Talking about breaking things down, yes, the analyst desk is going to be coming up shortly, which means it's time for us to take a break. So for the last time in the Super Weekend, we bid you adieu. Hope you had a good time. We'll be back after this break.
Keeping it real. I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. We are coming it down to an end, bringing it down to an end when it comes to the Super Weekend Saga, and all the matches are done. Now what's left is going to be, of course, the finals that will start off from next weekend onwards. But right now, The game that was again taken over by T2K was just phenomenal with the aggression that they showcased in the previous game as well on Erangel has moved on along and gotten them $1,000. Let's move on to, of course, the analysts and ask them, dudes, I mean, this team is looking in good form.
You know, if we talk about the MVP, we see that, right? Because
Yep.
Rated Sir right now with 6 kills, 913 damage, 2 assists, 210 healing down. And this is what we wanted from T2K since that match that we saw against Zeus. You know, they wanted to open up with the aggression. And they were, after that Erangel, they were waiting for the next Erangel. It seemed like that.
Yeah, and well, the wait was worth it because this one was also a good one for them.
Absolutely
It was
was, mate. I
amazing.
mean, the way this team just after the interview picked themselves up, you know, and they were like, you know, we've had the interview, we've spoken about what we wanted to do, and now here they are to deliver it.
Yeah, exactly. Talk about assists and damage taken. So obviously, if you're getting for the assist, that means you somehow want to be the front end for the fight, but the damage comes out on you. But that gives the chance for your teammates to just get the best. So that is a true recognition of a team player.
Exactly, and also talk about survival time as well. Just managing to get those points one way or the other is the most important thing that you have to keep an eye out for. And Rated Sir, veteran of the scene, does it perfectly.
Absolutely did, and with that we also got another stat that's going to be the top players coming in from this game, where we will have a spread out approach is what I would... Yes, that is perfect.
Well, we see Magnet here though, but almost, you remember when the players were surviving, we were saying, come on, get that fight for yourself, but from behind the tree or something.
Yep, it was T2K.
Exactly, and hey, I mean, blah blah blah. The name has syllables repeating again and again. 3 times he has damage number repeating there. 6,
Became
6,
the devil
6,
out here.
Became the devil for his opponents.
Absolutely, and on the other side, of course, when you talk about Dante walking away with 5 kills for A1 Esports, that is going to be good as well, because that is going to be working in their favor when it comes to the points. But we know for a fact 16 teams are done, have been confirmed, that will be moving into the finals.
Exactly. There's Hungrybox right now with the longest distance kill on his own self. As we talk about the match summary, Dante, we saw him with the highest damage, Shuri with the most utilities used, Jane from T2K becoming the GI Jane once again. We need that GI Jane for the next week for sure. Raid Sir out here with 6 kills. So yeah, these players, they knew their business.
Jane, I mean, I have to say this about him. I mean, we still remember the first time we saw the lad in the previous PMPL, and he was able to take down squads all alone just because of his utility usage.
He had 85 kills in the previous PMPL South Asia Season 2, and so obviously he was the top fragger with 85 kills in those matches. So yeah, I mean, he's bringing that. Wait for the finals. He's bringing that.
Therefore, he got the name, of course. That was GI Jane, and that is the showcased that brought that name for him. But move that towards the match ranking. Again, trained to kill, 28 points. A big leap compared to the second position holder. That's A1 Esports.
Wow. I mean, think about it. 15 and 28. It's not like, last time we saw 10-point difference, then we have obviously, seen like a lot. But this is actually something that they were trying to keep themselves above the competition, and they did that. But even Esports, I mean, that's good. Like 6 placement points, but still they are at the second.
And we were hoping 1952 would be able to get this chicken dinner, but I mean, they were on the edge of the blue zone. A1 Esports took down one other player, then it was just Tawfiq surviving all alone. He gets taken out through the leaves of the trees.
Talk about Zeus. I mean, the story that we saw. 2 players.
Oh yeah, maybe they were trying something out. That's all I have to say about it. Maybe they wanted to just like go... This is what going YOLO is.
Exactly. They were just having fun. They were having fun with the kind of lead that they've got when it comes to the overall. It is looking good.
Maybe they were just, working on something else that we will see, obviously, sometime soon.
Oh, here's a theory, another theory that I'm going to throw at you guys. They know how the western part of the map is. They just want to see what the eastern side... Yeah, explore the eastern side of the map.
Well, with that, let's, of course, bring in the zone analysis, where we shall see the fanned-out approach from these teams.
Exactly. The fanned-out approach was there, but the players got taken out from the side of Zeus. The rest of the teams, they had an easy entrance towards the eastern side. I mean, up to certain points, you do have that easy entrance, but once you reach Rozok, Yasna, if you're coming in from the north, that is when trouble is going to come forward to you. Skylight Gaming this time had a pretty fun time because the teams had already moved out from those Pochinki. If I use Pochinki as a middle point, everything beyond that towards the east was pretty much clear.
Exactly. I mean, after that, it was a matter of fights. The open areas, the zone was totally open. You cannot, just rely on buildings this time as such, because it was not around some. Plus, it was not around some big hill, just like we saw those circles as well. So it was kind of an open zone, and you had to take all the fights. So you had to just rely on one thing, and that is the gun power and how easily you can spot down your opponents. Because if your opponent maybe is taking fight from someone else, but you spotting them, it's your chance.
Exactly. And talk about spotting out your opponents. Tawfiq over there, I thought Skylight Gaming would be the ones to take him out, but no, it was T2K.
Exactly, it was T2K's blah 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 who got those through the leaves kill coming in for, of course, their favor, and 1952 being sent back into the lobby with that. Move on towards these moments compiled together with open moments.
Well, this is where, it all just started to happen. We're talking about how are we gonna see fights differently in this game as compared to the entire games that we have seen. But I would say it was still with the same aggression, if not more.
Completely agree with that, and it was an impressive performance. I mean, from the teams, the way the fights were taken care of. But Z3us Esports this time just a two-man squad, and still they do not back off. And DRS Gaming definitely making them pay for that. I mean, just making them bleed, even if it was at the cost of losing their own players.
Well, I mean, you win some, you lose some, but at the end, the fights were happening out there. So many teams just being taken down, so many fights just happening that players did not anticipate. I mean, this is where you can certainly tell it's not one team or two teams. Many teams were going YOLO because they wanted to just try the waters, test the waters, and maybe they just wanted to see how much of an aggression they can carry in forward for the finals.
Exactly, and it's just the last game of the league stages. So, I mean, made sense for the teams to actually try and attempt something extraordinary. And, well, for some it worked out, for others, not so much.
Well, but still, at the end it just comes down to one thing, and that is these players, they knew their business, right? Even if they're going YOLO, even if they're surviving till the final circle, they know what was going good for them. And this is where even Esports also went down, and T2K, like, they had a good opening after this one just to take up the fights. And this is where Magnet goes on, and obviously it was the last player from 1952 and was taken out as well. Now,
look at this.
Yeah. Raditzer was it,
one.
So he took him down. But after this, they were like, we need to find the last player. Hey, I'll take a vehicle.
Yeah, just going for the hunt on Memo, and Raider actually got taken out, but kudos to him. I mean, his teammates that were there just to back him up. The trade comes in instantly in a matter of seconds.
They were really happy.
And that does bring us towards, of course, the damage that was dished out throughout this game. It was, of course, Venom Legend that, along with which, of course, you can also talk about PN Crew and High Voltage. Now, High Voltage would be one of those teams that in this week, third week, have just not been able to showcase their dominating force.
Well, I mean, if you are going to move to the next stage, I think High Voltage, they're going to try and hide a few tactics up their sleeves, because we know the first 2 weeks were really, really good for them.
Oh, yes.
And then slowly and steadily, we do see the team take their foot off the pedal that was like sort of supposed to control the aggression.
If we are getting with this conversation every time that the team is hiding something, I believe what if Z3us is hiding something? Because if they... Right now, they are so deadly. And
seriously?
if Z3us has showcased everything, and if teams are planning around them, what if the teams just, overtake Z3us right from the start next week? Because you never know how it just happens.
Here's another thing, right? It's not always about hiding something. It's about preparing from the matches that have happened.
Probably.
And the next few days that the break is going to be there, so before the finals, that is going to be the opportunity for every single team, be it High Voltage, be it 1952, be it R3D, for all of them to go back, watch the matches again and prepare. It's as Khan says, every time you have a downtime, use it for preparation, prepare for the teams, and when you come back, we see the good performance from F4 as well.
Absolutely, mate, because we know that we've got ourselves the top 16 teams that will be moving into the PMPL South Asia Finals, and those teams, well, let's go on to the storyboard and find out what teams are we looking at. And in that, we of course do have the known names. Z3us Esports taking a lead, a massive lead for themselves, and talk about those kills. 241 kills coming in from this team with 5 chicken dinners. That is, of course, a team from Mongolia. Mongolia, but move the conversation towards the 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, rather 6th position as well. It is Nepal domination.
And it is a tie on the 2nd and the 3rd, 392 to 392. DRS and Train to Kill. We were wondering who's going to be 2nd. Well, now it's a tie. But as we move forward, I mean, it's always going to be quite lovely to see the teams that make it to the other side from the next page as well. And, well, heartbreaking for the teams that did not make it. A few of them, in fact, 3 of them were sitting out this Super Weekend.
Absolutely. I mean, that storyboard was taken away from their hands as, well, they were not able to participate in this 3rd and final Super Weekend. But you move the conversation towards, of course, the 2nd page. There we will know that, yes, these are the top 16 teams that will be playing the finals. And here we go.
Actually, well, I mean, I know what Ocean is going to say, but still, Skylight Esports make it with just 15 games being played.
Dudes, that sort of aggression that Skylight Esports showcased in just the first Super Weekend itself, let's just hope them being out of so many games.
Oh, yeah.
They bring in that sort of a top-notch performance.
They did. I mean, imagine because this was the domination that did it in 15 games.
Right.
Imagine what they could have done had they played Super Weekend 2 and 3. Because after that, if this would have been the same story, they would have been untouchable. Because think about this: Super Weekend 1, Seal had 197 points, and Super Weekend 2, the maximum number of points were 168 by DE. So, I mean, if we talk about Super Weekend comparisons, still Seal as such, held the record of the highest points that were being set out there.
Exactly. If we were to take the points that Skylight Esports would get every single week and just repeat it 3 times,
right?
That is going to be like, it's going to be surprising.
It will. I guess, man, just 15 games, 4 chicken dinners, massive amount of kills coming in from that team. That is what Skylight Esports showcased, but as they took that slow and steady exit, it was Skylight Esports, well, Zeus.
Yeah.
Again, a team from Mongolia that was able to bring in and take over that domination in the entire lobby. And that was, again, based off of those kills that they brought. So with that, let's move on to the kill leaders. And this time around, when you talk about the top 4, it is Crypto from StalwartFlex chiming in.
More than 300 kills on the 3 players of Zeus.
Wow.
Exactly. And just as I said yesterday, that Godless will be at the top. He from his own teammates, he has a really big lead if we just talk about it. But that's really good. Crypto is out there with 89 kills. Let's talk about the players, after the 3rd, because obviously Zeus is just out here. Then it's Crypto, an incredible player, obviously showcasing amazing damage stats and survival time. Because if you talk about his survival time, that's higher than these 3 players as well individually. So, like StalwartFlex, they are working on the survival, and that shows out here. But moving on, there are other players as well. 89 kills for Crypto. Steel Shot as well with 89, and Assassin, I mean, he was just right behind Zeus at one moment.
Exactly. Even today he was right there sitting on the 4th position, but Assassin has something special about him. Other than that, it is the survival time, 19 minutes 11 seconds, quite high amongst these players, the players who are hungry for those kills. But now, I mean, things are going to be reset, right? These players are going to move to the finals and it's going to be a fresh start. So, another opportunity for them to build the momentum that they lost somewhere during the tournament. And, well, start all over again.
Well, again, when you talk about, of course, kills, you know that you're bringing in a lot of damage. And based on the damage, we've got ourselves set up with the damage, the most damage dished out through these players. And once again, you're looking at Z3us Esports, 3 lads from Zeus taking those first 3 spots.
Yeah, I mean, 20,000. Like, these are the only players that reach not even like 20,000 and higher. 23,000 is at the 3rd. Then you talk about less than 20,000. That's where Joker comes down, 19,839 with 80 kills for his own self. So obviously every other team, every other player was trying for themselves. But right now, this is what it reads, that top 3 were taken by Zeus players.
Exactly, and it was an amazing performance that these players put up in the league stages. But once again, finals, they have to do exactly the same. Because here's the thing, right? Z3us Esports and Skylight Esports start, like, from the very get-go. From week 1, day 1, they made sure that they had the lead. Then Z3us Esports came in again and again in week 2 and week 3, and they carried the lead forward. The difference was made so big that the other teams could never catch up. But now, once the points are reset. Everyone is reset to 0.
Yep.
No one has to catch up. Everyone gets to start, like the starting line is going to be there again, and since there's not going to be a difference, there might be a possibility that the other teams have figured out how to take them on.
Maybe, just maybe. And with that, let's summarize the day with the day summary start coming up on our screens in any minute, and that will of course showcase a lot of interesting stats where you talk about the kills, the damage, well, the knockouts.
47 kills in a single
kills in one day, 20 in one match, and then
Don't they
26.
also have the record for most kills in a single day?
Yeah,
I believe they did 50 plus in a single day as well.
That is true.
Almost 10,000 damage coming up from them and 49 knockouts coming up. Damage was with Z3us Esports and heals with A1 Esports. Well, I mean, these three names, Zeus, A1 and Z3us, we are going to be seeing them again, obviously, with the better stats for themselves. They'll be grinding right now. They'll be just, you know, practicing what's right, what's wrong, how to tackle the wrongs into the rights for sure, because a big picture awaits.
But here's the thing, I want to focus on A1 Esports right there. I want to see in the finals, I want to see the A1 Esports that we saw in week 1.
Yes. That certainly is going to be the hope from all the viewers as well, because this team certainly does deserve that spot that they showcased during week 1 performance, and combine those performances together, it was just the team that we, well, again, I should really point it out like that, because they have showcased that.
Exactly.
It's 1952 that we spoke about initially during those early weeks, but they have also showcased perfect plays.
Exactly. 1952, week 3 1952 is what we want.
Yes, and that is where they're leaving it at, so we can only expect what they'll bring to the table when it comes to the finals. With that, we do reach the end of our day, along with which, of course, it is the end of the Super Weekends, because now these top 16 teams are confirmed. They're going to be moving on into the finals that shall start from next week, Thursday onwards. 150 grand on the line from these teams. It is going to be a clean slate start. Just the thing is, you guys sitting back at home need to showcase your love, need to start supporting all of these teams, because they certainly do need it. With that, it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro, hashtag #WookUpYourFun. I've been your host, Bloro, joined along with, of course, iSuper Johnny and Ocean Sharma saying sayonara. Take care. Bye-bye.